Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we continue our coverage of California versus Carlos Dominguez, Day 13. We are into Day 13, and right now we are in the defense's case in chief. They have started, let's see, they've done 2 full days. So this is their third day for the defense. Yesterday we heard from a lot of his friends. We heard from a frat roommate. We heard from, that was Mark. We heard from Nathan, his friend. We saw a lot of pictures of Nathan. We heard from Ebony. She was the academic assistant director for the academic success. And then before that, we heard from his father, his sister, and his ex-girlfriend. So Mark is still on the stand. We're going to hear from Mark again, Mark Capita. So he was the Filipino roommate in the fraternity. So let's see who's with us today. Who is joining us today? Let me see here. We have OnlyFan. We have Alice. We have Brat. Thank you for joining us. Golden Girl, good to see you. Ruby, Irish Amy, good to see you. Thank you so much for joining us, you guys. Check Slim out. Yeah, what's Slim holding? What is Slim holding? What's in Slim's hands? Hey, Deanna, good to see you. Hey, Gordon. Alrit Maras. Did I say that right? Alrit Maris? Slim is multi-talented with his music skills. And Kitty to be named. We still have to name Kitty. Kitty to be named. So we'll do another poll in a bit, but I wanted to start us off with where Carlos. Let me come over here. I've got his house, right? So this is his Hawthorne house. And he was arrested very, very close. He was arrested, I think, up here. Let me see, so this is his house, right? Hey, Northwest, good to see you. Fanboy Bones is attentive. Oh, Polly. Oh my goodness. What's up, girl? We got pregnant Polly. There she is in all her glory. You can see the little bulge. What's up, girl? You want to go out? Do you want to go out? All right. Let me go let her out. Well, what's up? What's up? What's up, kiddo? Do you want to go out? All right. Okay. All right, let me let her out. Come on. You want to come out? Why don't you go? There you go, good girl. All right, sweet little Polly. Out she goes. All right, so you see Sycamore Park is right. Let's see, here's Sycamore Park. Right, so there's Sycamore Park right here. There's Sycamore Park. He was arrested, I think, here on Colby, if I'm not mistaken. He was arrested right here on Colby. So Sycamore Park, he was arrested on Colby, and this is where he lived. So he truly was only a little bit away. Yeah, he was pretty close. So let's go check out his place. Let's see. Boink. So his address is 762. That's 763. So 762 should be across the street, right? Is this it? All right, here's 762. All right, so this is Wait, now that's 763. Subway now open. Wait a minute. Oh, that's weird. So when I click on this, it says 763, but when I click on that, it says 762. Huh. Well, in any event, I'm assuming this is his place. So, not bad. What is that? Okay, that is 762. Okay. So this is, there we go, 762, right? How obvious can it get? And there's the mobile driving by with the camera. So there's his place that he lived with. I'm guessing this is with the fraternity guys, right? This is where he lived with the fraternity guys. So there's the next door. All right. So there's 762. 762 Hawthorne. So that's where he lived with his frat guys. So thought that's kind of interesting. And he was, let me see here. Sorry. Right now I'm all skiwampus. Hold on, let me get back to here. Now I'm all screwed up now. Oh, all right, I'm all screwed up. Hold on. Let me, all right, let's just get out of here. Oh, and there's the Safeway. There was a Safeway there. All right, okay, here's Sycamore Park. All right. So he was walking from the Safeway up here? There's a Safeway there. That's where he was walking from. So he was walking down here, Sycamore Lane, and then he was arrested here. He was arrested there. It's a pretty good walk. And then his house is down. I lost where his house was. Hawthorne. His house is like down in here. All right. Pretty big walk. Hey, Capri Law, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Irish Amy, cutest little meow. Hey, Mama, furry greetings to you and the babies. So, hey, Therapist, good to see you. Thank you so much for joining us. So I'm going to tease it now. We have a, we've been on streaming, we've been on the air for, well, we started the channel last year in May. So May 1st, Aaron started the channel. And then our first, buckle up, yep. I'm driving, watch out. They don't call me Crash for nothing. So Aaron started the channel May 1st last year. The first stream we did, I got to remember when we actually did it, but it was Chud. It was Chad Daybell. It was towards the end. We caught like the last maybe 5 days, and then we jumped over to Karen. So we caught the last couple of days of her. So May 31st, we're going to do a 1-year anniversary stream. It's going to be a Saturday. We're going to start at noon. And we reached out to several people. We have 5 people so far have responded in the positive. So we're still waiting on a few other people before we make final arrangements and announcements. But I just wanted to throw that out there right now that not this Saturday, but next Saturday, the 31st, we will be doing a 1-year anniversary stream. So I just want to tease that right now. And quite possibly, Polly may have given birth by then. We're kind of expecting her to have given birth. So you may even get to see a cute little kitty, newborn, on camera. So we'll get there. So I just want to throw that out there right now. So please mark your calendars now and please join us. That's going to be not this Saturday. It's going to be the following Saturday, the 31st, with special guests and quite possibly a newborn or 2 or 3 newborn kittens. All right. Let me go back and check the feed. Yeah, Golden Girl, it's going to be fun. Yeah, 1 year. Capri Law, woohoo. Yeah, 1 year of streaming. We even got demonetized, and we had to erase everything that we did from Chad Daybell all the way through, I think, to like Chloe Driver. And then we had to kind of start all over again, if you will. And that was December, right before Thanksgiving. November 25th that happened. It was a Monday before Thanksgiving. So we had to rethink the channel. We had to delete all the content that we worked on. We did keep Sarah Boone because we streamed that, so we felt that was ours. That was proprietary. But we had to kind of restart from scratch. So here we are, 1 year later, and we're at over almost 6,800 subs. So thank you to you guys. It's fun. It's exciting. It's fun to grow, and it's fun that you guys are part of our growth. So we want to give back to you guys a little bit by having some fun. So we've got some content creators, we've got some moderators, we've got some chatters coming on. We've got all kinds of fun people coming on. So hopefully you guys will join us. Yes, Therapist, such a fun ride. And Capri Law, yes, look at us now for sure. Thank you, Ruby. Congratulations. Yep, Gordon, we did. We came back stronger. I came back kicking and screaming. The last thing I wanted to do was be on screen. You know our deal. It was in our tagline. Started from the bottom. Yeah, our tagline was clean stream, no commentary. If you want commentary, go to those other channels. They'll give you the commentary. We just wanted a clean stream. But hey, Nomad, how are you? Golden Girl, I like the small feel of this group. Very cool. Yeah, so we started out as a clean stream, and then we got smacked for that, saying it wasn't original content. So that's why you're seeing my mug on every day now. We also came up with Shoot Shit with Squeegee. We had that as an idea. We haven't done one of those in a while, but I'm working on a couple other projects. Some are going to include people that some of our wonderful therapists and moderators. We're working on a project. And then also I'm working on another side project that I won't tell you until I get a couple videos in the can. So that's going to be cool. Looking forward to sharing that with you guys. And then, of course, there's always Polly. Yes, now we get Pipsqueege. That's true. Aw, Deanna, thank you. And we like your mug. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, and I love the fact that now that I'm on screen, on camera, we can get people in the court, and then I can interact with them. Like we did that with Sarah Boone. I was posting with Mert, and then we were doing recaps with Jules, so that was kind of cool. Ruby, I love how this group includes everyone. Yeah, so now that people like Deanna, when she goes, hey, Mona, when you guys go to trials, you guys can call in. We can have you call in and talk to us. It's fantastic. I love it. So that started with Sarah Boone and Mert. We were doing lunch recaps, and then Jules and I were doing daily recaps afterwards. So that was before we got demonetized. Yeah. So yeah, we love now that people call in, doing the recaps. I never really thought about recaps before, but I had to figure something out, so recaps just seemed a natural progression from being on, without being obnoxious. I don't like to talk over the stream. I don't like to talk over the trial. My main thing is I want to hear what's happening and then do a recap afterwards. So I'm glad you guys appreciate that. Hey, Jamie. Yeah, tons of member-only content. We're going to do a little bit of both. we have to obviously give our members, our growing member community, something, because obviously they deserve it. But we are not going to exclude everybody. We're definitely going to post content outside of trials for our non-members as well. Golden Girl, you love the recaps? Thank you. Deanna May, I appreciate your recaps because I miss stuff. Thank you. Let's see. Yeah, you know, it's fun because I am so invested in these trials, and I got to pay attention for the feed. It's after 12:30. Yeah, I mean, I get really invested in these trials, you know, so when somebody asks a question, I want to be able to answer it. I've always been, even when I was not on screen, I was always paying attention because, you know, if somebody says, hey, how long was that officer, you know, blah, how long was he a sergeant, or what time did they find that, you know, that bicycle or whatever, I want to be able to have those answers, you know, as the one of the creators along with Aaron. So I want the answers. So now with the recaps, trust me, you guys get information from me. I get information from you too, because there's times where I have to leave the room for various reasons, and I come back and I see you guys talking. So I'm like, oh shoot, I missed that. So I have to go back and you know, and check out what I missed. So trust me, I rely on you guys as much as you rely on me. So it is a two-way street, symbiotic relationship. So let's see. Irish Amy, I love how together as a community we answer most questions and between us get all the information. Absolutely. No, we are for 100% for educating each other, dropping knowledge. That's why we love the mods that we have. We have therapists, we have lawyers, we have people from all walks of life, professionals, you know, parents, non-parents. I love it. Oh, we got a feed. So I am all for education. That's I was in education publishing. That's kind of where I cut my teeth as a graphic designer. So, and then especially children's education. So I have a very, very big soft spot for education in whatever form it takes. So the fact that I can educate you guys, you can educate me, 100%, full on. So the more we can educate each other, the better we grow as a community. We have a hairdresser, that's right. We have a hairdresser. Hey, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Nomad, the respect for each other in this chat is awesome. I love it. I know, that's great. Yeah, we accept everybody and anybody. All right, here we go. Day 13.
Members of our jury present for this Wednesday, and we're in the defense case in chief. It is May 21st, and we're ready to get started. So thank you everyone for being here. And we have Mr. Capito. Thank you for being here. Go ahead and have a seat here. Feel free to take off your coat. I'm not suggesting you're going to be here that long, but I do want you to be comfortable. That's all right. Whatever you choose. Okay, so when we were here yesterday, Mr. Capito was on direct examination by Attorney Hutchinson. So your witness, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Capito.
Good morning.
So when we left off yesterday, you were talking about the first time Mr. Dominguez told you or that he was hearing voices. Do you believe that was sometime in your third year, his freshman year?
It was a few months after I met him. Right.
I'd like to talk about your living situation. the year you met Mr. Dominguez. So that would have been 2020 to 2021. Where were you living at that time?
I wasn't living at the house on Hawthorne at that time. I was living somewhere else in Davis, but I was living with some of my friends.
What was that address that you were living at during the 2020-2021 school year?
I was on Notre Dame Drive in Davis.
And who did, was it a house?
Yes.
Was it a house that you rented?
Yes.
Who lived with you at the house on Notre Dame Drive?
Let's see.
And I'm only focusing on the 2020-2021 school year.
2021. At that time, I believe Christian and Sid were living with me, and at least another person.
And so Sid is Sidney Selesky,
Right.
and that is the proper way to pronounce his name, Selesky.
Slesky, right.
I've been butchering it for 2 years, so, okay. And Christian, is that Christian Ortega?
Christian Ortega, right.
And was there a fourth person you were living with?
Right.
You call who that was?
No.
At some point, did you move into a residence located on Hawthorne Lane in Davis?
Correct.
When did you move into the Hawthorne Lane residence? Approximately.
I would say the next school year.
So would that be the 2021 to 2022 school year?
Right.
Is that correct?
I believe so.
What was the address of the residence on Hawthorne Lane that you lived at?
762 Hawthorne.
When you moved in at the beginning of 2021, did you have roommates?
Yes.
Who were your roommates?
Christian Ortega, Phil Hahn, and Sid Slesky.
If you recall, who found that house as a potential rental of the 4 roommates?
Christian found the house.
How many bedrooms did this house have?
Had 4 bedrooms,
How many bathrooms did it have?
2.5.
Was it a 2-story house?
Correct.
On the upper story, was there a bedroom that had an attached bathroom?
Yes.
Who had that bedroom?
Christian.
He found the house,
Yes.
right? So he took the bedrooms there, I know that play. Yeah.
Now, and again, I'm talking about the 2021-2022 school year. On the first floor, how many bedrooms were there?
3.
And how many full bathrooms were there on the first floor? By full bathroom, I mean toilet and shower.
1.
Did each of you have your own individual bedroom on the first floor?
Right.
Okay. So did you ever use Christian's bathroom, or was that his own bathroom?
It's pretty much his own bathroom.
So would you, Mr. Hahn, and Mr. Selesky all share the one full bathroom on the first floor?
Yes.
During the 2021-2022 school year, when you're living at Hawthorne, would you generally only see Mr. Dominguez at fraternity events?
Pretty much.
Did the Hawthorne residence during the 2021-2022 school year become the fraternity house?
Yes.
So would you have events at that house?
Yes.
And do you recall, did Mr. Dominguez ever come to events at that house during the 2021 and 2022 school year?
Yes.
And approximately how many active members were there of your chapter during the 2021-2022 school year, including yourself and Mr. Dominguez?
Still less than 10.
At some point, did Mr. Selesky move out of the Hawthorne Lane residence?
Yes.
Do you recall when that happened?
Was the summer after we moved in, so.
Okay. So that would have been the summer of 2022?
Correct.
Did someone take steps to find a roommate to replace Mr. Selesky?
Yes.
Who took those steps, if you recall?
I guess we collectively took those steps.
Okay. And by we, you're referring to all four roommates?
Correct.
Did the roommates come to a decision about a person they may ask to join them in the house?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you decide?
We decided to have Carlos move in.
If you recall, were you the person who reached out to Carlos to ask him if he would move in, or did one of the other roommates do that?
I can't recall.
At some point, did Carlos move in?
Yes.
And approximately when did he move in?
Summer of 2022.
If you remember, had you, prior to moving in, from when the spring term ended in June of 2022 until he moved in at the end of the summer, had you had any contact with Mr. Dominguez that summer?
I'm not sure.
As you sit here today, do you recall whether Mr. Allison moved in August or September, which month it was?
Not exactly.
Would it have been one of those 2 months?
Yes.
When he first moved in, I'm talking about first day or two they moved in, did you notice anything different about his appearance at that point?
He did lose a little bit of weight, but it wasn't enough for me to worry about it or think of it as an issue.
Had he lost weight from the last time you'd seen him?
Yes.
What about his hair when you moved in?
He had clean hair.
At some point, sir, around the time that he moved in, did Mr. Dominguez ever have any further conversation with you about hearing voices?
I think at least once.
And so we've already talked about the time freshman year, so there was at least one other time after he moved in that he spoke to you about hearing voices.
All right.
What do you remember?
It was pretty much the same question, but rephrased. He asked me if I could hear people talking that weren't there. Something along those lines, not verbatim.
Was this a conversation that took place at the Hawthorne residence?
Probably.
Do you recall how you responded?
Not exactly, but I'm sure I advised him to reach out to somebody again.
Do you recall telling him to reach out to someone, or are you just assuming that's what you did?
I recall something like that.
During the fall term of 2022, did you see changes in Mr. Dominguez's physical appearance, behavior, movements that caused you some concern?
You said in fall 2022?
Yes. So from beginning when he moves in until he leaves for Christmas or winter break, did you see changes in his behavior, appearance, and movements that you thought was unusual? Let me break it down. Mr. Capito, did you testify at a prior proceeding, in this case, back in July of 2023?
Yes.
Subsequent to that, did you have any sort of injury that has impacted your memory to some extent?
Yes.
What happened?
I got into an accident where I fell and hit my head and fractured my skull.
And in recovering from that injury, has it impacted your memory to some extent?
Not that I can note.
You still do have memory of this? You still have independent memory of when you lived with Mr. Dominguez?
Yes.
Do you recall seeing any change in how Mr. Dominguez walked or moved?
Yes.
What do you recall seeing?
Over time, his regular stride would turn into a kind of stiff strut with his arms barely moving on his sides.
And how would he stand? When he would walk, how would his posture be?
Real straight up and stiff.
Sir, if I could ask you, with the court's permission, to step into the well and demonstrate how you observed Mr. Dominguez walk.
Okay.
Right.
Yes, sir. So why don't you just start in front of you can go around, and then face and just walk toward this table demonstrating. So he would walk straight with his hands at his side.
Right.
And you were looking down. Is that how Mr. Dominguez would, or would he look straight ahead?
Yeah, about maybe a yard in front of him. Stare, on the floor. Stare at the floor.
Did you see anything how he moved his feet? Did he drag his feet in any way?
I'm not sure if he dragged them, but he kept them low and kind of minimal movement with it.
During the time you lived with him, do you recall an incident where he asked you if you saw something that wasn't there?
Yes.
What do you recall?
I just recall the question. He asked me if I've ever seen something that wasn't there.
And was it a question of have you ever seen something that wasn't there, or was it a question of do you see something right there? Do you understand?
Yeah, more of the first one.
How did you respond to that, if you recall? And if you don't recall, that's fine.
I don't recall.
So given that you shared a bathroom, Mr. Dominguez, how frequently did you ever observe him taking a shower?
Is this before or after winter break?
Let's start with before winter break.
Before winter break, a few times out the week, pretty regularly.
A few times out of the week?
Yes,
How often did you shower during that time generally?
almost every day.
And again, before winter break,
Right.
did you ever see instances where he would be staring off into space or staring at a wall?
Not that I can recall.
Do you recall testifying about having a house meeting of some sort, and he would look into the distance and kind of stare blankly until we had to address him multiple times to get him to snap back in? Do you
Yes.
Objection, leading and proper repression of recollection.
prior testimony? When did that, when you're having house meetings, he's staring blankly, when was that?
This was maybe a little bit before winter break.
You said his hair was longer but appeared to be clean when he first moved in.
Yes.
Did you see any changes to his hair, once again, over the fall quarter prior to winter break?
I think it grew out a little bit more. How did his interaction with roommates, or did his interaction with roommates change from the time he moved in, again, until winter break? Yes.
How did it change?
He already wasn't frequently engaging with us, but it became even more so through time.
When you said he wasn't engaging with you, what do you mean by that?
Like, I guess communicating, talking, having like longer conversations.
Where would Mr. Dominguez spend most of his time in the house?
In his room.
How, once again, we're talking about the fall quarter before
Right.
winter break. How frequently did he come out of his room?
Pretty frequently. Yeah, pretty frequently.
What would he come out for?
To make food, to go out and hang out.
When he came out over winter break, once again, prior to winter break, were there times when he didn't even acknowledge you or roommates?
I think at some point that's when it was happening.
So, and by not acknowledging, were there times, this is again prior to winter break, where he would come out, you or a roommate would say something to him and he wouldn't respond?
Right.
Did Mr. Dominguez have a cat?
Yes.
Did, you remember that cat's name?
Yes.
What was that cat's name?
Ember.
At some point, and again, we're talking about the first, the fall quarter before winter break, did you notice anything about how he was caring for the cat that caused you concern?
Yeah, the cat was getting a little skinny.
At some point, so did the cat was getting skinnier from when you first saw the cat?
It's weird because I saw the cat like kind of grow, so yeah, it was the cat was skinnier than when I last saw the cat, I guess.
Did you ever personally observe the cat in the kitchen trying to find food?
Yes.
What did you observe?
The cat would walk on the counters, and there would already be a bag of food that's ripped open, and he would go away with some food.
It was a bag of human food, or
Like human food, like probably some fast food.
by ripped open, did these appear to be something that was ripped open by a person or ripped open by an ember?
By him.
Foundation.
It had claw marks, like claw scratch marks ripped open.
So based on those, when you saw claw marks on this food, what did you conclude?
That Ember took the food.
Did you ever actually see Ember in the kitchen trying to get human food that had been left out?
I'd see him paw at like bags.
At that point, sir, did you have a girlfriend? Again, we're in the fall of 2022.
Yes.
And what was your girlfriend's name?
Naomi.
Did you and Naomi start doing anything with respect to the cat?
We started feeding the cat
Why did you start feeding the cat?
because we were worried about the cat.
Did you ask Mr. Dominguez for permission to feed the cat, or did you just start doing it?
At least once asked permission, but after that we didn't.
Do you recall what his response was when you asked if you could feed his cat?
Objection to your say.
He gave us permission.
I'm sorry?
I think he gave us the affirmative to feed the cat.
Was there a litter box in the house?
I think so.
Did the cat start, during this period of fall, did the cat start going outside?
Yes.
Did you ever change a litter box?
No.
Now, I'd like to go fast forward to winter break, before you left for winter break. Did you stay at the Hawthorne residence over winter break, or did you go someplace else?
I went home for the break.
And what town was home at that time?
Hercules.
Prior to leaving for winter break, did you observe damage to the toilet that you shared with Mr. Dominguez and Mr. Hahn?
Yes.
Did you personally observe how the toilet was broken?
No.
Did you personally hear when the toilet was broken?
No.
Did you observe the toilet after it had been broken?
Yes.
What did you observe?
The tank of the toilet was broken, almost as if the lid was smashed onto it.
So was this a ceramic toilet?
Yes.
And by lid, are you referring to the top that you can pull off where it fills with water?
Yes.
And can you describe what damage you saw, both to the toilet or to the lid?
Well, the tank had broken on the top, so there was substantial damage to it. We had to get it replaced.
Describe what you mean by substantial damage.
From what I remember, it was just broken on the top. Can't exactly recall.
Did this happen prior to Christmas break?
Yes.
And this is a yes or no question. Well, who first advised you that the toilet was broken, or did you observe it on your own, if you recall?
I think I observed it on my own.
Did you have conversations with your other roommates about the broken toilet?
Yes.
Now, so I don't want you to tell me what others told you, but did you come to believe that it had been Mr. Dominguez who broke in the toilet?
Yes.
Did you personally speak to Mr. Dominguez about what happened with the toilet?
No.
Did you have a conversation with your other roommates about the toilet and what you're going to do about it prior to leaving for Christmas break?
Yes.
Did you get the toilet replaced?
Yes.
Who took the steps to get a new toilet, if you recall?
I believe it was Christian and I.
And do you recall, did you go out, like to Home Depot, and get a toilet? What do you recall doing yourself?
I remember going out with Christian to some store, and we bought a toilet and just took it home.
Did you and Christian install the toilet, or did you hire a professional to install it?
I can't recall.
Do you recall if you ever personally installed the toilet?
No.
Okay. At some point, was the toilet replaced?
Yes.
Who paid for the toilet you and Christian purchased, if you recall?
Either me and Christian took care of it, or we split it within the Breaux.
Were you by
Or in the
brothers?
house.
Did that include Mr. Dominguez, or no?
We attempted to.
Okay, I want to focus on only what you did, not what others told you.
Okay.
Did you make any effort to get Mr. Dominguez to contribute to the broken toilet?
Me myself, no.
And did you yourself ever have any personal conversation with Mr. Dominguez about the broken toilet?
Not that I can recall.
I apologize if I asked this, but the toilet was replaced before you left for winter break?
I think so.
So I'd like to fast forward to we get back from Hercules, and now that would be in January of 2023.
Okay.
Did Mr. Dominguez return from winter break as well?
Yes.
How did his behavior change even further compared to how it had been from September to December? How did it change?
That's where I noticed that he was being really reclusive, and speaking to us less, to a point where we barely get a response from him.
When you say he was being really reclusive, what do you mean?
He'd kind of be on his own, maybe just in his room.
How frequently would he come out?
Not too frequently, more so at nighttime.
And there were times at night when you would see him leave his room?
Yes.
When you would come out of his room, did you ever try to interact with him, say hi, what's up, anything like that?
Yes.
And how did he respond?
Usually no response. Sometimes I'll get a silent head nod, or a mute, like "What's up?"
What do you mean a mute, what's up?
Like a whisper, kind of like under his breath, like yeah.
You said most of the time you got no response. Can you give us an estimate of what % of time you would get a response from him?
Maybe 10%.
When he came out of his room, would he make eye contact with you?
No.
Did he continue to walk in the same way that you demonstrated for the jury?
Yes.
Once he returned from winter break, how often did you observe him showering?
Less frequently.
Do you have a memory of ever seeing Carlos Dominguez be in the bathroom taking a shower after winter break?
Not that I can remember.
These roommate meetings, when he stared off into space, did you even attempt any of those meetings after winter break?
We still had them. I think he just stopped showing up.
Did you and Naomi continue to feed the cat?
Yes.
At some point, did the cat start coming and hanging out with you and Naomi?
Yes.
At some point, did the other three roommates have a meeting to discuss specifically what you observed with Mr. Dominguez and what should be done about it?
Objection, foundation.
Yes.
Okay. Who was present for that meeting?
The other housemates.
And this is yes or no. Did you discuss amongst each other what you had observed Mr. Dominguez do?
Yes.
Did you discuss your concerns about what you observed his behavior?
Yes.
At this point, sir, had you ever heard of schizophrenia before?
Yes.
Were you familiar with the specific symptoms of schizophrenia?
A little bit, yes.
At this point, when you're having this roommate meeting, did you believe that Mr. Dominguez had a mental illness?
We were thinking. I mean, sorry.
I'm asking about you.
I thought maybe, but I wasn't sure.
And I'm just asking, because I know you're not a doctor, but what mental illness did you maybe think he had?
I was thinking schizophrenia.
And did you share these concerns with your other two roommates?
Yes.
What did the roommates decide to do?
So this meeting was around the same time we were trying to figure out how we were going to take care of the toilet. So we had to take care of the toilet, and we decided to keep attempting to try to have Carlos get some help.
So if the meeting was around the same time as the toilet, would it have been right before Christmas break or maybe right after Christmas break?
Right.
So there was a decision about trying to help Carlos get some help. Did you make a decision on which one of the three you should reach out to Carlos?
Not that I recall.
Did someone of the three of you volunteer to be the person to reach out to Carlos and try to talk to him about this?
I can't recall.
Well, did you volunteer to be that person?
Can't recall.
Did you, after that meeting, did you ever try to have a conversation with Carlos Dominguez about trying to get him help?
I might have brought it up.
Okay. Do you have a specific memory of that, though?
No specific memory.
Of
You move to strike, lack of personal knowledge.
Okay, let's answer straight.
Sir, basically, when you returned from winter break, Mr. Dominguez was not communicating with any of the roommates, is that correct?
Yes.
Was there one of the three roommates who you thought had the best chance to try to communicate with Mr. Dominguez?
Can't recall.
Sir, if you recall, do you recall if there was an agreement between the three of you that would be Phil Hahn would be the one who would reach out and try to talk to Mr. Dominguez?
That sounds about right.
At some point, did you become aware that Mr. Dominguez had been arrested for 2 counts of murder and 1 count of attempted murder?
Yes.
And how did you first become aware of that? I don't want what someone told you, just who did you learn that he'd been arrested from? Was it a specific person? Was it the news media? If you recall.
I saw it myself.
When he was taken into custody, you were there?
I wasn't there, but I was following along with the radio.
And did you actually see a photo and realize it was Carlos Dominguez?
I think it was like helicopter footage, or maybe social media, mix of both.
And at some point later, did police come and search your home?
Yes.
Did you have pocket knives in your room?
Yes.
Were those seized by the police?
Yes.
What type of knives did you have?
There's some regular pocket knives got online.
These were pocket knives you purchased online?
Yes.
Do you recall where you purchased them from?
There's one website I know, it's Civivi, but yeah.
What size were these pocket knives? Are they like just a little tiny Swiss Army knives, or were they larger pocket knives?
They were larger, but legal knives.
And by your gesturing with your hands, what were you?
That's probably the blade size, probably this long.
So what would you estimate in terms of inches?
Probably about 3, around 3.
3 to 4 maybe?
maybe closer to 3.5, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, after Mr. Dominguez was arrested, did you and Naomi continue to care for Ember for some time?
Yes.
And what happened to Ember?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
I can approach you on that. It's highly relevant.
Okay. All right. Okay.
I'll withdraw it.
What's that?
I'll withdraw.
Withdrawn. That's fine. All right. Thank you, counsel. Go ahead.
What happened to Ember?
Ember got hit by a car.
And was Ember killed?
Yes.
Approximately how long after Mr. Dominguez's arrest was Ember killed?
Within a couple months.
Did Mr. Dominguez's family, based on your own personal observation, ever come to the house to collect his belongings?
Yes.
Okay. Did they try to take Ember?
No.
I have nothing further.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. That was direct. And Mr. DeMora, cross-exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Now, Mr. Capito, you had mentioned that Mr. Dominguez first asked you whether you yourself heard voices when you first met him in his freshman year, your junior year, correct?
Correct.
During his freshman year in 2020 to 21, so I'll just refer to it as the school year that way, you guys saw each other fairly regularly, correct?
Yes.
And you were friends, for
Yes.
instance?
Yes.
And going into, and he rushed for your fraternity
Correct.
and was accepted as a brother in that fraternity.
Correct.
And so that means that he had to maintain good status in the fraternity, he had to participate in events such as outreach and basically keep regular communication with you and the other brothers of that fraternity, correct?
All right.
And so moving from 2020 and 2021 into 2021 and 2022, Mr. Dominguez's sophomore year, he was still a part of the fraternity at that point, right?
Correct.
And you still saw him on a fairly regular basis, right?
Fairly regular, yeah.
Yeah. You still consider him a friend.
Yes.
And during that time, was it during this time that he had asked you again whether you heard voices or whether you saw things that weren't there?
I don't think so.
That wasn't until the next year when he moved into the house, correct?
Right.
And so from 2020, the 2020-2021 school year, to the summer of 2022, when he finally moved in with you, he only brought that up with you once, correct?
Correct.
And by that point, from the time you met him to the time he moved into the house, we're talking about that time frame on Hawthorne, to the time he moved into the house on Hawthorne, you are where he knew Phil and Sid and those other brothers who were part of the fraternity, right?
Right.
None of those other individuals ever came to you and told you Mr. Dominguez expressed that he was seeing things or hearing things.
Objection, hearsay.
Oh.
Besides the meeting, no.
That meeting was in winter of 2022, correct?
All right. Right.
Yeah. So before that, before he moved into the house, no one ever told you, hey, Mr. Dominguez is saying these things to us.
Not that I can specifically recall.
And even though Mr. Dominguez may ask you this question in 2020 and 2021. You and the other brothers still agreed that he could move into the Hawthorne residence with you, correct?
Correct.
And so at that point, is it fair to say you had no real concern about that question? Like, you weren't concerned about him as a person?
No.
And so with that, once he moved into Hawthorne, he took a room on the first floor next to the bathroom, right?
Correct.
And it's fair to say you're all still in school at this point, right?
At that point, yes.
So you knew Mr. Dominguez was enrolled at UC Davis and taking classes?
Correct.
And you were enrolled at UC Davis and taking classes?
Yes.
And all the other brothers and roommates were also enrolled at UC Davis and taking classes.
I believe so.
And so is it fair to say that you weren't monitoring Mr. Dominguez's activities and movements all day?
Correct.
And so when asked, when comparing how often he showered versus how often you showered, you weren't sitting outside his room or the bathroom saying, hey, Mr. Dominguez showered on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, right?
That's right.
And so your observations about how frequently he showered were based on what you saw when you were at the house at the same time.
Correct.
And so there are going to be times during and looking back at your living with Mr. Dominguez, there are going to be times where you say, hey, I don't know what he did because I wasn't home, right?
Right.
Now, the time he moved in the summer of 2022, and we're talking about sort of that fall quarter, from the time he moved in, fall quarter up to winter break. You said that this is when you noticed he started walking a little bit stiff, like he'd walk with his arms at his side. Is this when you started to notice it?
Sorry, can you repeat the date?
Sure. Fall quarter of 2022, so right after Mr. Dominguez moved in to Hawthorne.
So yes, but it wasn't that obvious at that point yet.
Okay, but you noticed a kind of a change in his gait and how he was walking.
Right.
But when you would see him walking, he would walk from his room to the kitchen, right?
Right.
Or his room and leave the house to go to what you could imagine was class, right?
Right.
And so every time you saw him walking, even though there was a slight change in how he was walking, from what you could perceive, he was moving to a specific place.
Maybe more than half the time.
More than half the time. Well, let me ask you it this way. When you saw him walking, he didn't appear to you to be like walking without a purpose, like wandering, right?
Not too often, no.
You mentioned that he would stare blankly at times, and one of these were in these sort of roommate meetings that you had.
Right.
When he would stare off blankly, you didn't know what he was thinking, right?
No,
You didn't know if he was thinking about school, correct?
I wouldn't know.
You didn't know if he was thinking about his ex-girlfriend, Kimberlee Guillory?
I wouldn't know.
Objection, argument in 352.
And so, in those moments, you couldn't tell if he was just disinterested in the meeting, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't have been able to know.
And so these roommate meetings that you had, were they monthly or weekly?
Weekly.
And did you discuss things about the fraternity itself?
That was included.
And you talked about household responsibilities?
Yes.
And part of those household responsibilities is people pay rent, right?
Yes.
All right. How much was the rent per person?
I was paying around $8 to $8.50 at the time.
If you recall, did everyone split the rent evenly?
No, it was by room size.
Okay, so the person with the bigger room paid more, correct?
Yes.
So Christian, because he found the house and got the bigger room, the trade-off was he had to pay more.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Dominguez was required to pay rent to stay there, correct?
Correct.
Was there a point in late fall quarter, so we're getting towards November, December of 2022, where there was an issue with Mr. Dominguez paying rent?
Objection, foundation, lack of personal knowledge.
Overall, do you recall the issue?
Yes.
Was he falling behind on his rent payments?
He wasn't reporting rent to me, but I believe so.
Objection, foundation, strike.
Sustained, stricken.
Well, was rent an issue that came up at one of these meetings that you attended?
Yes.
And so, based on your discussion and not what someone relayed to you, was it determined that Mr. Dominguez had to catch up on rent?
Yes.
Was there a conversation amongst you and other roommates as to who would approach Mr. Dominguez about this issue?
We gave the responsibility to Sid since his name was on the lease.
And Sid, since his name was on the lease, that was because Mr. Dominguez took Sid's room.
Correct.
So Mr. Dominguez was basically a sub leasing of the room, correct?
Correct.
But he didn't fill out, Mr. Dominguez didn't fill out formal paperwork to actually put his name on the lease. It was just an agreement between Sid and Mr. Dominguez.
Correct.
Is he on the witness list?
Yes.
Okay. So what's 352, and
Well,
can we use Sid for those questions?
approach.
Well, if I'm not needed to intercede, then forget what I just said.
We're going to approach him there.
Okay, all right. Feel free to stand up, stretch, folks. Thanks. Off the record. Trying to speed things up.
All right. So I thought about something while we're having this cat naming exercise where we have like all these names we have to go through, and that's the poll. So for those that don't know, we're naming the cat, the skeleton cat. So I had a thought, and I'm going to throw it out to you guys because we were going to have a moment of silence. Should we name the cat Ember?
And so, Sid gets tasked with approaching Mr. Dominguez about this rent issue, correct?
Correct.
Who was Mr. Dominguez? Let me rephrase. Was rent sent to any particular individual in the house?
Yes.
Who was the collector of rent?
Christian.
And how were you all doing this? Like, was it Zelle, Venmo, cash?
Yeah, Zelle. I used Zelle.
But to your knowledge, everyone was kind of doing like electronic transfers.
Electronic transfers, right.
Now, to your knowledge, without going into what Sid may or may not have said, but to your knowledge, did this conversation between Sid and Mr. Dominguez happen regarding rent?
Objection, foundation, lack of personal knowledge.
Sustained.
Did Did the rent situation change? Did Mr. Dominguez, to your knowledge, catch up on rent?
Checked in foundation.
Sustained.
Did you have to have this conversation about Mr. Dominguez paying rent at another meeting of the roommates?
Not that I know of, but I wasn't involved, and I left it to be Sid and Christian for them to take care of.
Was Mr. Dominguez at the meeting where the issue of him falling behind on rent came up?
Potentially, but I can't recall.
After that meeting, did Mr. Dominguez's attitude towards the roommate, to you and the other roommates, change?
Not that I know of.
Not that you specifically observed,
No.
but you can't speak for what Sid and what Christian may have experienced.
Correct.
Now, when going into winter break of 2022, so we're getting into December of 2022 at this point, you testified on direct examination that you became aware of the toilet being broken in the bathroom.
All right.
And that toilet, or that bathroom, was used by you, Bill, and Mr. Dominguez, correct?
Yes.
And so, at some point, it was determined that Mr. Dominguez was the one who broke the toilet, right?
Yes.
And that was of concern to you because that was destruction of your guys' property, right?
Correct.
And so, at the time, you didn't know why Mr. Dominguez broke the toilet.
Right.
When you saw the toilet, did it appear that it could still be used?
I don't think so.
It was in such a state that you had to replace the whole thing, right?
Right.
Now, had you seen from when you first met Mr. Dominguez in fall of 2020 to December of 2022, had you seen Mr. Dominguez break something like a wall or a door or anything like that?
No.
Have you ever seen him try to fight anybody that put hands on him, push him, shove him, or things like that?
There's at least one instance.
When was that?
Well, we were hosting a party, and what was it? I was called into my room because I had friends hanging out in my room, and when I got in there, I observed Carlos shoving some of our friends, and we had to control him.
And when you saw Carlos shoving some friends, you said you had to control them, meaning you had to physically restrain him to get him away from your friends?
Right.
In what year was this?
It might have been after he moved in
You say after you moved into Hawthorne?
to Hawthorne. Right.
So after you moved into Hawthorne, but before this incident with the toilet.
Right.
And you restrained Mr. Dominguez because, were you actually involved in restraining him?
Right.
And you restrained him because it appeared to you that he was the aggressor in this, right?
Correct.
Now, during this time, so going back to December of 2022, were you aware that Mr. Dominguez purchased a fixed blade knife off of Amazon?
No.
Did you know Mr. Dominguez to carry knives with him?
No.
Did you ever see him with a knife?
So
Other than like a kitchen knife or things like that?
No.
You mentioned that when the police came and searched your house, you and some of the other roommates had pocket knives on you.
Right.
Or you owned or possessed pocket knives.
Right.
Did you ever let Mr. Dominguez handle your pocket knives?
No.
When did you get those? Or when did you specifically get those?
Probably in my second and third year.
And yours was actually like a folding one where the blade folds into the
A
handle?
folding one, right?
You didn't have a fixed blade, double-sided, or double-bladed knife?
No.
During the time that you were friends with Mr. Dominguez, from the time you met him to the time of his arrest, and then he lived with you, did the two of you ever go out throwing knives?
No.
Did you ever go carving in trees or wood with knives?
No.
Did you ever observe him do either one of those?
No.
Were you often at home, so 2022 into 2023, when you're living at Hawthorne, were you frequently home at night?
I would stay at one of two places around that time.
Hawthorne or Naomi's?
Right.
Did you watch or were you aware of Mr. Dominguez's nighttime movements, like where he'd go or where he'd be?
No, but I did observe him to go out at night. Where, yeah.
When you say go out at night, would he go out like late at night?
Yeah. My belief was that he was going to work.
Because at the time you knew he worked at Jack in the Box.
Right.
Did you know that at some point in 2023 he had stopped working at Jack in the Box?
No.
And so in 2023, when he'd leave at night, it was still your belief at the time he was going to work.
Probably, yes.
Did you ever hear him come home like in the early morning hours when it's still dark outside?
No.
That's because you were sleeping?
Probably sleeping.
Now, after this meeting you had with roommates where you were discussing Mr. Dominguez possibly having mental illness, after that meeting, so that was roughly December 2022, January 2023, is that about right?
Right.
That was, even after that meeting, you would still see him leave his room and go to the kitchen and make food.
Yes, but I think it was less.
Less, but you still saw him do that.
Right.
You still saw him, excuse me, sorry that. You were still aware that he was enrolled at UC Davis at that point,
Yes.
and you knew he had classes as well.
Right.
Now, I assume you don't know what his actual class schedule was during the winter and the spring quarters of 2023, right?
No.
But
Correct.
because you all lived together, fair to say that you would learn roughly when people had to go to campus for class?
Right.
And so there were times where Mr. Dominguez would be gone during the day, and you had reason to believe he went and attended his classes, correct?
Right.
And he would come home, usually roughly around the same time, where you believe that he had completed his classes for the day.
Objection, speculation, foundation.
Sustained.
You saw him come back on certain days at around the same time?
No, not really.
But once he would leave when you believed he was going to class, he would always come back to the Hawthorne residence.
Objection, foundation, speculation.
Sustained.
When you were present at the Hawthorne residence during the school week, so Monday through Friday, there were times where during daylight hours, Mr. Dominguez would come back to the residence.
Right.
And when you come back to the residence, he had things that suggested to you he'd gone to class, like a backpack or books.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. DeMora. That was crossed. Mr. Hutchinson, we just have a minute or two. Do you have redirect?
I can do it within a minute or two.
Okay.
Mr. Capito, the incident where you saw Mr. Dominguez pushing your friends, I want to focus on what you saw. You said you were hosting a party?
Yes.
Where was the party located?
762 Hawthorne.
And someone alerted you to come into your room?
Yes.
And did you go into the room?
Yes.
Who did you observe in the room when you went in?
Carlos and some of my housemates.
Which housemates?
Sid. And I think Christian and Phil. Maybe Phil.
And Sid, he was not a housemate at that point, he was a former
Right.
housemate?
Right.
Which housemate did you see Mr. Dominguez pushing?
I can't recall.
Were there anyone else in the room other than your housemates and Sid?
Maybe other brothers from other places, but that was it.
Do you recall who alerted you to come into the room?
Yes.
Who was that?
Sid.
So, did you walk into the room with Sid?
Yes.
So, by process of elimination, Sid was not the person being pushed.
Right.
But as you sit here today, you can't recall whether it was Phil or Christian who was being pushed.
Right. And I just saw the activity happening, and
Was it one of those two, Phil or Christian?
potentially.
Did you see him pushing more than one person or just one person?
It was kind of not one person kind of thing.
What do you mean by that?
Because I approached him and he started shoving me, and that's where I had to control him.
You had no idea why he was shoving you.
Right.
That's the first time he'd ever shoved you.
Yes.
The first time you'd ever seen him shove any of your housemates.
Yes.
Nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Okay, great, thank you. Mr. DeMora, anything on that narrow redirect?
Briefly, Your Honor. Now, when Mr. Dominguez, we're talking about this incident at the party when he was going to be separated and restrained, was he saying anything to you or the other roommates?
Nothing.
And he was looking at you when he started shoving you. He was looking at you when he was doing it, right?
Yes.
He didn't have a blank stare on it. It looked to you that he knew who you were, right?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
I'm not sure about that one.
Have you been drinking?
Yes.
Did you tell?
Yes.
Was it
Well-
because of the odor on him?
Yes, and the situation of the party.
There was alcohol at the party?
Yes.
And after Mr. Dominguez was restrained and separated, he stayed at the party with you guys, correct?
Yes.
And I take it there was a little bit of tension between you and your other roommates and Mr. Dominguez at that point, right?
No, because we were just trying to control it and get back to taking care of the house.
But after that, fair to say you guys were kind of watching him to see if he started anything else?
Yes.
And when you were watching him, you could see that he was interacting with other people and still a part of the party.
Not really.
You say not really, what do you mean?
After that happened, he walked outside of my room into the party, where it was brought to my attention that maybe he would do something else at that point.
Was there concern that he would start another fight?
Right, that was the concern.
Did you observe him?
We were observing him.
And when you say
I
we,
observed
were
him.
you part of that?
I observed him, yes.
What did you observe?
Well, he walked through the crowd, not really saying anything to anybody, and that's the last I saw of him around that time, like at that night.
When he walked through the crowd, was he bumping into people? What was he doing?
It was almost as if he floated through the crowd, like he wasn't bumping in. I think someone did bump into him, and then he made eye contact with him. That's what I was observing, but I was trying to make sure he didn't get into anything else outside of my room in the party.
And no other incidents after that you saw?
That night, no.
Okay. Sound good, Mr. Moore?
I had one question that I'd ask for permission to just reopen on cross,
No, we're done.
and I will have Mr. Capito subject to recall.
Okay, thanks. All right, thank you, we're done. Mr. Capito, thank you very much for your testimony and your patience with the court. Have a great day. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for your patience this morning. We're ready for our mid-morning break. Three-part admonition: do not discuss the substance, do not form any opinions, and do not research the case. I'll see you in 15 minutes. Thank you, folks. All right.
All right, so we will mark this recap with a moment of silence for our little friend here. So we have officially ended the naming of said kitty. Even Super Ball is meowing. Yep. This cat is officially named Ember. So Ember it is. Do you agree? Do you agree? Okay. So Ember it is. All right, do you agree? Super Bowl agrees. Ember it is. So, all right, so Mark Capita, he lived with 4 other guys. He moved to Hawthorne Lane, school year of 21-22. Christian found the house. It was a 4-bedroom with 2.5 baths. Christian had the room and bathroom upstairs. Now, we looked at that house. I didn't see 2 stories. I'm not... I got to look at that house again. I did not see 2 stories, but I'm guessing that he lived there, so he must have known. Oh, she's sitting right here with me. Yes. Okay, good girl. You want to read? Okay. So it was 1 full bathroom on the first floor. Each of them had a bedroom. They had less than 10 active members at the time Carlos signed up. Decided to have Carlos move in summer of 2022. Carlos had lost a little bit of weight, but not enough to think that it was an issue. He had clean hair. Carlos asked him about hearing voices again. So this was the second time that Carlos asked him about, do you hear voices? He advised Carlos to seek help. He got into an accident and fell and hit his head. He fractured his skull, so they were asking about his memory. He didn't think that affected his memory at all, though. Carlos's stride turned into a stiff strut with arms at his side, and he would just stand upright, right? So then he demonstrated, like, he didn't move, he just walked like that. Carlos showered just a few times a week. He let his hair grow out a little bit more during winter break. Carlos wasn't frequently engaging, but he said it grew less and less over time. And then Carlos had the cat named Ember. Cat was getting a little skinny. Ember would walk on the counter in the kitchen and would grab food that he ripped open. So Ember would rip open the bag of food, which was just like human food, fast food, basically. His girlfriend was Naomi, and he and Naomi started to take care of the cat. They would feed Ember, and Carlos said that was okay. He thinks there was a litter box, but then Ember started to go outside. He never changed the box. Then they talk about this toilet that was damaged. He didn't hear or see it get broken, but he just saw that the tank was broken as if the lid was smashed down. It was broken on top. He observed that on his own. He didn't speak to Carlos about it. He and Christian went out to get a new toilet before winter break. Now, Carlos was getting really reclusive and not talking. He was on his own in his room. He noticed Carlos was showering less and less after winter break, and he stopped showing up. They had these weekly meetings, right? House meetings, so Carlos stopped showing up to those meetings. Ember started hanging out with he and Naomi because they started to feed him more and more. They called a house meeting and they talked about Carlos, and they talked about their concerns with Carlos. He had heard of schizophrenia before that. He knew a little bit about the specifics. He believed Carlos maybe had a mental illness, but he wasn't sure. But ultimately, he thought Carlos was schizophrenic, and he shared that with his roommates. The group wanted Carlos to get help. He thinks it was him that was chosen to say it. He said he might have brought it up, but there was not a specific memory. That was moved to strike, and that was stricken, that part. He found out about the arrest, he said, by following along on the radio. He said there was the helicopter footage and through social media. Law enforcement came and they searched his home. They found out that he had pocket knives, and those were seized. He said he purchased them online, and he named the website, but I didn't catch it. He said they're larger than just a regular pocket knife, that fold in. He said this one was about, he goes like this. He said about 3 to 3.5 inches. And then finally Ember was hit by a car and killed. Oh, so sad. So sad. I'm so invested in Ember. That's why I had the thought, I'm like, why don't we name this little guy Ember? Right? I think that's, in memory of Ember. I think that's appropriate. Right? Super Bowl, you agree? All right, good girl. Yeah. Okay, good girl. Yes. Ember is biting you. That's a good girl. We will keep Ember's memory alive. Then Cross comes up. Wouldn't be able to tell if Carlos was interested or not at these weekly meetings or in the weekly meetings. So I wasn't sure if was Carlos interested in showing up or not. He said he paid $850 for his room, depending on room size. So don't forget, Carlos was paying for tuition, he was paying for rent, and he was working at Jack in the Box. I didn't think you made that much money. That's pretty impressive that he was able to afford swing like $2,000 a month, considering the tuition, room and board, just going out and having fun. I would say you need at least $2,000. The toilet could still work. Not sure what that was about, but sure, the toilet could still work. Then they talk about Carlos shoving. So they were at this party at the house, and Carlos was shoving some of his friends, and he had to come in. So it was, so Carlos was the aggressor. He was restraining him. Comes back in redirect. He didn't know about the knife. He never saw Carlos with one. He never let Carlos handle his pocket knives. He got them in the second, third year. He never saw or went with Carlos to throw knives or to carve trees. He didn't know about Carlos stopping work at the Jack in the Box, and he assumed Carlos was still attending classes because Carlos would leave and then come back at the appropriate times. So now in redirect, this is where we get into the pushing incident. So this happened at a party. This was in his room, meaning Mark's room. Carlos and some of his housemates. So it was Sid, it was Christian, he said maybe Phil. Sid wasn't a roommate yet. So it was Sid that came out and told Mark, hey, there's an incident going on. So he walked back in with Sid, and he said that's the first time that he saw Carlos doing that. Then Recross came, and they had been drinking. It was just that kind of party, so Carlos had been drinking. Carlos walked back through the crowd. He said that's the last he saw of him that night. He said it's almost as if he floated through the crowd. And I'm telling you, this guy, I think he's a vampire. And no disrespect to vampires, but still, I mean, he's acting like he's like this otherworldly thing. Someone bumped into him, and Mark was just trying to make sure nothing else happened, and then they ended it, and he is subject to recall. So, all right. Hey Mel, how you doing? I know, that poor little cat. Let's see. Yeah, well, we have to memorize him, memorialize him somehow, and this is the way I feel it will be appropriate. So when we were going through that naming convention, and I thought, wow, and that came up, I'm like, what better way to remember a little pet, a little animal that we have gotten invested in. So yeah, I think it's appropriate. I feel it's very appropriate to have that little sweet little being memorialized in this, because now every time I look at this little guy, every time I look at him, I'm going to remember this trial, and I'm going to remember that this is Amber, or Ember, I should say. So yeah, I do. I feel that's very appropriate. I know. I figured you would be. You an only fan. I'm sorry, but he floated through. He just floated through. I know. Poor Ember. Alice, it's a perfect name. I know. Will Johnson, great idea. Mel, great idea. I know. Kathy, I was so afraid they were going to say Carlos did. Yeah, well, if he did it, then as you know, serial killers always start with an animal, whether it's a pet or a squirrel or a snake or whatever. That's what they always say, right? Just Shamrock, as an in and outer lurker, I appreciate your recaps. Great for catch-up rewatches too. Oh, cool. Thank you, Just Shamrock. Appreciate that. No problem. Yeah, Golden Girl. I was really afraid. We will always have Ember now. Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a perfect way to remember that sweet little being. All right, let me check on the feed here. Because what's the other alternative would be, Skelly Cat or Catatonic, or which are great names, but I'd be like, oh, do you guys remember Ember? Itty bitty, we had 5 cats at one time. It's hard to let them go when it's their time. I know. Kathy, I do think it's probably schizophrenia. Something happened. Something happened with this guy. I mean, something clearly happened, and heads up, you're already calling it Embro in your head. Something definitely happened. I mean, it's clear. And this is why, it's great to listen to the state because it was all about law enforcement. But now we're hearing his defense, and it's all about his friends and his family. And yeah, he was a normal, cool kid, and then something happened. So what was it? And then ultimately, I want to hear from the experts. So apparently, there's going to be 3 experts that diagnosed him. So ultimately, I want to hear what they have to say. And then are we going to hear the state on rebuttal bring in their experts to say, yeah, no, he didn't have that? I mean, I guess. I mean, right, you always have to. But I definitely want to hear what they have to say on the experts. Just want to hear what the experts have to say, Capri Law loves that. Widespread, we ended up with 10 cats, and I know we're in for a world of hurt when we start losing them. Oof, right? Genius and Mad Men. Yep, so closely related, separated by the dash, hyphen, slash. Yep, I hear you, David. I always believe that artists are just this side of, well, no, a lot of them are. There are, look at Van Gogh. I mean, there's a lot of artists that could be considered mentally unstable, mentally not well. Look at all the people that have, off themselves, taken drugs to do whatever. Yeah, I think it is a fine line between art and a mental illness, for sure. I've felt that from probably since I was like 18 or 19 and really getting into music back then. And I have only seen evidence of that in my life and living. Coming back in 1 minute, Cool Newton, thank you for that. Hey, Dawn, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Because what is art? Art is looking at the world in a different way, through a different lens. So when you're quote-unquote normal, you're just going to see art, you're going to see the world in one way. When you see the world slightly askewed and then you regurgitate that as your art, that's what is attractive. You're presenting the world in a different way, through a different lens. So, creativity is a form of madness. Absolutely. Oh, just Shamrock. Aw, well, thank you. You love that I thought of Ember. Honor the victims, too. There you go. Thank you for that. Is Newton there? Newton, are you actually there? Golden Girl's saying, can you call in at lunch? Are you there? If you're there, I missed that. Sorry. All right, I got a link. So if I can work around Super Ball here. She's like, of course, right where I don't want her to be. As always, Super Ball being Super Ball. Okay, and we're back.
All right, let's go back on the record after a mid-morning break. We're in the defense case. Mr. Hutchinson, do you have a witness you'd like to call?
Defense calls Officer Derek Russell.
Derek Russell. Okay, let's bring in the officer. Okay, good morning, sir. Thanks for your patience. We'll take your oath there and then have a seat.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause not being put to court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. Please be seated. State your first and last name for the record and spell them both.
It's Derek Russell, DEREK RUSSELL.
All right, thank you, sir.
Morning, sir.
Mr. Hutchinson, direct exam.
Officer Russell, are you ready to set the record for the shortest testimony in this trial?
Yes, I am, sir.
Was he told in advance?
After you last testified, did you have an opportunity to review your body camera that was previously admitted into evidence?
Yes, I did.
And at what specific time did you turn on that body camera?
It was at 11:51 and 33 seconds, the night of May 1st, 2023.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any questions on that for the prosecution?
No.
All right, you did it. That is the shortest.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, I have this image of a goal in the Premier League on the opening kick. Anyway, thanks.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. Thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. Next witness.
The defense calls Philip on.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Hahn, good morning. Good morning. Come on in and stand here. Again, my name's Sam McAdam. I'm presiding over this trial, and I thank you for coming to court today.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to have the clerk administer an oath to you. After you take that oath, then I want you to have a seat in the witness stand. There are 2 lawyers to ask questions, okay?
Yes, sir.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause not being put to court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. State your first and last name for the record and spell them both.
Philip Hahn, Phillip, Hahn, HAN.
Okay, Mr. Hahn, go ahead and move in and scoot in a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah, make yourself comfortable there. And we can hear you fine. I want you to catch your breath and not speak too fast so that we can process what you're saying.
Yes, sir.
Also because I have a court recorder transcribing it. So just go at a reasonable pace, listen to the questions really well, okay?
Gotcha.
All right, thank you. Mr. Hutchinson, direct exam.
Good morning, Mr. Hahn. Sir, how old are you?
I am 28 years old. Well, 29 now.
And what do you do for a living?
I am a cook, training to be a sous chef at Cache Creek Casino right now.
And prior to beginning your career, did you attend college?
Yes, sir.
What college did you attend?
UC Davis.
And what years did you attend UC Davis?
Originally 2015 to 2016, I took about a 2 to 3 year break, and then I came back for another 2 years.
While attending UC Davis in it would be beginning fall of 2020, were you a member of a fraternity?
Yes, sir.
What member of a fraternity were you?
Expo, spelled XPO.
And during, let's focus on, would be the year of 2020, 2021. Where did you live that year, if you recall?
Let's see. It would either be at 762 Hawthorne Lane, or it would be at Notre Dame. I don't remember the exact street address, but they are still both reside in Davis, though.
Did you live at the Notre Dame residence before you moved to the Hawthorne residence?
No, no. I just hung out there with my friends.
So who lived at the Notre Dame residence?
So Notre Dame would be. It was Mark, Christian, Sid, and We had a fourth roommate that just came in throughout at the switch. At the point, it was either Timmy or it was Aiden. Either one of those two.
And were these all fraternity members?
Yes.
By Sydney, who are you referring to?
Sydney Selesky,
And by Mark, who are you referring to?
Mark Capito,
And by Christian, who are you referring to?
Christian Ortega.
Sir, turning your attention to be the 2021-2022 school year, at that year, did you move into a residence on Hawthorne Lane in Davis?
Yes, sir.
Who did you initially share that house with?
Initially, it was me, Sid, Mark, and Christian.
And was that house considered the fraternity house?
Yes.
Now, at some point, did you meet someone by the name of Carlos Dominguez?
Yes.
When did you first meet Mr. Dominguez?
It would be during the summer of around 2020 and 2021, around that year.
Would that have been his freshman year?
Yes.
And do you see Mr. Dominguez in court today?
Yes.
Young man seated to my left.
Yes.
What was the context in which you first met Mr. Dominguez?
It was at a social party. We met through mutual contacts. I went to the party with Aiden, and Carlos showed up with Nathan.
Do you remember what Nathan's last name is?
No.
Was Nathan a friend of Carlos's?
Yes.
At some point, did Carlos rush your fraternity?
Yes.
Were you involved in the rush process?
No, we were in the same line together. So we were pledging together at the same moment.
So you weren't yet a fraternity member?
No.
We heard testimony that pledges were required to do a song and dance routine. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what song and dance routine you had to do?
I don't think we actually, at least for me, we didn't do a song and dance. I don't think we just got to it, so it just never came up.
Do you recall Carlos had to do a song and dance?
Yes, actually. It was, I think, Cookies and Cream. It was a commercial.
Cookies and Cream, what is that?
It was a Skittles commercial, I think back in 2000s. Just had a leprechaun just dancing, singing Cookies and Cream.
So did Carlos dress as a leprechaun?
No.
But he sang and danced the song Cookies and Cream?
I don't think he did it itself. It was brought up, but I don't think he's ever did the dance and sung it. But it was brought up, where it's like, oh, okay.
What do you mean it was brought up?
It was viewed as like something that we would have to do within our line, but then our line got shorter. Just a couple of them dropped out from the process, and so eventually it was it just kind of never got brought up again after our line got shortened.
So you don't have independent memory of watching Carlos sing the Cookies and Cream?
Yes. Oh, I'm not sure about it. So
You were a pledge at the time?
yes.
Were you both selected, were you both offered to join the fraternity?
Yes.
At some point, did you become housemates with Mr. Dominguez?
Yes.
How did that come about?
Sydney was moving out of the 762 Hawthorne house. It was offered to Carlos for the room itself, and we all agreed, and Carlos moved in.
Sir, at some point after Carlos moved in, did he have a conversation with you about hearing voices?
Not after he moved in, but I think not after he moved in.
Prior to him moving in, did you have a conversation with him that he was hearing voices?
Yes.
When did that happen?
It would be around 2020 to 2021. I think more 2021 in the fall, around that time.
So it would have been the fall of his sophomore year?
Yes, yeah.
Assume Mr. Reales Dominguez started UC Davis in fall of 2020. That fall of 2021 would be his sophomore year. Correct?
Yes, yeah.
What did he tell you about hearing voices?
He said if I had similar things, if I had any thoughts of like, if I heard any voices in my head, I said mostly for me it's just my brain's thinking a little bit faster than my mouth, so I'm thinking quicker. I did suggest to Carlos to check out maybe the UC.
Non-responsive.
Sustained.
Okay. Right, and everything after suggest.
Right. Right.
We're going to break it down.
Okay.
What specifically did Carlos tell you, to the best of your recollection? Did he ask you a question or was it a statement? What was the first thing?
It was a question.
What do you recall him asking you?
Basically,
Asked and answered.
You just need to strike it.
No, that's the different part of the question, and he can rebuild it. It wasn't responsive, so you're allowed to structure through it. Right. Go ahead.
What question do you recall him asking you?
vaguely about whether if I heard voices in my head or something of that line.
Where was this conversation taking place, if you remember?
It was in my car at the Jack in the Box in Davis.
Were you guys going through the drive-thru?
No, we just got out of it and we were just parked and eating, so.
So you had gone through the Jack in the Box drive-thru?
Yes.
So he brings this, asks this question. How do you respond?
I respond by saying, like, asking, like, what type of voices is it? Is it just like, maybe your brain's is going faster than your mouth? Is it just like, random thoughts? Like, trying to just figure out, like, okay, what is it? Other than that, that's what I remember him asking.
Did he give you any further information about the voices he was hearing?
Not that I know of.
So after you asked these clarifying questions, you didn't receive any additional information, did you give him any advice?
Yes. Initially, I told him that the UC Davis Med Center for Students does offer free checkups, at least to my knowledge. And so I suggested that he go get just a checkup. It's free, so.
Do you recall anything else about that conversation?
He said, actually, I don't think he said anything after that. He just kind of just stopped.
Let's fast forward to when he's now moved in with you.
Okay.
Did you have any further conversation with him after he's moved in with you relating to hearing voices?
No.
Did you have a incident with Mr. Reales Dominguez when you're at the Hawthorne residence where he said something to the effect of, did you say something or did you hear that, and there had not been any sound? Do you recall that?
Yes.
What do you recall happened?
I don't think anything really specific happened. Most of us were just kind of caught off guard. Just say, no, nothing. It's like, you sure? You okay, man? And just simple conversation, just check in with them. But other than
Let's
that.
break it down. This was at the Hawthorne residence?
Yes, sir.
If you recall, where at the Hawthorne residence was this? What room?
Most likely the kitchen, just when he's making something to eat.
And don't guess, but who do you recall being in the kitchen at that time? Beyond you and Mr. Reales Dominguez.
Oh, it was just us. I was just passing through to go to the bathroom.
And as you were passing through to go to the bathroom, what did you hear him say?
Just something along the lines of, you hear something, or pretty much kind of something like that, so.
And had you heard anything?
No.
What happened then?
Just I think it was a couple of times he just looked around, but kind of just refocused on what he was working on, so.
Describe what you meant, he looked around.
Just, kind of maybe a little bewildered. It was like, oh, is there something on the left or right of me? But just trying to see if there's anything, but I don't think he saw anything.
Was there anything there that you saw?
No.
Other than you and Mr. Dominguez?
No.
Now, did you share a bathroom with Mr. Dominguez?
Yes.
Once again, I'm focused on what you personally observed, not what others told you. At some point, did you observe the bathroom, the toilet get broken?
No.
Did you ever personally observe the toilet after it was broken?
Yes.
Did you observe the toilet before it was replaced?
Yes.
Describe what you saw in terms of the damage to the toilet.
So the toilet had, at least what I remember was, I think the top lid, at least for the tank, was shattered for it. We had a coat, a little towel hanger right above it as well, that was ripped off, and I think that's all I remember of it, of at least the toilet area.
Did you play any role in replacing the toilet, or did someone else take care of that?
I replaced the toilet.
Okay. Did you actually install the toilet yourself?
Yes, sir.
Did you already have experience installing toilets, or was this your first?
I've had multiple experiences swapping out toilets.
Okay. Do you recall when you replaced the toilet?
I don't have the exact date, but it would be around the month we were, a month before we moved out, so.
The month before you?
At least when me, Mark, and the rest of the house moved out from Hawthorne Lane.
Also, the toilet was replaced, let me back up. You recall when Mr. Dominguez was arrested, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Assume he was arrested on May 3rd of 2023. Assume that fact. When did you replace the toilet?
It probably be after Carlos's arrest date. I don't know exactly when, but it will be sometime between May 3rd and after we moved out, before we moved out.
So did the toilet remain broken for some time after Carlos replaced it, after it was broken?
Yes.
Do you recall when you observed the toilet first being broken?
After he came out the bathroom from it. I don't remember the exact date of it.
In relation to, was it before winter break of 2022, or was it after winter break, which would be the beginning of the winter quarter of January 2023? If you recall.
I don't recall.
Did you said you didn't observe the toilet get broken. Did you hear the toilet get broken?
Yes.
Okay. Where were you at?
In the living room.
Was anyone else in the house at that time?
I think Mark, but I'm not too sure about it.
What did you hear?
I heard ceramics shattering. I heard metal falling onto the floor. Other than that, just mostly just loud noises. So.
What did you do then?
We were just kind of, at least me, we were just kind of just sitting on the couch, just trying to not really do anything. I was more worried about my own safety at that point, just trying not to cause anything bigger. So we just waited, and then once Carlos came out the bathroom, I went in to check and
stop you there. Did you see Carlos come out of the bathroom, or did you just hear him come out?
I heard him come out the bathroom.
Were you able to observe him with your eyes when he came out of the bathroom?
No.
Were you able to hear where he went after he came out of the bathroom?
Yes.
Where did you hear him go?
He went to his room.
Did he close the door?
Yes.
After Carlos, had you heard anything leading up to the smashing of the ceramics?
Like him before he went into the bathroom, or?
Any noises other than him going into the bathroom?
Other than just maybe like verbal frustration, maybe.
I don't want you to speculate.
Oh, no, I don't think I heard anything else then.
So when you went After you hear him go into his room, what did you do?
I checked up on the bathroom, saw the damage, and just try to see what we could fix on it. So,
Did you personally ever have a conversation with Mr. Reales Dominguez about what happened in the bathroom?
no.
Did the roommates discuss, and this is a yes or no response, did the roommates discuss this issue among themselves?
Yes.
Excluding Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
At some point, did you and your housemates have a meeting? So this would be you, Mr. Ortega, and Mr. Capito, when you discussed your concern that Mr. Reales Dominguez was mentally ill?
Could you restate the question?
Okay. Sir, at some point when Carlos Reales Dominguez was living with you, did you have a meeting with your other roommates in which you discussed your concern that Mr. Reales Dominguez was mentally ill?
I wouldn't really say like a full-on meeting, but maybe more a conversation.
Did you and your other roommates have a conversation where you discussed your concern that Mr. Reales Dominguez was mentally ill?
Yes.
When did that conversation take place?
Probably maybe 6 or 7 months in.
So it would have been sometime after winter break of 2022?
Yes, that's what I remember of.
During that meetings, did all the roommates express their concerns and their observations about what they'd observed Mr. Reales Dominguez do?
Yes.
All for hearsay.
Overruled.
And did you express what you had observed?
Yes.
Sir, at the time of that meeting, had you ever heard of schizophrenia before?
Yes.
Although you're not, do you have any psychiatric or psychology formal training?
No.
Okay. Did you have some understanding of some symptoms of schizophrenia?
Yes.
At that point, did you have a concern that Mr. Reales Dominguez may have schizophrenia?
Objection, foundation, alternate person.
Overruled as a lay opinion. Go ahead.
Could you restate the question, please?
At the time of this meeting, based on what you had observed and what your roommates had explained to you, did you have a concern that Mr. Reales Dominguez may have schizophrenia?
Yes.
And was this something the roommates discussed among each other?
Yes.
Did the roommates come to an agreement as what, if anything, you would do?
I don't think so.
Was there ever a discussion as to whether one of the roommates should reach out to Carlos and try to talk to him?
Yes.
Okay. Was there an agreement on which roommate would do that?
No.
Sir, do you recall any of the roommates suggesting that you should be the person who does that?
I don't think it was more like just one person would do it. It was just kind of in separate cases, like throughout the when we were just living with them. If someone was at maybe maybe a little more connection to something that maybe what we thought Carlos was going through, maybe a different person would try to talk to him, or other if we were just who was more available at the time as well. So.
At this conversation, it's you, Mr. Capito, and Mr. Ortega.
Yes.
Did you or the other two, did anyone volunteer to say, I'll be the one who tries to talk to him?
Sid, I do remember Sid saying spending more time with them. I don't really remember if we directly said one of us should be pinpointing someone.
Now, was Sid at this meeting when you initially discussed this, or was it just a housemates?
I think Sid was in for for a few of our conversations.
Objection, lack of personal knowledge to the specific event.
Yeah, assisting. Sure.
That's right.
Granted. Go ahead.
So I'm focusing on the conversation that was you and your Mark and Mr. Ortega. Were there other conversations that you guys had talking about your concern about Carlos's potentially having a mental illness?
Yes. Yes.
Did you, at any point after that first conversation, did you ever personally try to reach out to Mr. Dominguez and discuss your concern that he may have schizophrenia?
Yes.
When was that?
The first time in the Jack in the Box parking lot.
But that was back in sophomore fall.
Yes.
Let's fast forward to, and you gave him advice at that point. I want to focus on, now we're in the winter of 2023.
Okay.
After you've had the meeting where you discussed your concern that he may have schizophrenia. After that, did you ever reach out to Mr. Dominguez?
Yes.
Okay, what did you do?
I told him that Davis does offer free medical examinations basically at the student center. So I told him you should check it out also. So.
How did he respond?
He didn't. There was no reply for it at that point.
And was that the last conversation you had with him about that?
Pretty much about it.
Sir, at some point, do you know a woman by the name of Kaylee Gallardo?
Yes.
How do you know Ms. Gallardo?
She was Carlos's boyfriend. Carlos's girlfriend. And I met with her sometimes. So.
At some point, sir, around February 6th of 2023, did Ms. Gallardo reach out to you regarding Carlos?
I think so.
What do you recall happening?
She sent me a text. I don't remember what exactly it said, but I think it said something along the line about checking in with Carlos, basically. Like, can you see him? Something.
Did she tell you why she was reaching out to you?
No, but.
What did you do in response to receiving Ms. Gallardo's text?
I went to check up on Carlos.
What do you remember doing?
I think he was in his room. He was just crying, not having a good time. So I went to talk with him, just try to see what was going on with him. So
wait, you said he was crying when you walked into his room?
Yeah. At least when I remember, Carlos was in his room with Kaylee, and he was just crying.
I'm not asking about, that may be a separate incident. I'm asking about when Kaylee Gallardo sent you the text message asking you to check on Carlos. Do you remember that?
No.
Okay. Do you remember Kaylee ever reaching out to you and telling you that Carlos's brother and sister had texted her that they could not get a hold of him and she wanted you to check on him? Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you now recall that incident?
Yes.
All right. Did Kaylee contact you by phone or text?
Through text.
When you got that message, what did you do?
I went to check up on Carlos.
Okay. And I don't want you to guess, but do you remember what you observed on that incident when you went to check on him?
I just knocked on his door just to see he was in his room. After that, he let me know that he was there, but there was no response. So
How did he let you know that he was there?
he just slid his door open and just talked. He was like, "Hey, your siblings are asking me to check up on you," and stuff like that. So.
And what did he respond at all?
No.
No words?
No words.
And what did he do then?
He was like, kind of gave it. If I remember, he gave a shrug and just closed the door.
So I'd like to show you, I'm not going to publish this, but what's been marked defense exhibits R and S. There's a phone number beginning listed on the bottom of these text messages, you get the 970 area code. Take a look at that phone number and let me know if you don't say the phone number, but do you recognize that phone number?
Yes, sir.
And whose phone number is that?
It is mine.
And was that your phone number in February of 2023?
Yes, sir.
Is it still your phone number today?
Yes, sir.
I have nothing further. Thank you, Mr. Hahn.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. Mr. DeMora, cross-exam?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Hahn.
Morning.
Now, Mr. Hahn, when focusing on your time that you and Mr. Dominguez lived together at Hawthorne, so when he moves in summer of 2022 to when he was arrested on May 3rd of 2023. So we're going to focus on this time frame. Now, when he had moved in, you had already known him for roughly about 2 years at that point, correct?
Yes, sir.
And during those 2 years, prior to him moving into Hawthorne, he had only mentioned or asked about hearing voices on that one occasion that you can recall, correct?
Yes.
And that was at the Jack in the Box in Davis.
Yes.
And when he asked you about hearing voices, and you responded to him, that sort of ended the conversation, correct?
Yes.
And at no point when he asked you this question did he attack you or physically or verbally, right?
No.
And so moving forward to the summer of 2022, when he moves into Hawthorne with you, he was still enrolled at UC Davis at that time, correct?
I believe so.
And you knew him to be enrolled, or you believed him to be enrolled at UC Davis because he would come and go during the daytime like any other, or like the other roommates when they would go to class.
Actually, foundation.
Yeah, lay a foundation system.
Did you see Mr. Dominguez leave during the daytime and appear to go in the direction of UC Davis campus?
I saw him leave the house, but I did not see him leave in the direction towards Davis. So.
Did you ever see him with like textbooks and things like that in his room?
Yes.
And textbooks, based on your personal experience with UC Davis, means you're a student, right?
At least like having Davis textbooks, or like, I mean, yes, I would assume so.
I mean, let me ask you this, Mr. Hahn. You don't go out and buy just school textbooks just for fun, right?
No.
You don't know most people to go out and be like, hey, let me go get like an OChem book or something like that for fun, right?
No.
So, based on what you saw, reasonable to believe that Mr. Dominguez was still enrolled at UC Davis at that point.
Yes.
And so, you guys were, you consider yourself friends up till the 2022-2023 school year, correct?
Yes.
And you would describe that as you, Mr. Dominguez, were good, correct?
Yes.
And good meaning you're friends, you get along, right?
Yes.
Now, about 5 months or so before he was arrested, you would say that you were no longer good with Mr. Dominguez, correct?
Yes.
And you were no longer good with him, meaning you were no longer friends, right?
Just more like we just couldn't communicate. Carlos just stopped talking at that point, so it was just hard to kind of have any connection at that point. So.
Okay, and he had stopped talking because there was an incident between the two of you, right?
Yes.
Speculation is the reason he stopped talking.
No, he can give his opinion. Okay. Overall.
All right, and this incident that took place, it was around winter break 2022?
I believe so.
And during that incident, you and Mr. Dominguez, you guys had been joking around a little bit, right?
Like during the winter break?
During the specific incident where you guys were no longer good.
I don't remember if we were joking at that day, or I don't. Yeah.
Let me ask a follow-up question. You and Mr. Dominguez got into a physical fight at one point, right?
Yes.
And you remember that fight?
Yes.
And that fight started out with the two of you kind of joking, correct?
Yes.
And at some point, while you two were joking, it became physical, correct?
It didn't initially start between me and Carlos. It started off with someone else.
Who did it start off with?
If I remember properly, I think Mark and Sid were there, but I was out in the kitchen grabbing something to drink.
Okay, but eventually you were there with Mr. Dominguez.
Yes.
And at some point, the two of you started shoving each other, correct?
Yeah.
Who shoved who first?
I don't remember.
When you approached, or when you ended up, were you in a room or were you in a common area of the house?
It was the common area.
When you ended up in that, and this is at Hawthorne, correct?
Yes.
When you ended up in that common area with Mr. Dominguez, did you arrive there upset with him?
No.
You didn't arrive there ready to shove him or push him, correct?
No.
Right. So, based on your recollection, did you approach Mr. Dominguez calmly?
Yes.
When you approached Mr. Dominguez, was he already irritated or agitated?
When I came up to Carlos at that point, Carlos was already in a scuffle with, I think, Mark and Sid at that point, and so I was just trying to break it up, and so, but that then things just evolved, and eventually our scuffle happened. So.
Okay, so you get there's a scuffle, and when you say a scuffle, you mean that there's some physical contact, hands are on each other, right?
Yes.
And you said it was Mark and
Sid
were there. Did it appear to you that they were trying to restrain Mr. Dominguez?
Yes.
And so when I say restrain, was Mr. Dominguez, did he appear angry or upset?
Yes.
Was he saying anything that you could hear directed at Sid and Mark?
Not that I recall.
Was this at a party or was this just amongst roommates?
Just amongst roommates.
And so you get there and you go to assist Mark and Sid, correct?
I was trying to break up the fight.
Right. So, but you're trying to make sure that everyone's separated.
Yes.
And so at some point when you're trying to separate everyone in this, Mr. Dominguez starts shoving you, correct?
Yes.
And you weren't there to shove him or push him or anything like that, right?
No.
And so at some point, as you're trying to break this up and you're trying to separate Mr. Dominguez and everyone, he starts swinging and throwing punches, right?
Yes.
And did any of those punches, were they thrown in your direction?
I think they're just kind of wild.
It's kind of like, wailing, like just throwing.
Yeah, just kind of like haymakers, just anywhere, any direction.
Saying haymakers, we're talking about a specific punch where your fists are closed and you're going like over the top of your head.
I don't remember like any of the strikes, but like I remember it was just kind of just wild. So.
Okay. But specifically, you know what a haymaker punch is?
Yes.
Right. And so describe what a haymaker is.
It's just a long, winding side punch. So.
Okay. And you're with your right hand, you were taking your arm back and coming forward with a closed fist.
I mean, you don't have to take it back, but it's just a wide motion. So.
Okay, wide motion off to the side of your body.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the yes?
As like the definition of a haymaker, or like.
Oh, no, you just said mm-hmm, and I was just asking.
Oh yeah, just for you.
All right, so at some point, everyone goes to their corners and is separated, right?
Yes.
And so during this incident, or after this incident, that's when Mr. Dominguez and you stopped really communicating in a way that you had prior, correct?
Yes.
And so the way you perceive that and his change in demeanor afterwards, you perceive that as meaning that right then and there, after this incident, he no longer wanted to have the same relationship with you.
Could you repeat that? Sorry, my phone was going off.
And so, from what you perceived after this incident, after this fight, when Mr. Reales Dominguez's behavior changed towards you, you believe that to mean that he had decided that he no longer wanted to be the same type of friends you were before.
Objection, speculation.
Not initially.
But eventually that's what you determined?
Eventually just kind of became that way.
Because prior to that scuffle or fight, the two of you were good, right?
Yes, sir.
And as soon as that happens, afterwards, the relationship changes between the two of you, correct?
Yes.
And he never told you why?
Like why the relationship changed, or?
Correct.
Yes.
And he never told you why that scuffle and that fight happened, right?
Yes.
And you didn't know what he was thinking at the time when you were trying to intervene, right?
Yes.
So, but afterwards, after this scuffle, is that when you observed the toilet having been broken?
Like, did I personally observe the toilet break at that moment, or?
Let me phrase it this way. Scuffle happens around winter break in 2022. Do you see the toilet after that? The broken toilet after that?
Yes.
Okay, so that comes second. That comes second?
Afterwards?
Yes.
Yes.
So, about the toilet incident. How much time had passed between the fight where Mr. Reales Dominguez is separated and you believe he breaks the toilet?
I don't know the exact time, but it was within the same evening.
He broke the toilet the same day as the fight?
Yes.
Okay, so let's go through this for a second. Fight happens around what time?
I think around maybe 6 or 7. It was dark, so.
PM?
Yes.
So, Mr. Reales Dominguez goes in his room at some point after the fight.
No, after the fight, but he went to the bathroom first.
He goes to the bathroom first. You guys meaning you, Sid, and Mark or Christian, sorry. Mark. Go into a different room. Is that correct?
Yeah, we just stayed in the common area.
Okay, stayed in the common area. When Mr. Reales Dominguez goes into the bathroom, is that when you hear the smashing of the toilet as you described?
Yes.
All right, so it's like one right after the other.
Yes.
And so, after he smashes the toilet, and you knew it was him because he was the only other person in the house, correct?
Oh, no. Me, Mark, and Sid were still at the house, inside the
Right,
house.
other than you, Mark, and Sid were together, correct?
Yes.
So, other than the three of you together, Mr. Reales Dominguez was the only one in the house.
Yes.
And so, because you saw him go into the bathroom, and you heard the ceramic and the metal and things like that, you believed that it was him who was smashing it.
Yes.
And after he smashed it, he went into his room.
Yes.
Now, at the time that this happened, you knew Carlos was having a couple of financial difficulties, correct?
Protection Foundation.
Could you repeat that?
Was he struggling with finances around this time?
Yes.
And as part of these meetings that you were having with your roommates, where, as the defense brought up, you were discussing things like mental health and things like that, did you also discuss rent?
Me personally, no, but I think Christian did bring it up as well. So,
To your knowledge, was Mr. Dominguez falling behind on rent?
Objection foundation.
Sustain that.
But at the time, at least you knew that he was struggling with finances.
yes,
And you had known at this point that he had broken up with his girlfriend, Kimberlee Guillory, correct?
which point?
In winter break of 2022, going into 2023.
I don't know if, I don't remember if I know if they were broken up or not at that moment.
But she wasn't coming around the house.
No.
Now, where was you? I'm going to show you actually People's 69. May I approach?
Okay.
I'm sure you People's 69. And Mr. Hahn, do you recognize that as a sketch of 762 Hawthorne?
Yes.
And is that, from what you remember about 762 Hawthorne, a fair and accurate depiction of that residence as it existed when you lived there back in 2022 and 2023?
Yes.
All right, and looking at the second page, sorry, I forgot to tell you there was a second page on there. Does that look like the upstairs area of Hawthorne?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Okay.
All right, Mr. Hahn, I think there's a laser pointer right there. Yep. Right, if you could, with that laser pointer, can you point to where your room was at 762 Hawthorne?
My room was bedroom 1.
Okay. And so it says bedroom 1, and then underneath that says room B. Where was Mr. Dominguez's bedroom?
Bedroom 2.
Okay. And then where was the bathroom that the two of you shared?
Right in between.
Now, who was in bedroom 3?
Mark was in bedroom 3.
And Mark used that same bathroom, bathroom 1?
Yes.
When, I want to step back to the fight where Mr. Dominguez had to be separated, where did that take place?
It was in the living room, right around this area.
Okay, so living room, room A. And then afterwards, you, Mark, and Sid stayed in there.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, going into winter quarter 2023, and Mr. Dominguez stayed in the house with you and the other roommates, correct?
Yes.
And during this time, there wasn't a whole lot of communication between you, the other roommates, and Mr. Dominguez, correct?
Yes.
But at times, you were able to observe him moving around the house.
Yes.
And so, you said he spent most of his time in his room, correct?
Yes.
But he would come out into the common areas like the kitchen in the living room, correct?
Primarily the kitchen.
Primarily the kitchen to make food,
Yes.
right? You saw him make food?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes. Sorry.
Sorry, it's okay. Everyone's doing it. So, and then would he eat in his room?
Yes. Yeah. What do you know?
So, around February of 2023, you get this text message from Kimberlee Guillory, and you have to go, or you don't have to go, but you go and knock on Mr. Dominguez's door, correct?
Yes.
And he, in fact, opens the door for you, and you tell him that his siblings are worried about him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And so his response is, he kind of shrugs his shoulders at you, right?
Yes.
And does he say anything?
No.
But that shrugging of the shoulders, you would take that as an acknowledgement of, like, he heard what you were saying.
Yes.
And a shrugging of the shoulders, you know that to be disregard, kind of like you brush off what someone's saying, right?
Yes.
And then he closes his door, and that's the end of that conversation, correct?
Yes.
And so during this time, winter quarter of 2023, given where your room is in relation to Mr. Dominguez, you were able to hear at times when he appeared to be coming and going from the Hawthorne residence, right?
Yes.
And moving from winter quarter 2023 into spring quarter 2023 as well, there were times where you would hear him either leaving the residence or coming to the residence late at night, right?
Yes.
And when I say late at night, I'm talking about when it's dark outside, correct?
Yes.
And sometimes was that after 9 p.m.
Yes.
Sometimes was it after 11 p.m.
Yes.
Sometimes could you either hear him coming or going even in the a.m. hours of the next day, the morning?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Hahn, did you know Mr. Dominguez to carry a knife?
No.
Did you ever see him carry a knife?
No.
Right. Outside of the kitchen, where there were probably utensils, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever see a knife on his person?
No.
Did you know if he ever bought one?
No.
Did you ever engage in social activities where you observed Mr. Dominguez throwing knives?
No.
Did you ever engage or see activities where Mr. Dominguez would carve with a knife?
Like carve?
Like carving a wood?
Oh, no. No.
And so, during your observations, your time with Mr. Dominguez, you didn't know him to carry or use knives or edged weapons, right?
No.
During these times where he had asked you questions about whether you saw things or heard things, you never saw him lash out violently towards you or to things that weren't there, correct?
No.
And in this moment where you had talked about earlier on direct examination, where you and the roommates and Mr. Dominguez are in this room, and he says, "Hey, did you hear that?" Remember that?
Yes.
He didn't go and pull out a knife and like start swinging at something that you guys didn't see, correct?
No.
And he didn't get violent towards anything at that point, right?
No.
And so that was at a time where he was still communicating with you as roommates, right?
It was partially at half. It seemed like kind of like halfway. Like sometimes would be before we stopped communicating, and sometimes would be after we stopped communicating.
Okay.
Let me stop you there. So that's all the time we have. You have some questions, right, some follow-up. So, Mr. Hahn, we're almost done, but we're going to take our midday break, and we're going to resume at 1:30.
At 1:30?
It won't take much longer, but we do have a few more questions for you.
Yes, sir.
So thanks for your patience, and I'll see you at 1:30.
1:30, sir.
Okay, to the jury, enjoy your lunchtime break. Do not discuss the substance of the case. Do not form any opinions, and do not research, and we'll see you back this afternoon. Thank you. Awesome.
right. Newton says his mom and dad are there. Father and mother are there. Yes. For those coming in, we decided to name Skelekitty after Ember. We're going to honor the victims in this story. As sad as it is, but his little head tilts too. His little head tilts. He's like, Oh, so sad. Anyway. All right, let's get to recap here. All right, so coming out of the break, the morning break, the shortest testimony in the history of trials, Detective Derek Russell came on, and basically he just said the body cam that he was took part of was 11:51 on May 1st. So that would be 11:51 p.m. And that was it. Then he's on and off. So then we're hearing, currently we're listening, watching, hearing from Philip Hahn. He's a roommate of Carlos. We've heard a lot of him. Mark talked a lot about him. I think Kaylee did too. And Nathan, yeah. So we've heard a lot. We've heard Philip's name before. So he is a cook and he's training to be a sous chef. He attended UC Davis from 2015 to 2016. Then he took a break. Then he came back in 2020. He's part of the fraternity XPO. He talked about Notre Dame. Then he talked about Hawthorne, Notre Dame being a residence, not the church, and then Hawthorne Lane. He talks about Mark, Christian, Sid, we know about, but then he brought in a Timmy and an Aiden. Didn't hear their names before. He met Carlos the summer of 2020, which was Carlos's freshman year. He met him at a social party with mutual contacts. Nathan brought Carlos. He talked about the song and dance routine. He didn't do one because as the line, meaning the rushes, the pledges got shorter and shorter, he didn't have to do one. He didn't have to do a song and dance. But he talked about the Skittles commercial, Cookies and Cream. So I guess they were going to do that one, or they were going to, but I guess they ended up not doing it. So he and Carlos got the offer at the same time, and they became housemates. Sid was moving out, and the room was offered to Carlos, and he moved in. He knew about Carlos hearing voices in the fall of 2021, which would have been his freshman year, meaning Carlos. Carlos actually talked to him about it. Carlos asked him about whether he heard voices in your head. This would have been, they had just gone to Jack in the Box, and they were in the car eating, and Carlos talked to him about that. At that time, he advised Carlos to go to the med school because they offer free checkups. The med students, the med school, take advantage of that, right? Same with dental. You could take advantage of those kind of things. Then another time in the house, he said Carlos was in the kitchen and he was just passing through, going to the bathroom. And Carlos says, "Did you hear something?" And he said he looked around. He seemed bewildered. And again, he said, "Go seek some help." He shared a bathroom with Carlos. He saw the toilet after it was broken. So he said the tank was shattered and the towel hanger above it was ripped off. He's the one that replaced it and replaced the toilet, and he installed it as well. He was in the living room and he heard ceramic shatter and the metal falling onto the floor. He said Carlos came out and went to his bedroom. He went into the bathroom to see what happened, and that's when he saw that. He did not have a conversation with Carlos about that. The roommates talked about it. This was what Mark said as well. They did not have a full-on meeting about Carlos and his mental illnesses. He just, they just said it would be small talks here and there about like, hey, what do you think about this guy? Yeah, Carlos maybe have some problems, blah, 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 that kind of stuff. He said it was about 6 to 7 months into the winter session. He said he had heard of schizophrenia before and he had some understanding of the signs of it. He had a concern Carlos may have had schizophrenia. and they discussed it amongst themselves. They did talk about someone should talk to Carlos, but nobody was specifically chosen. Sid spent more time with Carlos, but no one directly said, hey, I'll talk to him, Jack in the Box parking lot, he had a concern. That's when he gave him advice. Winter of 2023, he reached out to Carlos and told him about this free medical examination. He knows Kaylee. He knows that Kaylee was Carlos's girlfriend. He knows about. He remembers Kaylee texting him and saying, "Hey, the siblings are concerned about Carlos. Can you go check in on him?" He said he knocked on the door, and Carlos slid the door open, and there was a very brief conversation. So basically, he said, "Hey, your siblings are checking up on you." Carlos just gave a shrug and closed the door. So then Cross came up. Carlos didn't attack him after talking at Jack in the Box. They stopped talking after this fight. So apparently, so this fight started out with them joking, and then they started shoving each other, but he doesn't remember who started it. So it's really weird because he says they were joking and they just started shoving each other, but then he says Mark and Sid and Carlos were in a scuffle. So maybe they were just all kind of hanging out, just joking, laughing, and then Mark and Sid and Carlos got in a scuffle, and then he jumped in trying to separate it. Now here's where he said Carlos went into the bathroom, and that's when he hears the smashing of the toilet. So I thought he was just randomly hanging out and Carlos just went in and decided to smash the toilet. But no, he had gotten in a fight and he had anger issues, and he released the anger by smashing the toilet. That's now what I'm getting. So, sometimes you get so angry that, you got to release it, like what's the, isn't there a superhero or something like that? The Thing or something like that, the Hulk, right? So he had Flame On. Yeah, I have all this anger, and he shoots it at a water or something like that. So he had all this anger. So I thought they were just hanging out, and then he went and got smashed the toilet, but apparently not. Apparently he got in this fight, went into the bathroom, smashed the toilet. Then rent was brought up. He knew Carlos was struggling with finances. He heard Carlos coming and going well into the night, including early mornings. He never saw Carlos use or carry a knife outside the kitchen, and he never knew about Carlos buying any knives or throwing knives or carving any trees. So I bet you, if you lived with this guy and then this happened, oh my God, you'd be like, holy crap, he could have totally gutted me in the middle of the night. Right. Hulk smash. Exactly. You have a family member with OCPD, it's quite different with OCD and often gets confused with it. I don't know what any of those are. 1:30 Pacific, 4:30 our time. Hey, Selena, good to see you. Here, let me put the scroll on. We are at lunch. Here, I come back here. We're at lunch. There. We're at lunch till 4:30 Eastern. Nope. Everybody's like, yep. Christine, yep. They are at lunch. Lunchy lunch. Hey, Sherry, finally made it before 3:30. Yes, well, they're at lunch. So let me put myself up here. They're at lunch. So good to see you. And Psychosaurus Rex, thank you for joining us. I know you're in the middle of classes, I think you said. You have some classes now, so appreciate you. Appreciate you coming in. Deanna May, you have anxiety disorders. Fowler has been diagnosed with ADHD and OCD. I love remembering Ember this way. I know. Fall 2021 would be the start of his sophomore year. That is correct, since he started fall of 2020. Oh, what's Newton saying? Newton's there, right? Newton, are you there? Okay, yeah, father and mother are there today. The mother left early. What? So we know the father. We have, we could still hear from the mother. Psychosaurus, yes, just doing an annual forensic training, integrated violence, risk, and psychopathy. Psychopathy. Hey, Dawn, yep, God bless the victims. Hey, Curviel, hello to you. Wow, no Karen until Tuesday. Damn. That works out well for Scott then. I know he's taken off, right, for the weekend. Yep, that's why, All right. Well, good. Then you guys can join us. No Karen Reed, then join us here. It's getting really good. I think the defense has pulled up, to me, the more interesting, on a whole, the more interesting witnesses. Now, the state had Karim's mom. That was pretty sad. And they also had David's sister. That was pretty sad. But on a whole, I think the last 2 days, and now we're into our third day, I think I personally appreciate hearing from his father and his sister, and then all of his friends and his girlfriend, right? I mean, they're really giving us a full picture of who this guy was. You know, he was on this downward spiral. His girlfriend, you know, dumps him for another girl. He gets kicked out of school. But he was already having problems before that. You know, he stops going to work, finances. You know, I mean, his world is just closing in around him. So I think Capri Law, I think she said, hey, you guys. wait. Hey, you guys. Nice. I love it. Thank you, Gloria. And Curviel saying hello as well. Yes. Yeah, I watched this morning. I called in on Scott. I talked to him about doing an experiment. He's doing the taillight experiment, breaking the taillight, and I called in and said, do the ragdoll. Throw a ragdoll 30 feet and see how it lands. It's not going to land perfectly, you know, on its back with its arms to its side, but don't get me excited. Don't get me started on that. That's just defies logic, defies physics. I'm so over the Commonwealth, to be quite honest. Yeah, Curviel, no worries, man. So, I think, okay, so I'm glad you guys are going to be with us, because I think the defense is really giving us a really good sense of who Carlos is. If you missed yesterday and the day before, so days 11 and 12, definitely check them out, because his father was on day 11, his sister, and his girlfriend. I mean, those three alone, that was a blockbuster day. Dad, sister, and ex-girlfriend. They were all on day 11. So if you haven't seen that, definitely go check that out. And then yesterday was good, because we heard from two of his friends, and then a coworker, and then we heard from a detective, and then we also heard from the woman who actually made the decision ultimately to kick him out. So I thought day 11 as a whole, I thought was good. So again, if you haven't been watching this trial, I'd say go do that if you want to find out about the defense. If you want to find out about the prosecution, definitely go listen to Karim's mom. She was Nadine, she was day 4. And then right out of the gates, we had David's sister, Maria. So she was day 1. She was witness number 1. So she came right out of the gates. Dr. Massey, he was pretty good, and he was day 2. He's the one that heard Karim screaming for help, and then went to go help him. So he was pretty good too. So anyway, I would say, yeah, if you want to catch up on the defense side, we're only day 3 into it. So definitely those 2 days, at least day 11. That's Dad, his father, his sister, and his ex-girlfriend. So all right, Curviel, yep. Glad you'll be here, be able to chill, get caught up on this. Awesome. Selena, what is everybody's thoughts about this case? Well, he's guilty. He's already said he's guilty, so that's not in question. It's more, was he insane or not? Was it guilty by reason of insanity or not? We will be in court. We will be in court tomorrow and Friday. Not Monday because it's Memorial Day, so it's a federal holiday. But they will be in court tomorrow, which will be Thursday, and then Friday. They start 12:30 and end at 7:30. That's East Coast. If you're on the West Coast, that would be 9:30 to 4:30. And we've had in court reporters. Deanna May, she's been in the court. She called in a couple times. We have let's see. Oh my goodness, because I'm not I'm sorry. Who is? We have somebody in there right now, right? Don't we? Who's in there right now, you guys? I can't scroll back. Oh, yeah, Newton. So we have Newton there. Newton Ward is in there as well. So haven't heard that yet, widespread. That was last Friday. This Friday, he hasn't said anything. About this Friday, he hasn't said anything yet about that. So, Selena, if you missed day 11, I would go back and watch day 11. That to me was a little bit better. Yesterday was good. Yesterday was good because we did hear from his friends. We heard from his friends and his roommates. Actually, we heard from his best friend, Nathan. They jumped off a bridge together. So they bonded over that. Well, they bonded over football, but they jumped off a high bridge together. So they've done stuff, that kind of stuff. No, seriously, Deanna, that's the actual cameraman is Newton? Oh man, I didn't know that. No, Newton is Wally. Okay, I saw you guys kind of talking about that. I didn't get it. I didn't get the connection. Awesome. Oh, that is so cool. That is so cool. Very cool. Thank you for letting me know that. All right. Yes, I know Deanna May goes in. Yes, and yes, I know. Didn't I say that? I thought I said that. Okay. Yes, Gloria, go back. Day 11. Day 11 is, if you want to pick up on the defense and what they're saying, go back to day 11. That was a good day. For the defense, meaning it was his dad, his sister, and then his ex-girlfriend. So, all right. So, Newton Ward. I got to write that name down because I'm not. Let me just write down Newton Ward. All right, Newton Ward. Newton Ward is Wally. I love it. That is so cool. I love it. Wally, Eva, and you're Eva. We have Eva and we have Wally. Oh, said it after I typed it. Gotcha. Well, you know the delay, Father. Right? There's always that doggone delay. Shakes his fist at the delay. All right, guys. Newton isn't upset at anything that may have been said when we were here. Newton isn't upset at anything that may have been said when we were here. Okay. Joe. Hey, how you doing? Well, Joe, we continue to hear from Mark, who is the fraternity roommate, and then we're in the middle of listening to Philip, who is also part of the fraternity. So you missed about Carlos smashing a toilet. You missed about they got in a fight. Carlos was in a scuffle with some of the housemates, including Mark, and then Philip. Punches were thrown, but not a big deal. Carlos went in and smashed the toilet. Philip talked to Carlos a couple times about. Carlos talked to him about hearing voices, and his friend Philip said, "Hey, there's a free, the med school. Go. It's free. Go get checked out." So that's kind of where we are with it, and then we're at lunch. So. And we found out that we know the cameraman. His name is Newton Ward. He's Wally. That's the other big news. Oh, Joe, the huge Joe, huge. We have decided to name, we found out the fate of Ember the cat. So we have decided to name this little guy. We're going to honor Ember, and we're going to name this little guy Ember. So that's truly the big news. So So I think that's about it. Just letting things get caught up because there's a delay. I took Ember as a male. I think Ember was a male, but I think Amber would be a female. I took Ember as a male, but I don't know. Yeah, it was sad. It was really sad. He got hit by a car. Yeah, got hit by a car. It could be. I mean, I'm not. Who cares? It could be a female. It could be a male. To me, it's just just a spirit. So Ember is whatever you want it to be. Yep, be whatever you want it to be. So I know it's so sad. As soon as I heard that Ember got hit by a car and died, I was like, no. And then we're in the middle of doing a poll and, picking a name for the cat. And I was just like, oh, how could we call this thing something other than Ember? There's just no other way. So I think so too. I heard that as well, but that's why I went with male, but I really don't care. Psychosaurus Ember is such a good name also because it will be purchased by a fireplace. That's right. So, all right, guys, I'm going to go grab some lunch, walk around a little bit. So enjoy your lunch, enjoy your break, your dinner, whatever it is that you guys are going to do. And I will be back. They start in an hour and 5 minutes or so. So I'll be back around quarter after. So about 45 minutes. So have a good one, and I'll play some music for you guys for your listening pleasure. Some music for your listening pleasure. All right, see you guys in a bit.
thought you meant well, but you savage as hell. Telling me things we both know you regret. The hill should've told me about her before you sucked me in. You thought we could be cool for the summer.
Mira, me siento el calor de tu mira. Cuando estás acá estoy tranquila y no me importa nada. Fuego, yo siento contigo un fuego. Me mata el olor de tu cuerpo. Aquí mi amor, somos el amor, el mundo se paró. Solo esta pasión. Me siento el calor de tu mira. Cuando estás acá estoy tranquila y no me importa nada. Fuego, yo siento contigo un fuego. Me mata el olor de tu cuerpo y no me importa nada. Mira, me siento el calor de tu mira. Cuando estás acá estoy tranquila y no me importa nada. Fuego, yo siento contigo un fuego. Me mata el olor de tu cuerpo. Aquí mi amor, somos el amor, el mundo se paró. Solo esta pasión.
nothing left to get back home to, so take the first bus in the station. Everywhere is nowhere to lost souls. Let's get lost by intention, where the world has protection, where the waves hit the sand. Bodies in the sun, scattered lips, arms and pebbles, sinking slowly as the mud at the bottom of the ocean. We're all light and emotion, drifting without a sound. Me and Marianne are walking to her room, through lonely streets at night under blood cherry moon, till we hit the ground. Lay upon a shallow part of the dreams, late in the morning, smell of coffee and of silent fiends slowly are morphing. The recollections of drowning in each other's arms. Me and Marianne are walking to her room, through those lonely streets at night under blood cherry moon, till we hit the ground.
And welcome back to our continuing coverage of California versus Carlos Dominguez. How's everybody's lunch, break, dinner, whatever it is you guys do at lunch, dancing? Hey, Birdie, how are you? We're doing well. A therapist, doesn't even care that she's on the dance floor by herself. So while we were away, therapist was cutting the rug. Kathy Davis, Walmart lied. Didn't have what I called about. Ooh, Amazon takes too many days, and I like to shop in person for what I need. I'll have to jerry-rig something to work. Oh, that stinks. How dare they? Hey, Jill and Brian, how are you? You're behind 3 hours, but yes, please, name after Ember. I know. Well, we have to. We have to honor little Ember. So yes. Yes, don't worry, we will go ahead and we will do that. Fire up old Sparky. Deanime, your dog has bad gas. He won't stop following you. That's funny. What gave him gas? He must have eaten something. Did he get something in the garbage or outside or snag something you were eating that he's not supposed to be eating? All right, Jill and Brian going back to lurking. Sounds good. Oh, we think his medicine? Oh, poor little guy. Is he small dog, big dog, medium dog? What kind of dog do you have? What kind of a little pup do you have? Oh, got the old snip. Yeah, we got to do Rafa. We have to do Rafa and Polly. Well, we're going to do Polly probably, we're thinking like a month after she gives birth. So she'll nurse for about a month. We looked it up, or we watched a couple channels, and they said, yes, you can have a nursing mother fixed. So we're going to give her about a month, and then we're going to go ahead and get her fixed, because we do not want to have, more little guys running around. One litter is enough. Jamie, still find that in really bad taste. Jokes about Ember sitting beside a fire. I guess I don't understand the humor in here. We're not trying to be funny, Jamie. Trust me, and just the fire just happens to be, that's just a coincidence. But there's no humor. It's more just honoring. Because the more I thought about it, we're in the middle of doing this, this pet naming or cat naming ceremony. We're going on, and here we are invested in this little cat, and then we found out that Ember had passed away. It just seemed right. It just seemed right to me. So it's no humor. It wasn't meant to be a joke. It was more a way of just honoring the little cat's name. And the fact that he's by a fireplace, purely coincidental. That had nothing to do with it. All right, Newton says Newton, we do have a rule here. We appreciate your in-court posts, but we also don't want any spoilers. So appreciate you. You are ahead of us, so we do appreciate what you're doing, but just be aware of spoilers. So we do appreciate that. Just be aware of spoilers. I think you're, how far ahead of you? Deanna knows, because she was there. Maybe a minute or so. So while we appreciate your in-court post, just be conscious of spoiler alerts. That's all. And so far you haven't done any. So I'm not saying you have. I'm just saying just be aware. We like to watch things as they happen. Copy that. Cool. appreciate that. Again, you haven't done anything wrong. Everything's cool so far. Just want you to be aware of that. That's all. It's probably more for like verdict. When a verdict comes in, that's when we would appreciate you letting it happen. So, same thing with like being on, oh, here you have 45 seconds. He's just letting us know that the court is about to start. Yeah. No, I know. It's all good. I'm just laying the groundwork. That's all. Jamie, I think it would be different if you named a kitten after him. I'd be so pissed if Ember was my cat and people made a joke of it. Yeah, it's not a joke. I don't know how else to tell you. It's not a joke. I do it in the most sincere, humble way. I'm not viewing it as a joke at all. So, if you are taking it as a joke, that's certainly not my intention. And if others in the chat are taking it as a joke, then that's on them. I'm not taking it as a joke. I'm doing it because I got hit by a serene sense of, why are we having this cat naming contest when here we are talking about Ember, and how else are we going to honor poor little guy? So I'm certainly not taking it as a joke. So if you are, or somebody else is, that's not my intention. So that's where I stand with it. Do with it what you will. Let's see. Honoring your wishes. So let's see. Widespread, I think it's a wonderful way to honor the poor kitty that we were all so concerned about. Therapists should know it is not a joke. Deanna May, no one is making a joke. We are honoring Ember. Yeah, I think we're pretty clear on that. So, yes, Zach, no cat jokes. And it doesn't need to be mentioned again. It's been addressed and clarified. Anything more than that is just asking for trouble, so let's not. Fair enough, yeah. I mean, the issue's been covered, talked about, dissected, discussed. So there we go. You know our position. We know yours. Nothing wrong with cat jokes. Bammy! Gee Willikers, I love the idea of naming the Skelly Cat Ember. Great idea. Thank you. Thank you, Pammy. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. All right, so we are waiting for... Oh, I've got some updates. I got an update for the year anniversary. So we started our channel May 1st of 2024, and we started streaming Chad Daybell. Like we caught like the last 3 or 4 days, and then after he was done, we picked up on Karen Reed. So in honor of that, we are going to have a year anniversary stream, and I've reached out to some people that you know that have said yes. So I'm really excited about that. Broken Baker has confirmed. Florida PI Sam has confirmed. Dr. Rachel, who is one of our mods, and therapist you know, they have both confirmed. Joe Schmo has confirmed. Trial Junkies United has confirmed, and True Crime Addict has confirmed as well. So we're waiting on 3 more people, but right now we've got our list. Our list is growing, so that's going to be May 31st. It's a Saturday. We're going to start at noon Eastern, and we're going to go, I'm thinking we're going to go till about 4, but we'll see. We'll have everybody on for about half hour. You know, I'm sure others will talk longer, but I'm not going to hold anybody that doesn't want to stay more than a half an hour. And it's basically just these are all people that have either been on our show or who support the channel. So yeah, so join us then. It's going to be the 31st, May 31st, Saturday at noon. So it'll be fun. I'm going to reach out to a few more people, so we'll see if we get some more special guests. Brokeback Banker. Yep, you know him. Oh, you know him. And he knows you, Zach. He's told me all about you, Zach. Oh, here, I should probably go back here. Let me get back here. And we can probably close this up. All right. Bring myself down here. Brokeback Banker. That's kind of funny, Zach. I'll actually give you that one. I'm not going to give you many, but that one's pretty good. I'll tell him you said that. Or he probably already knows. All right, so still on the stand is Philip Hahn. He is Carlos's roommate through the fraternity. So he is still on the stand, going through cross. And we're just waiting for the feed to kick in. And quick shout out to Newton Ward, who is in the courtroom operating the camera. So he's heard it a dozen times, I'm sure. Hey, Nanar, how are you? Thank you for joining us. Good to see you again. Need to caramelize onions for dinner? Sounds good. Blinking blinker. You guys over there. It's all the Wild West over there in Baker and Valhalla. It's like the Wild West. All right. Waiting for said feed. Hey, Jade, how are you? Thank you for joining us. Just waiting for the feed to kick in, which should be any minute. Actually, any second. Runs with Scissors. Hello to you. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. Always great to see you in our chat. The barking blinkers. Stop it. How many of those has he come up with, Zach, or how many of those have you or Valhalla come up with? All right, usually court starts pretty close to on time, so I'm just anticipating it kicking in. The Barking Blinkers. That'd be a good band name, the Barking Blinkers. Barking Blinkers. Great, now I'm going to have that in my head. Thanks a lot. Come on, feed. Ah, we have a feed. Yes. We have a feed. All right, just give me a moment and get said feed up. Okay, here we go. Enjoy the afternoon session.
trial. Everyone is here that needs to be here in the afternoon session of Wednesday, May 21st, and I wanted to give the jury some update on scheduling. So make a note of the following, and that is that stating the obvious, Monday, May 26th is a holiday. It's Memorial Day, so yes, the court is closed on Monday. So we expect a full week next week, Tuesday through Friday, okay? And we have witnesses all lined up that week, Tuesday through Friday of next week. So then, looking at June, please note that the afternoon of June 4th, we will not be in session. The afternoon of June 4th, I'll remind you again, but take notes now. Secondly, the morning of June 12th, we will be dark as well. So no session the afternoon of June 4th, no session the morning of June 12th. And then also stating, somewhat less obvious because it's a newer holiday, but June 19th is a court holiday. June 19th is a court holiday. The other thing I will tell you is that I advise you that there are two phases to the trial. I'm not going to repeat that instruction at this time, but I will tell you that at some point we're going to hand this case to you on the first phase, and when the court hands it to you, then you set your own schedule for deliberations. You have to be diligent and reasonable and so forth. But if it occurs during deliberations and all of you need a little bit a day here or whatever, 12 jurors will decide that. So nothing to worry about now, but I'm just explaining that you will take control of this for a short period of time, or at least the period of time for deliberations. So anyway, quick update, I promised that to you, and let's get back to work. So we have Philip Hahn. Is Mr. Hahn in the courtroom? Can we grab him? Great, and then Mr. Hahn is currently on cross-examination with Mr. Tomorrow. So you have a few more questions for him? Thank you. Yes. Okay, Mr. Hahn, go ahead and walk to the witness stand. And then, Debbie, can you help me? I think there's an exhibit on the witness stand. We can grab that and return it to the clerk. Great. Thank you, Mr. Hahn, for returning. And like I said, we just have a few more questions. Mr. Tomorrow, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Hahn. Mr. Hahn, when we left off, we were talking about the hours that Mr. Dominguez, or the observer can come and going from the Hawthorne residence. And so we were talking about how he would come and go late at night and sometimes early in the morning. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And so, other than when he would come and go, that was just you hearing him leave his room and the front door of the house closed.
Yes.
And so you never saw where he'd go, correct?
No.
You didn't know what he'd bring with him.
No.
You didn't know what he was actually out doing during those times.
No.
Just a moment, folks. That's happened to all of us. Yeah, we just had it. Yeah. Do you need some water?
No.
Okay. It's the opposite. No, you want to try that?
Wrong pipe.
Yeah, wrong pipe. Awesome. We're clear now. Thank you, Mr. Barr. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I didn't realize I asked such a good question. I get the jury choked up on it. I think I'll switch topics for a second. But with the hours that he was coming and going, that had been, from what you could hear at night, he'd been doing that for probably, several weeks?
I wasn't paying attention to his leavings, or at least how long it was.
You only started reflecting on this and remembering when Mr. Dominguez was arrested.
Yes.
And once he was arrested, he went back and said, wait a minute, he was leaving at these times of night, which were kind of odd hours, correct?
Yes.
When I say odd hours, just meaning they were late, right?
Yes.
Later than you would go out or someone else would go out.
Yeah.
I should say just later than you would go out.
Yes. Yes.
Not about those specific times he would leave, but in general, if you saw him leave a Hawthorne residence, sometimes he would ride a bike, correct?
I never saw him.
Hold on just a moment. Sustained, sharpen the question.
Did you know Mr. Dominguez to have a bike?
Yes.
Was that a black and white mountain bike?
I think there was red paint on it, but I don't really remember the color on it of it.
You don't remember the color, but you remember it was a mountain bike.
Yes.
And you didn't have a mountain bike, correct?
No.
And Mark didn't have a mountain bike, correct?
No.
And when Sid was there, he didn't have one either.
I don't believe he had a mountain bike either.
I want to show you People's Exhibit 85. From there, Coach John.
Okay.
And Mr. Hahn, I'm going to show you two photographs. First photograph ending in 53. Do you see that?
Yes.
You recognize that?
Yes.
Is that the toilet in the shared bathroom at 762 Hawthorne?
Yes.
And I'm going to move over one photograph. Just kidding. I was trying to move over. And photograph ending in 55. Is that also a photograph you recognize from 762 Hawthorne?
Yes.
And that's the same bathroom?
Yes.
All right, so moving back to 53, looking at both those photographs, are those fair and accurate pictures of the bathroom that existed in May of 2023?
To my recollection, yes.
Okay. Permission to publish, John?
Okay.
And showing you photograph 53 on People's 85. Now, scrolling down as we're looking at this photograph to the left-hand side, you can zoom in there. Off to the left, is that the top of the toilet that you were talking about earlier?
At the very bottom, it does look like the lid on the bottom.
And was that the part that after you heard ceramic and metal and you went into the bathroom, is this the portion of the toilet you saw that was broken?
Yes.
So looking up at the top, just on the left-hand side of the toilet seat, do you see a little edge that's pointing out from the left side of the toilet seat?
Yes.
And what's that?
That's part of the, looks like part of the toilet tank, I think.
Now, when you looked at the toilet, when you inspected it, you could see that the lid was missing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And you could see the metal in the wall right there, just off to the right, or excuse me, off to the left of the toilet seat, correct?
Just the black part.
Yes.
Could you repeat your question on that part?
Yeah, when you went to inspect the toilet after you heard this noise, you could see that sort of what looks like a metal part in the wall, correct?
Yes.
And this was before you replaced the toilet, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Hahn, when you would see Mr. Dominguez leave the house, was he ever wearing like a facial mask, like a COVID mask or anything like that?
I never noticed Carlos leaving the house.
Did you ever see him outside the house?
I saw him once when he was returning.
And when was that?
I think it was either the Monday or maybe 1 or 2 days prior to us calling the cops.
And when you saw him, he wasn't wearing a mask at that point?
No.
When you say 1 to 2 days prior to calling the cops, you and your roommates eventually on May 3rd of 2023 called in an anonymous tip regarding Mr. Dominguez, correct?
Yes.
At that point, you had suspected that he had been involved in the series of stabbings in Davis, right?
Yes.
Now, before we get there,
Object outside the scope.
Sustained.
I want to ask you about this time leading up to Mr. Dominguez's arrest. Were you present in Davis between April 26, 2023 and May 3rd of 2023?
Objection outside scope.
Sustained.
Now, when you saw Mr. Dominguez those 2 days prior to calling the police, you said that was him coming back to the residence.
Yes.
And was that earlier in the day or was that later at night?
It would be in the AM.
How early in the AM?
In between, I think, 2 and 3.
And was that May 1st of 2023?
I don't remember the exact date, but it was around that timeline.
How did you notice him coming back to the house?
Object outside scope, Your Honor.
Sustained.
In People's 85, in that photograph ending in 5-5, did you see those towels in the bathroom?
Yes.
Whose towels were those?
Objection outside scope.
I don't think that, hold on just a second.
Withdraw it. Withdraw it.
Yeah, I think that the toilet bar was part of the toilet broken, so it's within scope. So the objection's overruled.
And did you see those towels?
Yes.
Do you know whose towels those were?
I don't remember whose towels or whose.
When you inspected, when's the last time you went into the bathroom prior to May 3rd of 2023?
I don't have an exact date of when we checked it, the bathroom out, but we did look after the commotion when we checked it, but I don't think we really went back to the bathroom. So
Did you see anything in the bathroom that stood out to you other than the broken toilet?
no.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. DeMar. That was cross. Mr. Hutchinson, any redirect?
Yes. Mr. Hahn, I'm going to ask you some additional questions, and I don't want you to guess. Okay, so if you don't have a specific memory, please do not guess. Okay?
Got it.
And if you're not certain, you can specify that. During the fall quarter of 2022, so this is right after Mr. Dominguez moved in, did your fraternity have any parties at the Hawthorne Lane residence?
Yes.
How many parties do you recall your fraternity having at the Hawthorne Lane residence during the fall of 2022?
I don't know the exact number.
Was it more than one?
Yes.
Do you think it was more than two?
Yes.
More than three?
I think less than 5, but I don't, yeah.
At these parties, was alcohol served?
Yes.
At these parties, was alcohol consumed?
Yes.
Did you consume alcohol at these parties?
Yes.
You describe an incident where Mr. Dominguez pushed you.
Yes.
Was there only one incident where Mr. Dominguez pushed you?
I don't remember if it was only a single incident.
By incident, I mean day. Was there only one day that you got pushed?
Oh, yes.
There were not separate, there were not other days when he pushed you?
No.
Did that day, when he pushed you, did that occur during one of the parties in the fall of 2022?
Did it happen at the party or? No, not at the party.
So your memory is it did not happen at a party.
No.
Of all the parties that happened, were you drunk at all the parties?
Yes.
And where do you remember the pushing incident happening? In the living room?
Yes.
Do you have any memory of a pushing incident in Mark's bedroom?
No.
Do you have any memory of a pushing incident where there's a crowd of people other than just you and your roommates?
No.
Who do you remember being present in the common room when you said Mr. Dominguez pushed you?
Mark, and I know Mark at least for sure, but I'm hesitant if Sid was there.
Who do you remember? Just think in the room. You know Mark is there. Who else do you have a memory of being there?
I think it's just Mark for now that I can remember.
And is it your memory that you came in after the pushing had already started?
Yes.
So you don't remember seeing how the pushing started?
No.
Now, you testified earlier that you believe the toilet was broken on the same day as the pushing?
Yes.
So when approximately do you believe this occurred, this toilet being broken and the pushing on the same day?
The toilet, what I remember would be maybe about an hour.
When month, that's what I'm asking about. So you said, it's your memory today that the pushing and the toilet happened on the same day. When did that happen in terms of month?
I don't remember which month.
Was it prior to Christmas break in 2022 or after Christmas break in 2022?
I don't remember.
But you do have a memory of installing the toilet?
Yes.
Any doubt in your mind about that?
No.
Of the roommates, were you the only one with the expertise to install a toilet?
I believe Christian knows how to change a toilet as well. I just volunteered for it.
Looking at those photos, that was, appears that the toilet had not been used for some time.
Yes.
So when the toilet was broken, you didn't use it until it was repaired?
Yes.
And there's another half bathroom in the garage?
Yes.
So you use that?
Yes.
So how long after the toilet was broken did you repair it?
Let's see. I don't really remember when, just because of the initial date, if it was prior or afterwards, but I do remember I did swap out the toilet about a month before moving out, so it might have been in maybe around July on that time.
But by July, Mr. Dominguez is in custody.
Yes.
My question is, when was the toilet broken? This incident where you hear a sound and see Mr. Dominguez, when did that occur?
Be the same day where the shoving match happened.
But I'm trying to narrow it down.
Oh, yeah, I don't remember which month, honestly.
Well, let me just sort this. You received contact from Kimberlee Guillory in February of 2023, concern from the defendant's siblings. Okay? Was it before or after that?
I believe it was after.
Okay, so the toilet is sometime after you get the contact from Kaylee?
Yes, I believe so.
So you believe the pushing then, if it happened on the same day, the pushing would have happened sometime after February?
Yes, or at least what I remember of it is that the pushing and the toilet being broken happened on the same day, at least.
But after Mr. Dominguez returned from winter quarter, he wasn't talking to you at all, correct?
No,
He wasn't communicating with any roommate.
no,
And you testified that you thought the pushing incident may have caused him to stop talking to you?
yes,
So presumably the pushing incident happened before winter break, correct?
yes,
All right. So if the pushing incident happened before winter break, that would have been sometime December 2022 or earlier, correct?
yes,
So looking at that photo, assume that was taken on May 3rd, okay? If the photo was taken on May 3rd and the toilet was still broken, and if your testimony that the pushing incident happened on the same day as the toilet being broken, that would mean you left that toilet unrepaired for at least half of December, all of January, all of February, all of March, and all of April.
Overruled.
Do you understand my question?
yes,
Did you wait 6 months to repair that toilet, sir?
yes,
That's your testimony.
yes.
Did Mark and Christian go out and purchase that toilet in December? Do you recall that?
Yes,
And then you waited until July to fix it?
Objection, ask and answer.
at least, I remember at least with the start of after when the toilet was broken, we just didn't have a lot of finances, so we just couldn't really afford to replace it. Actually, no, we actually did. They bought the toilet, but I don't know why we kind of just held off on the toilet.
So they did buy the toilet pretty quickly after it, correct?
Yes,
And Mark paid for it, partially, didn't he?
I believe so.
All right. And he had to, that was the bathroom he used, correct?
Yes,
So my question is, if Mark bought it, why did you wait so many months to install the toilet?
I think we were just mostly just kind of scared, just trying to see with the toilet also, because we also know we're just kind of lazy about swapping out the toilet.
Objection, speculation is what others thought.
Yeah, just your opinion.
Well, move to strike.
Granted, we'll clean up.
Sir, I can share your fear of trying to do it-yourself plumbing. I share that. But you had experience doing this before, right?
Yes,
You knew how to install a toilet.
yes,
And once you know how to do it, then it's not that hard of a job.
yes.
Okay. Once you finally did it, how long did it take you to install that toilet?
About a couple hours.
So it's your testimony that that toilet was broken sometime before Christmas break, and then you waited more than 6 months to fix it.
Objection, ask and answer.
Do I?
Answer again.
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
Sir, is it possible that the pushing incident and the toilet incident are separate incidents and you have combined them in your mind?
It might be so. Just my memory is pretty hazy of the last 2 years, so.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any follow-up?
No.
Okay. All right, Mr. Hahn, thank you for your testimony today. Have a great day.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Your Honor, people would like to have a subject for
Your Honor, I apologize. I have one other area. I apologize.
I think we're done. I mean, you had direct, and
He said something I need to ask about.
was it said, I'll allow it only if you're responding to Mr. DeMora's question?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, Mr. Hahn, then I'll allow this briefly, and then you'll be subject to recall for anything that's outside of the scope of what we've done here. All right.
Mr. Hahn, remember I told you about not guessing?
Yes.
Do you recall the black and white bike that was seized by Davis law enforcement? The black and white mountain bike?
I don't remember. I mean, I've never seen the mountain bike get seized, so.
You said you never saw Carlos ride a bike?
I have seen Carlos ride the bike.
Was there a black and white mountain bike in the backyard?
I don't know if it was black and white, but there was a mountain bike in the backyard, though.
Do you know, and don't guess, who brought that bike to the house?
I don't know who
Okay,
brought
so
it.
when you said it was Carlos's bike, was that a guess?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Okay, Mr. Moore on that?
Did any of you or the other roommates, with the exception of Mr. Dominguez, ride a mountain bike?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay. All right, now we're done, Mr. Hahn.
Thank you,
Get out
sir.
of here quick before. Thanks a lot. I really appreciate it.
Your Honor, he could appear on June 2nd at 9:30.
I'm going to talk to you about that.
Okay,
It's subject
thank
to
you.
recall, but I need an offer of proof as to what we're doing and why he wasn't called earlier. Okay, thank you. Mr. Hutchinson, what else do we have?
The defense calls Hannah Cheney.
Okay, let's get Hannah Cheney. Okay, Ms. Cheney, come on in, if you can stand here at the podium. I'm going to have the clerk administer an oath. After you take the oath, then I'm going to have you sit in the witness stand. We have two lawyers to ask questions.
Okay, thank you. Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear to speak about to give in the cause not before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please be seated. Get the first and last name for the record. Let's call them both.
Hannah Cheney, Hannah, and then Chaney.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead and pull in the chair. Thank you. If you could pull the mic up maybe a little bit. Just
Okay.
A little bit. Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right, Mr. Hutchinson, direct examiner.
Good afternoon, Ms. Cheney.
Good afternoon.
Ma'am, what do you do for a living?
I'm an environmental scientist with the state of California.
And I'd like to direct your attention to late April of 2023. At that point, were you a scientist for the state of California?
No, I was working for FEMA at that point.
And where did you, not specific street address, but what general area did you live?
I was living at in West Davis, near Arlington Street.
Where is Arlington Street?
It's on the western side of Davis, near the West Davis Market area.
Where is it in relation to 113? Is it on the west side or east side of 113?
I think it's on the west side.
And did you ride a bicycle during this period?
Yes, I did.
How frequently would you ride a bicycle?
Probably like once or twice a week. At that point, I was commuting to Sacramento using a car, but I would use a bike locally.
I'd like to direct your attention to April 29th of 2023. Do you recall that day?
Yes.
Do you recall at some point becoming aware that there was a stabbing at Sycamore Park on that date?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Sycamore Park?
Yes.
How are you familiar with Sycamore Park?
I would use that park. I used to live near that park, and I would bike through it somewhat frequently when I lived there.
And were you living near that park in April of 2023?
Yeah, I was in 2 to 3 miles, I'd say.
And when you would ride your bike to your home, would you cross a bike bridge or a pedestrian bridge?
Yes.
What pedestrian bridge would you cross?
I don't know the name of it, but
Just describe its location.
yeah, so once you come off Sycamore Street and then head, I think the direction's west, it was the bridge on the other side of the park that went over the 113.
So was this bridge connected to Sycamore Park?
Yes, yeah.
Let's go back prior to 9 o'clock, approximately 9:15 on April 29th. What were you doing that day?
I was actually at my old place of residence, so that was off of Sycamore Park, and I was at a birthday party for most of that day at my old residence.
And had you ridden a bike?
I did ride a bike there.
At some point, did you leave that residence on your bike?
I did, yes.
And where were you heading?
I was heading back to my residence on the other side of the 113.
And would that take you through Sycamore Park?
Yes.
At approximately around 9:15 on that evening, did you ride your bike through Sycamore Park?
I think approximately around that time. I don't remember the exact time.
I'm going to show you some photos. I'd like you to look through them and see if you recognize them.
Okay.
This is Defense Exhibit AA.
Okay, thank you.
If you could just, oops, ignore my email. So just hit there, and there should be 7 photos, and let me know when you're done, okay?
Okay. Okay, I'm done.
Do you recognize what those photos depict?
Yes, Sycamore Park and the pedestrian bridge going over.
Did you ride across through Sycamore Park and on that pedestrian bridge prior to April 29th?
Yeah, I had ridden that route many times.
Over how many of a long a time period had you been occasionally riding through Sycamore Park?
Probably like 20 to 30 times in the past.
And did you have occasion to ride through that park after April 29th?
No, not as often.
On some occasions, did you?
Yeah, maybe like 2 or 3 times since then.
Did you subsequently move to a different location?
No, I just wasn't using my bike as much during that time.
So, are you familiar with how the bike path was situated and how the pedestrian bridge was situated in April of 2023?
Yes.
And with the exception of a memorial that may not have been there, are these photos that I showed you an accurate depiction of how that bike path looked on April 29th of 2023?
Yes.
Now, when you were passing through on April 29th, was it dark?
Yes, it was not completely dark, but especially in the areas where there are trees overhead, it was pretty dark.
By dark, I mean, was it nighttime at 9:15?
It was twilight. I remember there was still a little bit of light in the sky.
Go ahead. Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Okay.
This is Defense Exhibit AA, photo 1.
Let me ask you, I feel like I've seen these pictures before. No? No. We saw some pictures of the park, though.
No.
Okay, all right, thank you.
This one we may have, but the other ones.
Okay.
So, ma'am, do you recognize what this photo shows?
Yes.
And what does it depict?
It shows the area where you get off of Sycamore and enter the park through the bike path.
And is this how you entered the park on the night of April 29th?
Yeah, I used that first turning point, to enter the park that
And
way.
if you recall, and don't guess, were you coming northbound and turned in, or were you coming southbound and turned in?
Southbound.
And when you turned in, did you see anyone?
Yes.
Describe what you saw.
I saw probably about 20 to 30 feet into the park, I saw two figures. One of them was lying down and one of them was kneeling over that person. But they were kind of a shadowy silhouette, so I don't have any really further details than that.
Did you see a man on a cell phone?
Yes.
Okay. And the two figures you saw, was one of them on a cell phone?
Yes.
Do you recall what that man looked like?
No. Just that they were male and maybe that they were male and adult, basically.
And was this man seem to be focused on the man who was lying down?
Yes. Yeah.
When you saw that, what did you think?
So I thought that it was, I knew it had to be some type of an emergency. I thought it was a medical emergency. The man who was calling on the phone, I don't recall what they were saying, but their tone made it clear that they were calling emergency services, and they seemed in control of the situation, although concerned. Yeah.
So did you think there'd been some sort of accident?
Yeah, so I was under the impression that someone had maybe fainted, and that maybe their relative or friend who was with them was helping them in that situation.
The man, you say an adult, like 18-year-olds are technically adults, but
Yeah.
what do you mean by that?
I mean, like, older than 30, 35. Like,
So, a real adult.
yeah, I guess so.
How are you?
I am 28.
So you thought it was medical emergency, but you thought this man appeared to be in control of the situation?
Yes.
Did you bike behind this man on the path?
I don't recall kind of how they were oriented. They were to the right of the path, and I biked by them. I don't recall if they were actually on I don't think they were on the path itself. I think they were to the right. I do remember giving them a little bit of leeway, but I can't remember if that's because I was being obstructed or because I was being overly cautious.
Did the man on the phone look at you at all?
No.
Did you get a good look at the man on the ground?
No.
Do you recall if he was laying on his back or his stomach? I don't want you to guess.
I don't recall.
Was it dark?
It was very dark where they were at.
So did you stop your bicycle at all, or did you keep riding?
I kept riding. I didn't have a light on my bicycle, and my cell phone was dead, so I came to the conclusion that if I stopped, I would probably be more of a hindrance than a help.
So what did you do?
I kept biking past, and
Let me stop you for a minute.
sorry.
You did not expect to be testifying in this case.
No.
If you need a moment, that's...
Okay. Yeah, I'm okay.
Take your time.
I'm just gonna get some water.
Yeah, get some water. Take your time. Yeah, I'm gonna stand up and stretch. Feel free to join me. Off left.
ready to go?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Now, at the time you said you thought maybe someone had fainted,
Yeah.
and based on an estimate, approximately where was the man on the ground lying once you entered the bike path?
So I think it was about 20 to 30 feet into the park. I don't remember exactly at this point, but yeah, and to the right of the bike path, I do know that.
Right side?
Yeah, for a fact. Mm-hmm.
And at the time, you didn't think, you believed it was a medical emergency?
That's what I was under the impression of. I didn't see any blood or anything that I could tell that was otherwise. But again, it was pretty shadowy.
And the man on your phone, you said he seemed to be in control.
Yeah.
From what you learned, did he appear to be relatively calm when you were on the phone?
I wouldn't say like totally calm, but definitely, yeah, just like he was concerned, but yeah, he wasn't panicked or anything. Like,
Was this a white man?
I don't know.
At any point, did you see the man actually performing chest compressions?
No.
Let me just finish the question.
Sorry.
Did you ever see the man performing chest compressions on the person on the ground?
I did not.
At that point, when you were passing the man, had you heard police sirens in the distance?
No.
Had you seen any police lights at that point?
No.
So, did you slow down at all, or did you slow down at all as you passed?
I don't recall it. Yeah, don't think I did.
And did you continue along the bike path?
I did.
Okay, and I'm showing you Defense Exhibit AA Photo 2. You recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Does this depict the general area where you saw the man?
Yeah, but on the right side of the path.
So is it an area that is kind of cut off on the right side of the photo?
Yeah.
Let's go to Defense Exhibit AA Photo 3. Does this show the area?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
Are you familiar, have you gone to Sycamore Park, at least on some occasions after April 29th?
A couple times, yeah.
Are you familiar of the location of the memorial bench for Karim Abou Najm?
I am, yeah.
Is that the general area where you saw the two men?
Yeah, that's the general area. Maybe a little bit before that, but general area.
So looking in photo 3, if we zoom in, can you see the entrance of the overpath? The entrance to the bridge, the far end?
Yes.
Going to Exhibit 4, AA4, what does this show?
This shows the bike path in between the beginning of Sycamore Park and then to the bike path, or the overpass bridge.
And is this the approach to the overpass bridge?
Yes.
And is this the approach you took after you passed the two men?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked, Defense Exhibit 5. What does this show?
The entrance to the overpass bridge.
And is this the entrance that you took after you passed the two men?
It is.
Now, at this point, right before you crossed the bridge, had you seen anyone else other than the two men?
No.
Did you cross the bridge?
Yes.
At some point, either while you were on the bridge or after you crossed it, did you see someone else?
Yes.
When did you see someone else?
It was around the halfway point of the bridge. I don't remember the exact location, but it was, yeah, around the halfway point of the bridge.
I'm going to show you what's been marked Defense Exhibit 6. So if you were to cross the bridge and turn north, take a right, is this what you would see?
Yes, I believe so.
If you were to cross the bridge and turn, excuse me, this is Defense Exhibit AA photo 6. If you were to cross the bridge and turn left, heading south, is this what you would see?
Yes.
So let's go back. You're on the bridge, you said more than halfway over.
Yeah, give or take. I think just about halfway.
And what do you see?
I see someone coming from around the corner. I don't remember which direction they were coming from at this point, but they were jogging. They were in their late teens, maybe early 20s.
Stop you there.
Sorry.
So you remember them coming around the corner,
Yes.
but as you sit here today, you don't remember if they were coming from this, they were heading north or whether they were heading south? You don't recall that?
Yeah, I don't recall which direction they were coming from before they got on the bridge.
You said this person appeared to be late teens, early 20s?
Mm-hmm.
What, and at that point, did you realize that this person, at that point, did you think this person would, what did you think at the first moment you saw it? Let me ask you that question, this person.
Yeah, so I thought they were maybe a high schooler who was running late to something. They seemed like they were in a hurry and very focused on where they were going. They didn't acknowledge me at all. So that was my impression.
Did the person make eye contact with you?
No.
Okay. Did you look at the person?
I got a look at the person, yeah.
And you did not see the person acknowledge you?
No.
Describe what you remember about this person's hair.
Yeah, I don't remember a lot about the person's hair, honestly. That it was darker and maybe curly.
And where did it come to in terms of?
I don't recall.
Did you speak to an officer, Christina Giannoni, a day after this incident?
I spoke to an officer, yes. I don't remember the name, but probably her.
Was it a female?
Yes.
Did you initially speak to the officer on the phone?
Yes.
And was that how long was that initial phone conversation?
I don't recall. Probably under 30 minutes.
Did you tell the officer that the hair was probably about to the shoulders?
That sounds about right. I don't recall explicitly what I said.
Did this person have a short haircut like me, or was it longer?
I don't recall at this point.
Did you tell describe to the officer what type of clothing you saw this person wearing?
I think I probably tried to. Yeah.
Do you remember what this clothing this person was wearing today?
No.
Do you recall whether you said that this person was wearing a hoodie?
That does seem familiar, yeah.
But do you have independent memory of that at this point?
No.
Just long on.
Okay.
Do you remember telling the officer, this is during the first phone conversation, the day after, what type of clothing other than the hoodie you recall this person wearing?
Maybe I said shorts. That seems right, but I don't remember exactly.
Did you tell the officer something significant that you remembered about those shorts?
I don't remember.
Do you recall telling the officer that you remembered seeing a color red on the shorts?
I don't recall saying that.
Do you recall telling the officer that, well, what color skin do you recall this person having?
Kind of tanner, olive color.
And ma'am, in addition to speaking to the officer on the phone, did you then go down and give a much longer statement?
I did, yes.
And did you provide information during that statement?
I did, yes.
And did you also work with a sketch artist?
I did.
Let me ask, when you first spoke to the officer on the phone and you told them what you saw, was that made at a time when what you were describing was fresh in your memory?
Yes.
And when you gave that statement to the officer, you knew they were investigating a homicide?
Yes.
So you knew that in giving that statement that it was it was being made to record what you had witnessed the night before.
Yes.
And is what you told the officer a true statement of what you observed?
Yeah.
And did you know that the officer was recording that statement?
Yeah, I was made aware of that.
So she told you she was auto-recording it? Mm-hmm. And at this point, as you sit here today, do you have insufficient present recollection to enable you to testify fully and accurately as to everything you saw that night?
Sorry, what exactly do you mean by that?
Well, my question is, did you give more details to the officer?
Yes, yeah.
Did you tell the officer about the specific type of clothing, if you remember?
I don't recall if I did.
Did you tell the officer about having, you just remember seeing red in the shorts? Do you remember that?
I don't remember that.
And if I were to show you a transcript, do you think that would refresh your memory, or do you still think you would not have a memory of what you told the officer?
Maybe that would refresh my memory.
And have you, before you testified today, have you reviewed any police reports summarizing your statement?
No.
Have you read the transcripts of either of your statements?
No.
Have you watched the videos or audio recordings of any of your statements?
No.
And ma'am, before you testified, did I explain to you about that you may be given a document to refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. Did I explain to you that if you don't remember it, if it doesn't refresh your memory, don't just say something because it's in a transcript. Do you understand that?
Yeah, you did tell me that.
I'm going to have you read this. Don't read it out loud.
Okay.
And let us know if it refreshes your memory. If it doesn't, that's fine.
Okay, thank you.
And your initials, HC.
Yes.
So, remember Marcus 20, does that refresh your memory or no?
That refreshes my memory in terms of the hair. I do remember saying it was tied back. The red in the shorts, that doesn't refresh my memory. From what I recall, like...
Would you have told the officer there was red in the shorts if you didn't actually see that?
No, I wouldn't think.
When you witnessed this, were you expecting that you were going to have to describe what you saw?
No.
When did you become aware that you had potentially witnessed the suspect in the stabbing of Mr. Abou Najm? How did you become aware of that?
It was the next morning. I was at a friend's house, and it was via like social media or some type of news report that I got on my phone, and I put two and two together at that point.
So, as you sit here today, you have some independent memory of what you saw, correct?
Yes.
But do you have insufficient present recollection to enable you to testify fully and accurately about what you saw?
Yes, I agree with that.
But when you told the Officer Giannone on the phone, and you gave the details about what you saw, was that a true statement of what you observed?
Yeah, true to my best ability. Yeah.
Do you recall what you told the officer about whether the person had facial hair or not?
I don't recall.
Do you recall what you told the officer about what ethnicity you thought the person may have been?
I do recall.
What did you tell them?
I told them maybe Hispanic, maybe Middle Eastern, or maybe like mixed African American.
And this officer you spoke with, was it a female officer?
Yes.
Do you remember her name?
I don't.
You remember what she looked like?
Somewhat vaguely. Sorry, it was a long time ago.
Did she appear to be young?
Yes.
An adult, but maybe not at the real adult stage?
Maybe a little older than me at that point.
Does the name Christina Giannone sound familiar?
It sounds familiar, yeah.
So, when you learn on social media that you may have witnessed well, let me back up. That's why you can't remember all the details of what you saw, but did the man pass you?
Yes.
And you said, which direction was he going?
The opposite direction as me, so I guess eastbound over the 113.
Back towards Sycamore Park?
Yes.
Did you look back to see where he went?
No.
At that point, had you heard any sirens?
No.
At that point, had you seen any police lights?
No.
And at the moment you passed him, the time that was elapsed, was that simply the time it took you to ride your bike from the moment you passed the two men until you passed this man, correct?
Yeah.
Give us a rough estimate of what you think that takes from the moment you passed the man, the two men,
Yeah.
to the moment you passed the other man. How many seconds are we talking about?
Like maybe 30 seconds to like a minute.
So, when did you become aware there had been a stabbing at Sycamore Park?
I think around noon the next day.
And what caused you to believe that you may have seen the person who was the stabber?
It was the location and just the timing of everything.
So when you realized that you may have seen the stabber, what did you do?
I called the police and put in, I think I first realized that I saw the scene and then later kind of was like, oh, I did see somebody. And yeah, during that time, I called the police and gave a statement.
And then who was the first officer to contact you?
The officer that you mentioned, most likely.
Did you speak to more than one officer or only one?
I don't recall.
The first conversation you had with an officer, was that on the telephone?
Yes.
And when was that in relation to the stabbing?
I would say that was either that same Sunday that I found out, the day after, or maybe the day after that. I want to say it was that Sunday, though, the next day.
And after speaking to that officer on the phone, did that officer make an appointment for you to come to the police department?
Yes.
How did that come about?
I think I gave my statement and then later received a call that they wanted me to come in. I think that's how that came about, but I don't recall perfectly.
And did you go in?
I did.
And did you give a statement?
Yes.
And do you recall what specific date you went in?
I don't, but it was a weekday because I had to take off work.
Was it before you learned that Carlos Dominguez had been arrested for the stabbings in Davis? Was it before or after that?
I believe it was before.
Do you recall if it was before or after the third stabbing that had happened on 2nd and L?
I think it was before that, before or either right after. I don't recall perfectly.
So how long did the second interview with the officer take, approximately?
I think that took around an hour and a half, but it kind of blurs together with the sketch artist appointment too, because they were right after each other.
We're going to separate that. So
Okay.
did the officer tell you during the second interview that she was recording it?
I think so, but I don't remember.
Was what you told the officer during that second interview true, to the best of your recollection at the time?
Yes.
And during that second interview, was your memory better about what you observed than it is today?
Yes.
You seem to emphasize that.
Yeah.
So after speaking with you for a long period of time, how did it come about that this officer asked you to work with a sketch artist?
I think they asked if I'd be willing to do that at the end of the interview in the statement that I gave at the station, and I agreed to it. That's how that came about. But yeah, it's been a while.
Did you go and work with a sketch artist?
I did.
When you saw this man passing, did you think he was going to be significant at any point later? When you passed this man on the bridge, did you think he was going to be significant?
No.
Did you make an emphasis to really try to clearly identify all of his features?
No.
Was working with a sketch artist, was that kind of difficult?
It was. It took a long time.
Why was it difficult?
Just because of how quickly I saw that person, and because, like you said, I wasn't trying to memorize every feature.
But what features you did remember, and what clothing you did remember, you told that to Officer Giannone, correct?
I did.
I have nothing further. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, counsel. That was direct. So, cross by the people? Yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you, Mr. Banner.
Good afternoon.
Is it fair to say that in hindsight, knowing what happened in the park, that this is a fairly upsetting experience for you?
Yes.
And is it something that you would prefer not to think about?
Yes.
Would you say that your memory of the incident is better now or better back when you spoke to officers shortly after the incident?
Better before, like when I spoke to officers about the incident.
And so, when you spoke with the officers, if your statement to the officers is different than what you remember today, which would be accurate?
That statement I made before, most likely.
And you mentioned before that you had seen information about what happened. Was that on social media?
Yes. I think I saw something on Facebook, but I don't remember exactly.
Okay. Handing you has been marked for identification purposes. People 77. Can you take a look at that for me, please?
Mm-hmm.
Have you had a chance to look at people 77?
Yes.
Does this look like the Facebook post that you saw regarding the incident?
No, I think it was in a local newspaper. I don't remember seeing that exact press release, but I think it maybe had to do with, like, more so with the victim.
So was it similar to this release?
I would say it was more of like an online like news source than like an official press release.
Sorry, I wasn't there. Despite it's similar, I meant did it have similar contents?
Yeah, sorry.
And so this includes kind of a description of what happened at the park, that there was a stabbing, and gives a description of the person involved. Did the post that you see contain similar information?
I don't think I saw a description of the person who may have been involved prior.
And do you know what news source you were looking at?
No.
So, at the time that you were riding through the park, was there anything that was affecting your ability to perceive the things around you?
So I didn't have a bike light with me, and my phone was dead at the time. And I had maybe had like a glass of wine before, but it was pretty light, and I don't think I was inebriated or anything.
Okay, so you had some alcohol that day?
Yeah, but a small amount.
And you don't think it affected your ability to perceive anything around you at all?
I don't believe so.
And do you think it affected your memory at all?
No.
You remember testifying just a moment ago that you were riding over the bridge and that you passed this individual while you were both on the bridge?
Yeah.
Do you remember telling the officers that you spoke with that it was actually after you'd fully crossed over the bridge?
Oh. Yeah, I think that was it. Sorry.
So, do you remember telling the officer that you had gone over the bridge, that you had passed each other at the entrance for the bridge, and that you had not turned around to see if you actually made it onto the bridge?
Yeah, I guess I could have said that, but I do think I saw him at least make it on the bridge.
Okay, so you had multiple conversations with the officers, correct?
Yes.
And the first one was the phone conversation, correct?
Yes.
And during the phone conversation, you told the officer that you directly passed each other, but it was quick. It appeared the male was attempting to turn back onto the bridge, but you never turned around to look back and see if he did. Did you make that statement?
Yes.
And then you made a second similar statement when you spoke with the officers during your interview, correct?
Yeah, I believe so.
And the second time you were interviewed, you said that the male and you passed each other by the entrance to the bridge, and you did not turn around to see if you actually made it onto the bridge, correct?
I guess that's, yeah. Sorry, I guess my memory's not the greatest now, but yeah.
All right. And you remember speaking with an investigator from the Public Defender's Office on April 14th of this year?
Yeah, well, I don't know if the public, well, I think so, yeah, if that's when people first reached out to me about being here.
Did you speak to someone about 4, 5, 6 weeks ago, somewhere in that range?
Yes.
And as part of that, did they read you your statements from the police reports?
Yes.
Okay, so even though you haven't read your statements yourself, someone else read them to you, correct?
Yes.
And when your statements were read to you during that interview, you said that the statements in the police report were correct?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so I want to talk with you briefly about the description of the individual that you gave to the officers. I want to start with the statement that you gave on the phone where you were talking about what this person was wearing.
Okay.
So for that, you said that the person had tannish skin, was possibly Hispanic or Middle Eastern, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes, sorry.
And you said that they were about 5'7" or 5'8", correct?
Yes.
And you said that they had possibly had light facial hair and had shoulder-length curly hair that appeared to be tied back, correct?
Yes.
And you said that they had a light-colored hoodie, correct?
Yes.
And that with this light-colored hoodie, that the hood was down, correct?
Yes.
And you described seeing some red in the male's shorts or shoes. Do you remember that?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Now, regarding the red, do you remember seeing anything about red?
What do you mean by that?
So there were some questions when Mr. Hutchinson was talking to you about seeing a red color. Do you today have any color or recollection of seeing a red color?
No, I don't have any recollection.
But when you talked to the officers at the station, you said that the sweatpants and the shoes had a red accent that appeared to be part of the clothing, correct?
I don't recall saying that. But yeah, it could have been something that I said then.
All right. Did you see anything about the clothing that wasn't like part of the clothing? Like so sometimes clothes have like manufacturer logos or stripes or things like that. Did you see anything on the clothing that looked like it was not a manufactured part of the clothing?
Nothing apparent. No.
Was there anything that you looked like, hey, there could be a blood stain on this person?
No, I think I would have known that.
And we talked about how you described a light-colored hoodie. Do you remember telling the officers that the person was wearing shorts during your phone interview?
I think I do recall that, yeah.
And so this male was wearing shorts?
I don't recall at this moment, but I do believe that I said that at the time.
And do you remember your interview at the police station telling the officers that it was then possibly sweatpants and then saying that it was possibly large athletic shorts?
I remember going back and forth between a few clothing because I didn't remember precisely at the time.
So, just take you back to the scene. You're riding your bicycle. You're getting over the bridge, and you make this turn onto the bike path. Once you get over the bridge, are you turning left or right onto the path?
I'm turning left.
And so, when you're riding your bike, about how fast are you riding? Are you I'm gonna ask it for miles per hour. But
Okay.
Are you riding as hard as you can go? Are you riding like slow? Just give us just a rough estimate of your speed for that time.
Probably a little bit faster than normal. I'm not super familiar with like miles per hour on a bike, but maybe like 60%, because I was trying to get home before it got fully dark, so I was somewhat in a hurry. But yeah, maybe like 60% as like hard as I could ride, so maybe like, I don't know, like 10, 15 miles per hour. I'm really not familiar with like how fast you go on a bike, sorry.
Understood. So when you see this individual, because you just come off the bridge, it's not as if you were able to perceive them for a long time coming down the path. You're coming around the corner and like, wham, there they are.
Yeah. But I think, yeah, if I did remember like getting a look at them though, because I think the turn coming off the bridge makes more sense because I saw them there and I was turning, so I did like view them face on, if that makes sense. But
understood. So, and you're riding your bike, correct? And they're riding. Sorry, is that yes?
Oh, sorry. Yes.
And they're riding, correct?
I would say jogging, but yes.
More than a walk.
More than a walk.
And so the closing distance between you two is pretty quick, right? Yes.
Yes, sorry, I keep doing that.
And you were riding a bike. When you're riding a bike, you have to pay attention to where you're going.
Yes.
And so in addition to seeing this person, you are making sure that there's no obstacles in front of you, correct?
Yes.
And you are checking for things down the path that might present some kind of risk or hazard to you.
Yes.
And you're operating the handlebars.
Yes.
And you're pedaling.
Yes.
And so your attention is divided among many different tasks all at the same time, correct?
Yes.
And so both when you gave your statement to the police and when you testified here in court, you're giving everyone the best of your memory that you possibly can, correct?
Yeah.
Now, just a little bit ago when you were testifying, you were saying that you were trying to get home and you were trying to get there before it was fully dark.
Yes.
How dark was it when you were going through the park?
So it was darker underneath the trees for sure, but there was still a little bit of light in the sky. Like the sun had gone down, but like the sky was still kind of like a bluish, not fully like black color. I think over the bridge I could see like a little bit of like light on the horizon.
You're talking that it's dusk?
Yeah. Yes.
And so the sun is down, but we're still getting sunlight from the sun, and so you can see things around you. Is that yes?
Yes.
But it's not long after sunset so that it would be fully dark, correct?
Yes.
And so when you spoke with the police, you spoke with a sketch artist and you gave them a description of the person you'd seen, correct?
Yes.
And they drew a sketch for you, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to approach you with the mark identification purposes, People's 86.
Okay.
Take a look at People's 86 for me, please. Do you recognize People's 86?
Yes.
And is this the sketch that you worked with the sketch artist to produce?
Yes.
And is this a fair and accurate depiction of your memory of that person as it was at the time when you worked with the sketch artist?
I believe so.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
And so this sketch that we're looking at here is a sort of a black and white sketch, maybe a sepia tone kind of color. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is this the color that the sketch was? Was it like this, or are we missing any kind of coloration?
I think it was on like whiter paper, but you're not missing any coloration.
Understood. And so this is how you remember the person?
At the time, yes.
And so when we're looking at the neckline here in the sketch, as far as the shirt and the clothing of the neckline, is that how you remember the neckline?
So I do think I saw them wearing a hoodie at the time, so it would have been a little different.
Okay. Is this neckline here in the sketch something that you described to the sketch artist?
I don't recall.
And this facial hair with a mustache, is that something that you described to the sketch artist?
Yes, I believe so.
And the nose structure, is that something that you described to the sketch artist as far as having this kind of really wide nose?
I don't recall that.
Okay. And how is it that these facial features are being done? So there can be different kinds of sketches. Sometimes they'll listen to somebody and they'll draw out what the person is saying, or sometimes they'll...
Objection, testifying.
Overruled, that's fine.
Sometimes you'll be shown a book that's got like 1,000 noses in it, and you're just trying to pick out what the right nose is. What kind of method was used for this?
It was the second method.
And so you're shown a book that's just got tons of different noses in it, and then you're selecting the nose that goes along with what you saw, correct?
Yes.
Is that the same for the structure of the mouth?
Yes.
Is that the same for the eyes?
Yes.
Is that the same for the eyebrows?
Yes.
Is that the same for the hair?
Yes.
And so you're looking at this book and you're picking out the different features that line up with what you remember, and then you're using that to create a sketch, correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as the facial hair that we saw in the sketch, originally when you spoke with the officer on the phone, you told them that the person didn't have any facial hair, correct?
I don't recall.
Did you tell the officer the male did not appear to have any tattoos or facial hair?
I don't recall exactly, but probably yes to the tattoos at least.
Objection, speculation.
Sustained, straight.
If you told the officers that, would that have been the truth?
I guess so with my memory at the time, but again, it was a lot better then than it is now.
Let me check in with you. How much more do you have?
Maybe one or two questions?
Oh, great.
I'm at the very end.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah.
Ms. Cheney, seeing you testifying, does this still weigh pretty heavy on you?
Yes.
And was it a fairly traumatic event for you?
Yes.
And have you been trying to tell us as best as you can what it is that you can remember?
Yes.
Okay, I don't have any additional questions.
Thank you, counsel. I appreciate it. Any follow-up?
Yes.
Can you get it done in a minute?
Not in 1 minute, but a few minutes.
Okay. Give it a try.
Ms. Cheney, when the prosecutor was asking you, didn't you say this, didn't you say this, didn't you say this, did you know what he was reading from?
No.
Did you know if he was reading from an actual transcript of what you said, or simply a summary of a report written by an officer?
No.
So when he was saying, didn't you say this, didn't you say this, did you actually remember saying those things, or were you just saying yes because the prosecutor is asking you questions?
Objection, leaving.
Overruled.
I tried to be as honest as possible.
But you recall the prosecutor just kept asking you, didn't you say this, didn't you say this?
Yes, yeah.
Did you remember saying the things that he was claiming, or did you just say yes because there's a prosecutor asking you questions?
A few times probably because the prosecutor was asking me questions.
Okay. Would you agree that the most accurate...
Can we just play the video later? Or the...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. So we're done.
Okay.
Yeah, and you've laid a foundation for it under, I think it's 1237 or whatever. Yeah.
Then, all right.
Yeah, she did the best she could. She doesn't remember a lot. Yeah, thank you. We're done?
No.
Okay, so Ms. Cheney, thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate it. Have a great day.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Just for evidentiary purposes only, so it can be called.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, have a great night. You're done. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are going to take our afternoon break, and thank you for your patience, and we'll be in session until 4:30, I think. And so we get a good stretch and some daylight, and remember the three-part admonition. Thank you, folks. Counsel, I need 30 seconds.
Let poor Hannah go. Geez, she's just trying to do her best. These guys are badgering her. All right, I think they're going to come back, so I'm just going to stay here for a minute. I think you said, I think the judge just said, need 30 seconds with the lawyer, so we're just going to stay here for a moment. All right, the poor thing. She just wants to, she's just trying to remember. Nope. All right, and the judge at the end is like, can't we just play the video instead of badgering this poor witness? Yeesh. All right, so Hannah Cheney. All right, at this point, I don't know. She has no idea what. All right, so let's go back to Philip Hahn. He was a roommate of Carlos. That was coming out of lunch. So Carlos, this was on cross. So Carlos would come and go during the night and early mornings. He knew Carlos had a mountain bike. They show the broken toilet. Broken toilet. Who knew they had a picture of the broken toilet? He called law enforcement anonymously after that, but that was objected to outside the scope. That was sustained. And then 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Carlos came back to the house on May 1st. All right, so then redirect. They had about 5 parties that he remembers. Alcohol was consumed. He said he was drunk at those parties. The push didn't happen at a party, even though he said that it did. That's why I'm like, I like Philip, but he had some conflicting testimony there. One time he said the push was at a party. The other time, now he's saying it wasn't at a party. So he doesn't remember one happening in Mark's bedroom. There was never a crowd of people. He said Mark for sure was there. He wasn't sure about Sid. The toilet was broken on the same day as the pushing. So, hey, Josh, welcome to Rabbit Ears. They usually end at 4:30. What did that judge say right before? He said something. Did he say we're going to 4:30? I think he said we're going to 4:30. I hope he didn't say we're breaking until 4:30, because that's not right. All right, anyway, let me just keep moving on, and then we'll go back to that. So, Philip said, hold on a sec. Philip is confusing me because Carlos was pushing. Okay, no, that's the wrong one. The pushing incident happened at a party in his room. Now, that's Mark that was saying that. All right, Mark was saying the pushing incident happened in his room. All right, that's Mark saying that. Carlos had been drinking. He walked through a crowd. It's almost as if he floated through the crowd. Okay, so that's Mark saying that. And then Philip is saying the push happened in a living room. It didn't happen at a party. The toilet was broken on the same day as the pushing, and the pushing was a fight. There was a struggle. There was a scuffle. God, this is confusing. Like, how did this actually happen? Well, anyway, there was a scuffle. Toilet was broken. We'll just leave it at that. He doesn't know why it took so long. It took him like 6 months to replace it. He said maybe they were lazy. He was scared a little bit. He was lazy about it. Then they talk about the mountain bike. He said there was definitely a mountain bike in the backyard. He didn't see it getting seized, but he knew Carlos rode a mountain bike. No one else rode the bike except Carlos. He is subject to recall, so Philip is subject to recall. And then Hannah Cheney gets up. she witnessed Karim and Dr. Massey. So she rode, basically she rode the bike. She was riding her bike home from a birthday party. It was about 9:15 or so. She rode over the bridge and she saw one person standing over another, or kneeling over another person. The other person had a cell phone because she saw the light. She thought that she'd be more of a hindrance than a help. That's why she kept going. Then she said she was over this pedestrian bridge and someone was jogging towards her. And she ultimately gave a sketch of that person to law enforcement. And she basically said that person had shorts on, something kind of red in the shorts, had curly hair, didn't know the length, was maybe Hispanic, Middle Eastern, African American mix. She wasn't quite sure. But then ultimately they show the sketch, and that's pretty much it. But I thought it was interesting that she saw shorts. She didn't see Adidas. Everybody else saw Adidas, black Adidas pants. So, all right. Father, be good, be kind, give grace, save face. You are taking off? Okay. Have to go. Going to eat and feed the animals and put the ankle up. Sounds good, Father. Please take care of yourself. Alcohol at a frat party, right? And they were drunk, but they seem really nice. All right, so we understand that you guys are asking about giving gifts to Polly. Hey, Joyce, thank you for dropping in. I don't know, Baca. It seems... What did you get out of that? What did you get out of her testimony? All right, so let me focus on this. Polly is pregnant. She's probably going to give birth probably next week at some point in time. So we understand that people in chat have been asking how they can send Polly gifts and for the little kittens. So Aaron has created a wish list. And she's going to create a command. So it's basically, for those who have asked, we put together a wish list for Polly and the babies. We're so grateful for all the love and the support. So here it is. Aaron just posted it. There is a wish list from Amazon. If you want to, we heard that there was some scuttlebutt going about that some people wanted to support Polly, which is fantastic, and her little kittens. We will be filming it as best as we can. Obviously we're not going to stick a camera in Polly's face, but we will try to record her birthing as best as we can. And if you guys want to be a part of it, we ask you, and we hope that you join us. If you want to see that, that'd be cool. Also, if you want to support Polly with any of those gifts that Aaron has picked out, cat scratcher, some toys. Obviously, the kittens won't be playing with toys for a while, but there are things like heated blankets, those little burpee cloths, because little kittens, when they're newborn up to like a month or so, maybe longer, their claws, they'll dig into like cotton and blankets, so you have to get special kinds of blankets. There is replacement heat packs, because little kittens they don't produce their own heat. So we have to make sure that there's, wherever Polly gives birth, we have to make sure it's warm enough. There's nail trimmers, little things like that. There's little treats. There's a little Ring indoor camera so we can keep an eye on her. There's wipes, so we have to, we'll keep them clean if Polly needs help, if she has to go out and whatever. We're hoping that she doesn't abandon them. That's ultimately what we're hoping, is that she doesn't abandon her kittens. I think she'll be fine, but you never know. So there's little cat houses, there's little bowls, just little stuff like that. So if you guys want to support Polly and her little journey through motherdom, We appreciate that, and we'll also be recording it as best we can. We'll be posting it. Some will be for members only, some will be for the entire chat. So, Golden Girl, are we keeping them? That's the question. We would like to. Moki, yes, we bought pee pads. We bought like 100, so we have those. So we're trying to get set up for Polly, and here she is. There's little Polly. Little pregnant mama back there. Hi, little Polly. What's up, kiddo? So, she's back there. So, it's like a baby shower. It is like a baby shower. Yeah, so if you guys want to support us. So we'll be covering it. Some will be for members only, some will be for the entire channel. So, if you are a member, you'll see everything, and if you are not, you'll see some. So anyway, so it'll be funny. Are we going to keep the kittens? We would love to. That's a big depends. If she has. I'm hoping she only has 2 kitties. I think she only is going to have 2. If she has more, we're going to have to really think about it. And again, whatever's not donated. Whatever we don't use that you guys buy, we will donate. We have two hospitals, clinics, whatever you want to call them, within like 10 minutes. And then there's another couple that are another 10 minutes away. So we'll donate them to our local vets. So anyway, so we will pass the love around. So anyway, so there you go. So be sure not to touch them for a couple of days. Yeah, no, we'll be hands off. We're just going to be recording, and we're going to let nature take its course as best as it can. If Polly's a great mother and is there cleaning them and feeding them, that's what I'm hoping for. I've witnessed 3 dog births. Growing up, my dog Mustard, she had 3 litters, and I would wake up in the morning and there were puppies, and sometimes I remember at least once I saw her giving birth. So it was a great education for it's probably like 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, somewhere in there. And I kept a puppy from every litter, and unfortunately 2 of them ran away or something happened to them. But the 3rd litter, I kept 2 of them and grew up with them. I eventually moved out, and but they passed on. But I've gone through 3 births, so I've seen it. We had a horse. My brother had a horse, and we woke up one morning. And it was Easter morning, and my mom's screaming, "Ah!" We thought, "Oh my God!" We thought, "What the hell's going on?" So we all stumble out of bed, and she's like, "Look up in the pasture." And sure enough, there was a pony, a little colt, little foal. I forget. But anyway. We hope that Polly will be a great mother. We hope nature will take its course, and she'll feed them and clean them and take care of them and all that stuff. So hopefully we will be hands off, and we'll just be taking photos and video and, just petting her and helping her through the process, making sure she has enough food and water, and just letting her do what she does. But in the off chance that she doesn't, we'll be ready. We'll be prepared. We understand that little kittens can't maintain their own body heat, I think, for a couple days or something. So we've been watching a lot of videos. So we know, we need heaters. We're going to set her up, and we have a pantry and then a bathroom, which essentially is like a bedroom into a bathroom. So we've turned it into our pantry. So we've set that up as her birthing room. So fingers crossed, that's where she decides to go and give birth. I'm hoping she doesn't go outside and we don't find her, or I don't know. We'll have to figure it out. We'll sort it out as best as we can. So anyway, are we keeping her kittens? We sure hope to. And we'll cross that bridge when we get there if she has more than 2. Pretty sure she's going to have 2. If she has 3 or 4, that may get a little dicey from a financial standpoint. But we'll sort it out. I'm not going to worry about that right now. right now we just want to make sure she gives birth to healthy kittens and that she's okay. That's our main concern. So Susie, your son had a heater cam like nanny cam for his beagle. It was cool to watch births on an app and watch them flourish. Yeah, that's cool. Kathy, I had to help a dog with birth once. Last puppy I let her have. Oh, that's nice. Birdie, it'll be just fine. Yeah, again, I'm of the ilk of let nature take its course up to a point. Obviously, I don't want, her to take off and leave them. We're not going to do we're going to be very discreet, OnlyFan. And yes, we've watched many videos where they show little ones coming out. So, but we will be very aware of that. We're not going to do anything that will hurt our channel. We've gone through too much right now to let, that might be for members only. Members only, you can get away with a lot more. But again, we'll be respectful. We're not going to be, gross. So, but we have seen a lot of videos where, you see the birth. So it's nature. So we'll let nature take its course as best as we can, and if we need to step in here and there, we will. So we will be prepared as best as we can. And again, if you guys want to. If you want to support it in any way, we do appreciate it. There's a wish list, and do whatever you feel is appropriate. We're only saying this because we heard that people in the chat wanted to do this, so that's all. That's the only reason we're doing it. So, other than that, we appreciate you guys just being with us on the ride. Alien, you saw cat birth. My neighbors had a cat that gave birth. I came over afterwards, so I saw the little kittens. I saw dog births. I did not see cat births. You watched a human birth on YouTube? Yep, pretty sure I've seen those too. All right. Therapist, you're the one that suggested this. Well, we appreciate that, and we appreciate you. And also, I've confirmed with some guests for our 1-year anniversary stream, which will be May 31st. Not this Saturday, but next Saturday, we are going to have two of our mods, Dr. Rachel and Therapist Juno, who are therapists, as you guys know. We're going to have Joe Schmo. He has confirmed, so I'm excited about that. Trial Junkies United, they have confirmed. Broken Baker has confirmed. True Crime Addict has confirmed, and Florida PI Sam. So we've got. I've reached out to 3 other people. I'm going to reach out to a 4th person. I'm not going to tell you who it is. I'm not going to tell you anything of who, but I'm not going to tell you until they confirm. But those are the ones that have confirmed, and the stream starts at noon on Saturday, and we'll go as long as we need to, but I'm asking people to come on for like half hour, 15, 20 minutes, whatever. But I know for sure Joe and I will probably talk for hours. Therapist, and Dr. Rachel, I'm sure we'll talk for hours. Trial Junkies United, I'm sure we could talk for hours. So anyway, I'm setting it for about a half an hour, but again, if I'm sure we will be talking longer than that. So anyway, Shirley Roth, you tried to renew your membership, but something happened. We'll check again. Oh, that's a bummer. I'm asking certain people, and we'll see. I have not asked certain people, and I've asked other people. So we'll just leave it at that, right? Anticipation is what it's all about. I'm only going to tell you who's confirmed, because I don't want to say, yeah, I asked Emily D. Baker, and and then I don't even get a reply from, Because there's some people that have been on shows of ours, and they're pretty big. And I'm not going to say who it is until they confirm. So we'll just leave it at that. Joyce, do the therapists do pro bono work, asking for a friend? I'm going to have to ask. I'll let you. I'll let them. I'll let them deal with that. Brad says there's no actual evidence that the person she saw was actually the person who did it. That is true. And whether it was Carlos, that is true. Could have been a random person in the park. That is true. Yeah, I was thinking all those things. Just because she saw this person doesn't mean that person did this, and or it was Carlos for sure. You like Broken Baker? He's charming. Yes, we love Baker. We've been a fan of his and supporter of his for a long time. And he asked me to be on his Christmas show last December. So that's how I got a chance to meet with him, talk with him. We spoke for well over an hour. His thing was an hour, and then he's like, "Oh my gosh, it's an hour and 15 minutes." And I'm like, and I interviewed him. That was the one thing. He was like, "That's the first time I have you on a show, and you interviewed me, not the other way around." So I turned the tables on Baker. Not that it was anything weird. It's just like I wanted to hear his story too. So, oh, please tell me you guys are going to come back, right? They are coming back, aren't they? Newton, are they coming back? Newton, are they coming back? Please tell me they're coming back. I didn't hear. Is it just a 15-minute break? Let's see. Yes. Newton, are they coming back? Please tell me. The show is going to be at noon Eastern, Lily, on Saturday, May 31st, which is not this Saturday, but next Saturday. So I will definitely let you know as we get closer to the date, and we'll schedule it. We'll post it on our social, and I'll talk about it, and we'll give you links and everything. So don't worry. Northwest, victim number 2, which was Karim. His DNA was on the dagger in Carlos's bag when he was arrested. That's pretty convincing. Yeah, again, at the very beginning, Mr. Hutchinson's very first words were, "There's no debate on who did it." The only debate is whether he was sane or not. So why is he going with somebody else did it? I don't know. I know, Shirley. I'm getting concerned that I heard 7:30, but I thought he said we're going to 7:30. But now there's no way they would break until 7:30 because that's 4:30 their time. That would make no sense. But it is a longer break. That I will grant you. They've been off for 20 minutes now. All right, what did he say? Let me hear what he said. Hold on a sec. I got to hear what he said. Let's go back to what he said. Hold on.
I think they're going to daylight.
Hey, hold on.
And we'll be in session until 4:30, I think. And so get a good stretch.
All right, they'll be in session until 4:30.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are going to take our afternoon break, and thank you for your patience. And we'll be in session until 4:30, I think. And so get a good stretch and some daylight, and remember the 3-part admonition. Thank you, folks.
All right, they'll be in session until. So okay, so he said, yeah, he didn't say how long the break was. He said, go get some daylight, get a good stretch in. We will be in session until 4:30. Yeah. You tell him. You tell him, Super Ball. Yeah, no problem, Willow Wayne. I appreciate that you're gonna check it out. And we will let you know as I had this idea, and it literally came to me in the shower today, because I knew that our anniversary was here, and I've been thinking about what can we do, and I thought, I'll just post something, say, hey, 1-year anniversary, yay for us, and Lucky heard Super Bowl, and I thought maybe we scared Newton off. I hope not. Hey, Care Bear, how are you? So I was in the shower today, and it came to me. I'm like, why don't we do a stream, and why don't we have people that have supported the channel over the course of the year, that have been on shows of ours, that we've been on their shows. So I literally had the idea in the shower today, and Super Bowl has no time for these court slackers, Irish Amy says. Yes. Is Newton taking his break too? It could be. Yeah. Newton's taking his... Oh, they're back. All right. Whoop, whoop. Got a link. Got a link. All right. We are back. All right. Let me get us set up here. So I had the idea in the shower this morning, and talked to Erin about it, and she's like, yeah. She's like, let's do it. So I made a list of people, reached out to them, and they're replying, they're responding. So, all right, here we go, back into court.
Consider Sacramento area.
How would you get to and from work? How did you get to and from work on the day you were chased?
I was on foot.
Looking at this map, what route would you walk after you got out? Would you come down to 3rd Street?
If I could find Steve's on there, I could tell you which way I'd walk.
Okay.
I would cross the train tracks, and I'd go up.
I'm going to approach with Defense Exhibit A, have you look a little bit closer.
Yeah.
It doesn't have Steve's, but you should be able to. You can zoom in if you like on the corner there. So you can see the train tracks there. So take a look at that and see if you recognize that.
Mr. DeMorris from Davis, aren't you? We can all agree that Steve's is Jack in the Box, and then the parking lot's kind of catty corner between Steve's and Jack in the Box.
Right next to Wells Fargo.
Right. That's where it is. Yeah.
All right, so
Do you recognize the map where it's fixed now?
the building is right next to Davis Enterprise. I just can't tell if this is the building. I don't know if the map is old.
Well, let's take a look at the map again.
One second, yeah. Sorry, I exit out of it.
Do you remember where you were? Do you know the street names specifically that you take to walk back to your motel?
I think it's 8th.
8th Street? Okay.
8th or 5th. It's the one that goes past, it's alongside the train tracks,
Okay.
all the way until you get to the Motel 6 area.
Okay, so are you familiar with the Ace Hardware?
Yes.
Do you pass the Ace Hardware when you walk home?
No, I do not. I pass there's an alleyway between Enterprise and Steve's Pizza and the bank that's right next to it.
I'm going to go back to Defense Exhibit A.
You know what? There's a laser pointer that to your right, that black laser pointer. It's going to show you a map, and if you punch on that, you can give us some direction.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to point some. You can assume right here, this little upper corner, that's Jack in the Box, and that's G Street.
Right.
Okay. And then you can see right here, this is Ace Hardware.
Mm-hmm.
And this is 3rd Street, running east and west. And then you see the train tracks here running north and south. Are you familiar with this location?
Yes.
Does this show the route you take home, or did you take a different route?
I crossed the train station toward the Motel 6.
So do Do you know where the PG&E power station is? Can you point to that?
You have to press the button to get the red laser.
Is it around this area somewhere? Okay, yes, okay, now I am, yeah, this the route I take.
Okay, so now seeing, you
There
take
you go.
3rd Street, correct?
Yes.
Okay. As you walk down 3rd Street, eventually did you get to L Street?
No, my way is usually just down this street. I turn the corner into here.
Okay.
So yes, L Street, and then on the 2nd. Earlier I said 8th, but it's 2nd all the way.
All right, so just make sure I understand. You would walk down 3rd Street, you're heading east, turn south on L Street, and then when L Street becomes 2nd, you would turn east and walk along 2nd Street, correct?
Correct.
And does that run parallel to the train tracks?
Yes.
Do you pass a dispensary named Main Stage?
Yes.
All right. Sir, as you were on, did you take that route the evening you were chased?
Yes, it was. I was around here, and unhoused tents were about right here in this area.
And you're pointing to the area of L Street?
Yes, there's some. There were at the time some tents right here where some unhoused individuals were living, and I was on this side, I believe.
So you were on, would be the east side of L Street?
Yes.
Okay. As you were on the east side of L Street, did something happen?
Yeah. So I had my headphones on. I was listening to music, just walking, and then through my headphones, I heard some noise, some shouts from right here, the tents, and I could make out.
Hold on
Words
a
such
second.
as
So you're on you have your headphones on,
yes,
listening to music.
yes.
Are you walking or running at this point?
At this point, I'm walking.
Are there some trees and planter boxes on the east side of L Street, if you recall?
Yes, there are some trees on the other side of the sidewalk.
As you were walking, and this may sound like a silly question, but were you trying to hide behind any of the trees?
I was not trying to hide, no.
Did you ever stop right by a tree, or did you keep walking?
When I started hearing shouts coming from the tents, for a second I stopped and looked to see what was going on, and some people came out of the tent.
Describe when you first heard the shouts. What did you hear?
Things like, hey, you, stop right there, things like that.
Could you see any of the individuals who were yelling?
No, it was just some. I mean, I saw people, but I couldn't exactly. I don't know who they were.
Could you describe whether they were male, female, how many?
I do remember a male.
Any features about him that you can recall?
I think it was a black male.
Why did you think it may have been? What did you observe that caused you to believe it may be a black male?
Just I think the way he was shouting, his voice, and I'd seen him before because I'd passed that route many times, and I'd seen like that individual living in that tent.
He seemed to be a younger man.
Yes.
So he shouted at you. What happened then?
I got a little bit frightened, so I started speeding up a little bit.
And by speeding up, what do you mean?
I went from a walk to a jog,
What happened next?
and I saw a man get on his bike and chase after me. And sometime after that, I stopped to talk to him.
Okay. When did the black male, did he chase you for any length?
No, it was just another man on a bicycle.
Was the black male the one doing the yelling?
I believe so, yes.
So when you saw the man on the bicycle was chasing you, what did you do?
He shouted after me to stop, and I stopped.
Did you run for some period of time?
I was still a little frightened from the screaming from the tents, and I ran for a little bit, but I stopped and I saw the guy chasing me.
Why were you frightened?
Just loud noises, just some people shouting at me, and that's what frightened me.
Do you recall what you were wearing?
Just my new normal work clothes. I usually wear black pants, black shorts, or in a black T-shirt with a hat and a backpack.
I'm going to show you what's been previously a clip from People's Exhibit 78. 78A. And sir, this is a People's Exhibit 78A at 9:27 and 6 seconds. Just looking at this exhibit, do you recognize where this is?
Yes, I do. I do know this place. Yes.
What do you recognize this as?
This would be the dispensary. Am I correct?
Based on your observations, what do you think this is? Let me ask you this question, sir. Is there a dispensary on 2nd Street on your route home?
Yes, there is. I pass it every day pretty much.
When this individual was on the bike, was chasing you, did you stop at any point near the dispensary?
Yes.
I'm going to play beginning at 9:27 and 6 seconds. Stopping at 9:28 and 20 seconds. Sir, do you recognize the individuals in that surveillance clip?
I do remember meeting that man.
We saw a person running, appeared to be wearing shorts. Who was that?
That was me.
And the individual on the bike, who was that?
It was the person on the bike chasing me. I don't know his identity.
It appears that you stopped, and did you have a conversation with the man on the bike?
Yes, I did.
What did he say to you?
He asked me who I was, what I was doing, where I was going. I told him my name, and I just left work. And that's what I said, yes.
Did you tell him you worked at Steve's Pizza?
Yes, I did.
What else do you recall about that conversation with that man?
He said, I can't recall correctly exactly what he said, but it was something like, there's somebody stabbing people, and I should be careful.
What happened then?
And I said, yeah, okay. I told him thank you, and I went on my way.
So based on, did you have an opportunity to watch this video earlier today?
Yes.
And did you you were able to see it again in court here, correct?
Yes.
What were you wearing in terms of clothing below your waist? What were you wearing?
Shorts.
What color shorts?
Black shorts.
Are those standard work shorts for you?
They're not, but I do wear them from time to time.
When do you wear shorts?
On days that it's hotter, on warmer days.
And what were you, can you see what you were wearing for your top?
Black t-shirts.
And were you wearing a hat?
Yes.
And do you recognize the hat you were wearing?
Yes.
What is that, a hat you use for work?
It's a black cap.
Do you use that hat for work?
Yes.
were you wearing a backpack?
Yes.
Do you still have the backpack that you're wearing?
Yes.
Did you bring that backpack with you to court today?
I carry that backpack to work. Since I was planning to go to work after here, I have my work shirt and my hat in it, so I have it with me, yes.
So your plan is to go to Steve's Pizza to work after you're done testifying?
Yes, sir.
Did you, at that time, did you know why? The man mentioned something about someone stabbing people should be careful. Did you know why they chased you?
No.
Sir, you said you've taken that route multiple times,
Pretty much every night that I work.
and the black man who yelled at you, you've seen him before in that location?
Yes.
At any point when you were walking home, did you ever wear, instead of your black shorts or black work pants, black Adidas track pants?
I've never worn black Adidas track pants, and I do not own a pair of black Adidas pants.
Okay, we just finished the question. But when I say black Adidas track pants, do you know what I'm referring to?
Yes, sir.
Have you seen Adidas track pants that are black with stripes running down the leg?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever owned a pair of black Adidas track pants?
When I was very young, yes, sir.
When you were working at Steve's Pizza, at any point did you own a pair of black Adidas track pants?
No, sir.
At some point, did you have a conversation with a law enforcement officer?
On the phone, yes, sir.
How was this phone call set up? How did you come to speak to the officer?
After I told the individual on the bike my name and location of work, they had come to my workplace looking for me, which at the time I was not at work.
Let me stop you there. So how did you become aware that the police came to your workplace?
Well, the next day that I went to work, they had told me.
And did they give you a number to call, or?
They had told me they were looking for me, and I checked my email, and there was an email for a detective. I believe his name was Mr. Derek Russell, and I called his phone number, and we had a talk.
Did you know why they were looking for you at that point?
At that point, yes.
Did you know that it was regarding the incident where you were chased?
Yes.
And at that point, were you aware that there had been a stabbing in that general location about 2 hours and 15 minutes after you passed by?
Yes, at that point, yes.
Did you speak to Officer Russell?
I did over the phone, yes.
Did he call you or did you call him? If you remember.
I think I called him, yes. He had tried to reach me, but I called him when we talked.
Did you tell him what had happened to you that night?
Yeah, I told him exactly what I said here.
Did you have any further contact with law enforcement after that conversation with Detective Russell?
No.
And sir, when you were served with a subpoena to testify in this case, where were you at?
I was at Steve's Pizza.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Okay,
Thank you.
That was direct. And cross, Mr. Vanderhoek.
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Siddiqui, thank you for your time. Have a great day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, best on your shift tonight. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay, defense case, do you have a witness, Mr. Hutchinson?
Yes, Corporal Feng Lee.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for being here. We're going to do the oath here and then the witness stand.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in the cause not before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please stand. Thank you, first and last name for the record. Spell them both.
My name is Pang Lee. Pang is spelled P-H-E-N-G. Lee is spelled L-Y.
Okay, thank you, sir. Direct.
Good afternoon, Corporal Lee.
Good afternoon, sir.
Sir, when you last testified, did we watch a portion of your body camera footage?
Yes.
And at some point after Dr. Matt Massey stopped performing potential life-saving measures on Mr. Abou Najm, did you speak to Mr. Massey about what he observed?
Yes, sir.
Was your body camera recording?
Yes, sir.
And during that body camera footage, did Dr. Massey tell you what the second individual, person who fled on the bicycle, what that person said to Dr. Massey when Dr. Massey approached?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit X. Okay.
Thank you. For my benefit, what rule of evidence are we using right now?
Prior inconsistent statement.
Thank you.
And I have a transcript.
Okay. Mark the court exhibit next in order.
You ready?
So you said Defense X.
This is a clip of Officer Lee's body camera beginning at minute 9:27 to minute 9 and 27 seconds to minute 9 and 43 seconds.
Wait just a second. At 9:27 at night, or
No, the timing.
the time on the clip?
Can you refresh me again?
Right. And does this have made a ruling regarding the
There's no.
victims? There's nothing. Okay, this is a statement. All right. Thank you. So we can play this. But yes, let's come on up and.
That was the issue.
Oh, that was the issue. Okay. Thank you for being diligent on that, as was the clerk. So this is clear of that, and I just need to better understand the time. You said something about 9:27 and 9:43.
So no, the body camera begins in real time. So this begins 9 minutes and 27 seconds after he activated his body camera.
Okay, but I'm looking at a clip that is 16 seconds long.
Right. It's only Dr. Massey's statement. It's one prior.
Okay, so you edited his body cam and you're now showing a 16-second clip. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, I understand now, and there's nothing graphic. All right, we're set. Go ahead.
And and I was like, "You guys okay? Do you have a bike wreck?" And then I saw him bleeding. He goes, "What's going on? Why are you bothering me? Leave me alone." And he took off, and I chased him, but I realized he was on a bike. I couldn't catch him. He got away.
Corporal Lee, is that what Dr. Massey told you?
Yes, sir.
I have nothing further on.
Okay, thank you. And for the prosecution, Mr. Moore, any questions?
Corporal Lee, that statement was taken almost just moments after you arrived on scene, correct?
I would say that one was probably a few minutes after.
A few minutes, but still very active scene, right? Suspect had arms, correct?
Yes.
Dr. Massey had not gone home to clean up at that point.
Correct.
Still appeared that he had blood on him from his life-saving measures that he attempted to render to Karim Abou Najm.
Yes, sir.
And so it appeared to you, you've been through traumatic situations before, correct?
Yes.
And in the moment when you're processing the traumatic event that you're going through and you're trying to relay statements to someone, you always include the details, all of the details in that moment.
No, not always.
And so At that point, was it your intention of getting enough information to identify what had happened and a potential suspect?
Yes.
No further questions.
Okay, anything on that? No. No. All right, Corporal Lee, thanks. Have a great day.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Mr. Hutchinson, that's your.
That's called Sergeant Steve Reynolds.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir. So just, we'll have you stand at the podium, take the oath, and then the witness stand.
You do solemnly swear to testimony you have to give and the cause not pleaded to the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you. First and last name for the record, and spell them both.
Stephen, Stephen, Ramos, Ramos.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hutchinson.
Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
Sir, on the night of April 29th, 2023, did you, sometime after 9:15 at night, did you respond to Sycamore Park?
Yes.
And was that an investigation of a stabbing that had just occurred involving Karim Abou Najm?
Yes.
What time did you arrive, if you recall?
I'm not sure what time I arrived. I know shortly after 11 p.m. is when I started interviewing people.
So, and by one of the people that you interviewed was Dr. Matt Massey.
Yes.
So assuming that the stabbing took place approximately around between 9:10 and 9:15, it wasn't until after 11 that you interviewed Dr. Massey.
Correct.
Where was he, when you first contacted Dr. Massey, where was he at?
He was at his home.
And were you wearing a body camera?
Yes.
And was your body camera recording while you spoke to Dr. Massey?
Yes.
And did you ask Dr. Massey to walk back with you to Sycamore Park and give a statement about what he observed?
Yes, I did.
And did Dr. Massey do that?
Yes.
And during your conversation with Dr. Massey, did he describe to you what the words that the individual who fled on the bike, what words that person had said to Dr. Massey when Dr. Massey approached?
Yes, he did.
Mr. Good? Your Honor, I'm going to show this is going to be Defense Exhibit Y.
Okay.
It's a portion of Sergeant Ramos's body camera. It begins at minute 3:45 into the recording, and it ends at minute 4:40. So it's approximately 55 seconds in length.
Okay.
I believe there's a stipulation.
There is.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Transcript given to the clerk, marked next in order as court exhibit, and we have Defense Exhibit Y to publish.
And sir, before I play, this clip begins when you're walking across Sycamore toward the park. Is that what it appears to be?
I couldn't tell from this, but I'm sure I can in a shortly.
Now you're going to be back in the parking lot of the
light bulb. And nobody responded. And what I saw about here was I saw that there was a person on the ground in his backpack. I saw the assailant over him, like doing something, and then I realized it was just one bite. And then as I went up, I'm like, what's going on here, guys? You guys okay? And then the guy jumps up and says, what do you want? Just leave me alone. What do you want? I said, what about running to me? Yeah, what about your leadership?
And, sir, is that an accurate depiction of what Dr. Massey told you?
Yes.
At this point, knowing you didn't start your interviews until after 11, can you give an approximation of what time you began this interview?
It would have been maybe 15 minutes prior to this clip, approximately.
So sometime after 11?
Yes.
And if you were to look at your body camera at the Davis Police Department, will that tell you the specific, can you determine the specific time that this portion of the conversation took place?
Yes.
But at the time you spoke to Dr. Massey, had you already had an opportunity to go home and wash up?
Yes, it had been at least approximately 2 hours.
Sir, when you last testified, the prosecutor showed you some surveillance photos taken from the Davis Glass and Screen Shop on 923rd Street.
Yes.
And did you actually obtain those surveillance clips, or was that something another officer, the Sacramento police officer, had actually retained?
I did not get those videos. They were given to me. I'm not sure who got them.
But you reviewed them?
Yes.
And the Davis Glass and Screen, the footage that you received, was it one continuous recording, or were there multiple clips of motion-activated recordings?
In that complex, there were it's the 900 block of 3rd Street. There was 2 different videos. I don't recall which one, but I know there was one that was motion clip after clip after clip, and then the other one was more continuous. I'm not sure which one was which.
There was the thrift, you recall the thrift shop?
Yes.
Was that continuous, or was that clip after clip after clip?
I believe the thrift shop was continuous.
And the Davis Glass and Screen, was that multiple clip after clip after clip?
I believe so.
And the prosecutor, they showed you one clip that you recall showing a person riding on a bicycle on the opposite side of the street.
I do recall, yeah.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit CC. I'd like you to just take a look and see if these are additional clips that were provided to you. And you can play them if you like, but just take a look at them, and then when you're done, let me know.
stipulated.
And Sergeant Ramos, although there's the stipulation, those appear to be 4 of the clips you received.
Yes.
And the David glass and screen was essentially every motion-activated clip that they had within the time frame that you requested. Is that essentially what you received?
I believe so.
Permission to publish, Roman?
Granted.
Now, when you last testified, you remember we saw a clip of a person on a bicycle, presumed to be Mr. Dominguez, down by the smoke shop, you call that?
Yes.
And before turning north on H Street?
Yes.
And that was right before 11 o'clock?
Yes, approximately.
Playing clip 1. You see a person ride by the screen shop at approximately 11 p.m. and 39 seconds.
Yes.
And because it's motion activated, is the image of the person a little bit unclear?
Yes.
But based on what you can see and the direction of travel, does that appear to be the same person on the bicycle who you saw by the smoke shop less than a minute earlier?
I could only say that there's similarities.
And approximately 13 minutes later is when we see an individual outside the thrift shop wearing the Adidas pants, correct?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as clip 2, defense exhibit CC. This is at approximately 11, 12, and 37 seconds.
Yes.
That may not have been the clip I intended, sir, so we're going to move on to the third. Well, actually, never mind. Let me go back. Do you remember is the thrift store right next to the glass and screen?
Yes.
And you remember at approximately sometime after 11:13, there's a clip of the individual with the Adidas pants walking from this thrift store?
Yes.
And you testified he appears to see headlights and then turns around?
Yes.
Now I remember why I included this clip, so I'm going to play this again. Okay, a car is passing at 11:12:46. Oh, sorry. You see a car passing 11:12:46 or 45?
Yeah, I see the car.
I'll just play it. Please focus on the type of cars. They appear to just be regular civilian cars.
Appear to be.
Showing you what's been marked Defense Exhibit CC. CC Clip 3, beginning at 11:39:38. Back up, sir. And then again. Does that appear to be a, can you tell what type of vehicle that is?
It looks like a white SUV.
Are you familiar with the UC Davis security vans?
I know I've seen them recently, but 2 years ago, I'm not sure.
Does UC Davis have white security vans?
They have white vans that I don't know if they're actual security, but I know that they have vans that I'm not sure what their job titles are, but they do have white vans that drive around and they pick people up.
Does this appear to be that it could be a white van?
It could be.
Now I'm going to show you clip. You've seen this clip before. This is Exhibit CC Clip 4. Is this the clip that we'll see the person riding a bicycle on the other side of the street?
Yes.
You can see that person right now?
Yes.
And that person turned south on 8th Street? Did they turn south on 8th Street?
It appears so, yes.
And in the next camera and view that you had of Mr. Dominguez, he was no longer riding the bike, correct?
Correct.
What was he doing?
He was sitting on it and like pushing with his feet on the ground.
So, and for all the footage that you saw after that, he never was actually pedaling the bike.
Correct.
So obviously something happened in between this clip and when you next see him, correct?
I would assume so.
Objection, speculation.
Well, I'll ask another question.
Yeah,
In this clip, the person on the bicycle appears to be pedaling.
Yes.
The next clip you have of Mr. Dominguez, he is not pedaling.
Correct.
And all the clips that you've seen after that, he is not pedaling.
Yes.
Sir, do you see, now I'm talking 11:45:41, do you see this white van again?
Yes.
That appeared to be the same van, or could it be the same van I showed you earlier?
It's similar. It could be.
Do you recall seeing this van on other surveillance footage that we've looked at?
I don't know.
And watch where this white van, see if it turns, okay? Did you see the white van signal?
I saw the brake lights, and it appeared to be signaling left.
And would that be on 8th Street?
Yes, I believe so.
And that was the same street we saw the person on the bicycle turn?
Yes.
Turn lights. And sir, where were you again when you were advised that Mr. Dominguez had been detained?
At the police department.
At some point, did you become aware that he was being transported to the Davis Police Department?
Yes.
How did you become aware?
I know at one point Lieutenant Munoz told me, assigned me to do the interview. I spoke with, I don't remember if it was Detective Yu or Mascardini or Gonzalez or Story, who were all out there, but I did speak to officers who were out there and let me know they were coming back.
At some point while Detective Mascardini was driving Mr. Dominguez back, did you call Detective Yu and tell him to terminate the transport?
I don't believe so. I don't think so.
Did you ever call Detective Yu and express your concern that Mr. Dominguez had not consented to come to the police department?
No.
Did you call Detective Yu about anything while he was en route to the police department?
I don't know.
Did you meet Mr. Dominguez in the back of the patrol vehicle?
Yes.
And then did you escort him to the interview room?
Yes.
Ultimately, it was both yourself and Detective Mascardini who conducted the interview.
Yes.
Of all the detectives who were working on this case, how was it decided that you and Detective Mascardini would be the two to conduct the interview?
Objection, speculation, calls for hearsay.
Don't speculate, but if you know, please answer.
I don't know.
Who made the decision that it would be you and Detective Mascardini who would be conducting the interview?
Lieutenant Munoz told me that I was going to do the interview.
And what is Lieutenant Munoz's first name?
Michael, or Mike.
When did you become aware that you would be conducting the interview? Was that while Mr. Dominguez was already en route, or had that already been decided?
I'm not certain, but he probably would have already been en route.
Speculation.
Sustained.
Okay. I don't want you to speculate, but you were aware that Mr. Dominguez had been at the scene where he was detained for at least some period of time.
Yes.
And then you were made aware when he was being transported back.
Yes.
Do you recall when Lieutenant Munoz told you, Sergeant Ramos, you were going to be conducting this interview?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
I believe it was when he was en route.
Did Detective Munoz, Lieutenant Munoz tell you that Mr. Detective Muscardine would be doing it with you?
I don't recall.
Sir, when you conducted this interview, had you ever heard of schizophrenia before?
Heard of it, yes.
Had you received any training on recognizing either the positive symptoms of schizophrenia or the negative symptoms of schizophrenia?
I don't believe so.
And at that time, did you know what were the negative symptoms of schizophrenia?
No.
Did you know what were the positive symptoms of schizophrenia?
No.
I'm nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. Mr. DeMora, any questioning?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
And Sergeant Ramos, when you're looking at those videos and looking at the white van, there's no indication, or at least from what you can tell, that there are markings affiliating that van with UC Davis.
It's a white van is the best I could say.
So going back to with Dr. Massey, when you were speaking with him, you went over to his house about 2 hours or so to interview him in the follow-up, correct?
Yes.
And that interview, when you went to conduct it to get more details about what he had seen, the search for the person who had stabbed Karim Abou Najm was still active, correct?
Yes.
And at that time, the Sycamore Park area was still an active crime scene, right?
Yes.
And so and you've spoken with victims and witnesses over the course of your career who have witnessed or seen something horrific, right?
Yes.
And you've talked with fellow officers during the course of your career who have gone through traumatic incidents involving shootings or loss of partners, correct?
Yes.
And so you're familiar with when individuals are recounting events, specifically traumatic events, that they will oftentimes need time to fill in certain details about that event, correct?
Yes.
And what it looked like when Dr. Massey was walking you through the crime scene is he was just talking. You weren't asking questions. He was just talking, right?
For the most part, yes.
And you're aware, based on your training experience, that with these traumatic events, as people process them, that they will start to remember details that are accurate that they didn't talk about the day of.
Yes.
And so are you aware that after you interviewed Dr. Massey, he went back on his own to timestamp the events as recorded and as best as he could remember?
I don't believe so.
When you say you don't believe so, you're just not aware that he did that?
I don't believe I knew that he did that.
But let's assume, as a hypothetical, that you had heard Dr. Massey went back and started recounting events with his own report. Would that be consistent with your training experience that victims and witnesses of a crime will try to recount what they observed and what they heard?
Yes.
No further questions.
Okay, thank you. Any follow-up?
No.
Okay, thank you. Sergeant Ramos, thank you for your time today. Have a great day.
All right, thanks, Runner.
Thanks. Okay, well, we'll try. So, who is that?
Linda Schwinn.
Linda Schwinn, okay. Good afternoon again, Ms. Schwinn.
Good afternoon.
We're going to go through that process of swearing you in there, having you take the witness stand. Thank you.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give and the cause not pending before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. first and last name for the record. Spoken vote.
Linda Schwend, L-I-N-D, oh, excuse me, N-D-A-S-C-H-W-E-N-D. Excuse me.
That's all right. Frog jumped in.
It did.
Yeah, I know. Okay, great. Mr. Hutchinson, direct.
Good afternoon, Ms. Schwinn.
Good afternoon.
Ma'am, did you, at some point in early May of 2023, did you become aware that Kimberlee Guillory's cell phone had been seized by the Davis Police Department?
I did.
And did you become aware that Ms. Guillory was requesting the phone back?
She wanted the phone back. Did you know that?
Excuse me.
Let's get some water. Get some water. Give her a second.
Apologies.
No, it's all right. It's random when it hits.
Or maybe get some water. I don't know. Oh, there you go. I extracted the phone. I do not recall that she asked for it back.
Okay. Were you asked to perform an extraction of the phone?
I did. I was.
And what is an extraction?
You get the data that is stored in the phone.
And you...
Sorry.
What tool or software do you use to perform an extraction of the phone?
It's called the Celebrite UFED. It's a standard industry machine that goes in and does it.
And have you received training on how to conduct an extraction?
I have.
And have you conducted extractions prior to the one you did on Ms. Guillory's phone?
I have.
And did you follow your training and the procedures for conducting the extraction?
I did.
And in the extraction, does the Celebrite generate some sort of report?
Yes.
What does that report show?
It depends on what you ask for, but it shows what data it's retrieved from the phone, and it can be narrowed down.
Did you perform a complete extraction of her phone?
Yes.
And does that extraction include a call log showing the date and times of her calls?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked Defense Exhibit BB. And ma'am, is the Celebrite report many, many pages?
Yes.
But depending on what you're looking for, you can narrow it down to one page?
Yes.
I'd like to show you what's been marked Defense Exhibit BB.
Excuse me.
I'd like you to look at item 6 and look at the entire thing, see if you recognize it, then look at item number 6.
Okay.
Does that appear to be a portion of the call log showing the calls Ms. Guillory's phone made on the evening of May 1st?
As near as I can tell from this, yes.
Does that call log, looking at item number 6, indicate a 911 call made sometime after 11:40?
Yes.
And I want you to look below that to make sure that is the first 911 call. Are there any other 911 calls noted before that, earlier in the day?
Not that I see.
And what time does the call log indicate that first 911 call was placed?
11:42 and 33 seconds.
It's 11:42 p.m. and 33 seconds?
Correct.
And going up, is there a later call to 911?
Yes.
What time is that call at?
11:49 and 15 seconds. PM.
I've got no further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Prosecution, any questions?
Yeah.
Okay, no cross. Thank you. Ms. Schwinn, I'm sorry we caught you right. But we're thankful for your testimony and your time. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, that concludes the taking of evidence today. So tomorrow is May 22nd, Thursday. We'll be in session from 9:30 to 4:30 with our standard breaks. And I'm thankful and grateful for the service of the jury today. So just be mindful at all times. Don't talk to anybody about this case. Nobody in the hallway. Don't approach the lawyers, witnesses, and only scheduling matters, okay, with the bailiff, with anyone. And then don't form any opinions till you've heard all the evidence and are deliberating and don't research. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, folks.
All right. We always like to stick around just for a minute or two in case they come back, because they do that sometimes. And I will get to the trial channel while we wait. Today there was a carryover witness. Mark Sapita, he was a carryover witness. And otherwise, we heard from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 witnesses. And Mr. Hutchinson for the defense wanted to get to 8 today. He also mentioned yesterday there's a 6.5 hour video of the interview, whatever you want to call it, of Carlos. But he's going to show that on Thursday. Are they back? Yeah, see, they come back.
Back on the record outside the presence of the jury, thank you to the prosecution for the email. It sounds like juror number 1 had some innocuous contact with the lawyers, and the lawyers handled it by saying they couldn't talk, so that was good. So thanks, and I don't know why he did that. So you got the email on that? Yes. Yeah, it's no big deal, but hopefully he stops doing that. All right, so then tomorrow we're going to start with Torres and then Mustardini, and then we're going to do the video. Is that right?
We're going to start with Ava Bindus. That was Mr. Dominguez's English professor, spring of 2023. She's traveling from Los Angeles County, so she would be called first. I'd ask the court.
How do you spell her last name?
Bindus. First name Ava, A-V-A. Last name Bindus, B-I-N-D-A-S. It's Dr. Ava Bindus.
Okay.
And I would ask that Detective Torres be ordered back at 10 o'clock tomorrow, and that Detective Mustardini be ordered back at 10:30.
Okay, gentlemen, thanks for being here. Thanks for your patience with the court. I appreciate it. So that's the order, and you both are affirmatively nodding yes. Okay. Have a great night, folks. Yeah, we'll see the two of you tomorrow. All right. Thank you. Then I understand. And then anything else for the defense?
No, Your Honor. In terms of the recorded statement that was taken by Officer Giannone, she is now with Nevada County, or she's here. Okay. Then she is here. Can you get her?
So you want to have her on tomorrow morning, or
we can't? She may have a conflict tomorrow morning, I believe.
I do. I'm available after 1 p.m. If that would work.
That's fine.
We can call. We can be here at 1:30 tomorrow.
I can.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, officer. You're ordered back at 1:30 tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
How do you spell your last name?
It's Giannone.
Giannone?
Yes.
Thank you. Got it. Thank you. Okay. See you tomorrow.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. What else?
That's it, Your Honor. What I would plan to do is call Ms. Bindus, Mr. Torres, Mr. Detective Muscardini for some other matters, then Officer Giannone for the past recollection recorded, and then I would bring back Detective Muscardini to lay the foundation for the interrogation, and would be my intent to play the entire 6.5 hour recording.
It was 5.5, and then there's time with Detective Torres.
Yes, and I intend to play that as well because it is relevant to prove the multiple symptoms of schizophrenia.
I understand. Okay, thank you. You understand then that we would be starting that Thursday, and then we would be continuing it Friday?
Yes.
And then do you have any other witnesses for Friday?
Yes. I have Amy Gutierrez from WellPath, mental health worker at the jail. Brandy Hallstedt from WellPath. She is another mental health worker. They both testified at the prior proceeding. Then I have Dr. Patricia Tyler, who was the treating psychiatrist at the jail, who first diagnosed Mr. Dominguez with schizophrenia and made the recommendation for emergency antipsychotic medication.
Okay, and so all that testimony will be related to the serious mental health condition of the defendant prior to medication treatment?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thanks. Okay, all right, and then anything for the prosecution?
We filed a judicial notice motion to send courtesy copies to the court of time of sunset on April 29th, 2023.
Thank you. That's helpful.
And then in terms of the ruling on the interview, is that something that the party should expect tomorrow morning, or at least before Sergeant Muscardini is recalled the second time?
Right. Do you have any additional briefing on that matter that I should look at?
So, Your Honor, we did file our motion about all statements, and I would just like to direct the court's attention to certain portions of that briefing. I can do that now or tomorrow at the court's.
We have just a minute because it's something that I need to be working on at all times. I want to pull it. I have a hard copy of your brief right here. Okay, go ahead.
And so, in contrast to the statements made by the defendant prior to his arrest, courts have recognized that all statements by criminal defendants made after their arrest, especially in police interrogations, inherently lack trustworthiness, and that there is a request for a hearsay exception under 1250. 1252 requires trustworthiness of the statement, and the case law is very clear that custodial interrogations with the defendant are not trustworthy, and I've cited the cases on that point there. And so while I understand the court's ruling about statements made prior to arrest having more trustworthiness, in a circumstance where a defendant has every motivation to make self-serving statements, it lacks that trustworthiness. And so, again, I'm asking the court to exclude the defendant's statements, but if the court is going to allow them, then there needs to be a limiting instruction that this is not offered for the truth because it does not fall within the 1250 exception.
Right, and so you're citing People v. Gerardo, I see on page 5 of your brief, and People v. Witt, and maybe some other cases, but those are the ones you want me to focus on. And I do agree with your general statement of the law. I do think that the intervening fact of an arrest is a factor the court should consider, and so I'm going to do that, and we'll have a oral argument and make a ruling. My tentative ruling is to allow this, but I want to double check these authorities, and then I'm going to further explain the ruling.
May I briefly respond, Graham?
Yeah, briefly.
He wasn't arrested until 5.5 hours into the interview. So if that is, they did not place him under arrest until the very end of the interview. And
okay, well, he was custodial, Mirandized within a short period, right?
Right. And just, I looked through that. I don't see any statement that I would be offering for the truth.
Right, I know. I've got a good feel for the arguments. Thank you. And I have reviewed the transcript, and I've reviewed selected portions of the video. I haven't watched the whole thing. So I have a really good feel, I think, for what's going on. So we'll deal with that formally before Muscardini's second call. Okay. All right, but I'll check in with you before we start at 9:30 to see if there are other issues. Thank you for your professionalism and your patience with the court. Have a great night, folks. Thank you. Off the record.
All right. I love the fact that we get to hear them talking about their schedule. I think that's just so cool. All right. So let's go. Trial channel. Okay. So I was in the middle of talking. So there was a carryover today, and then we heard from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we heard from 7 witnesses, and he wanted to get to 8 today, plus that 6.5 hour video interrogation. So we kind of heard at the very end. Then we heard tomorrow he's going to have Dr. Ava Vindas, Detective Torres, Detective Muscadini, Gioni, somebody named Gioni. I didn't catch her first name. Muscadini again for the video foundation, and then the video. So right now the judge is saying, well, this is going to carry over to Friday. And Gioni's going to be available at 1:30. So it sounds like they may not start the video until 2 or 3 maybe. So they may only get like an hour, maybe 2 hours. Maybe 2 hours they might get. And then, so that means we're going to hear, probably the bulk of the video is going to be on Friday. I pray, and you guys have been saying it. Yeah, mustard weenie. You guys have been saying it. I'm thinking it. I pray that we can hear this interview. If it's one of those interviews where it's just like, that's going to be brutal. That's going to be brutal. They do have a transcript for them, so we're going to only have to cross our fingers, because that will really stink, hearing 6.5 hours of just Charlie Brown. So yeah, there was an email from juror number 1, had an innocuous contact with the lawyers, but no big deal. All right, so trial channel. Just to answer your question, there were 59 in total, 59 witnesses from the state, 59 witnesses, and so far we are up to 14 witnesses for the defense. Now the defense has called several witnesses from the state. Stephen Ramos, the Sergeant Ramos, he was from the state. Linda Schwen, she was from the state. Detective Derek Russell, he testified for state. I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's it. So that's 1, 2, 3. Yeah, at least those 3. I don't think Corporal Peng Lee, I don't think that he was called for the state, because I looked him up. I don't think he was called. Anyway, so this today was the most we heard from detectives, from law enforcement. The other 2 days that we've heard from the defense, father, sister, ex-girlfriend, friends, roommates. Today was really the first day that we heard from law enforcement. And then also Khalif. Poor Khalif, the guy who was chased. Oh, let's get to that. I don't think I did a recap on Khalif. Yes, Khalif Siddiqui, I think his last name was. He worked at Steve's Pizza. So he was chased by Isaac. You remember Isaac's testimony that he saw somebody jumping from tree to tree, and he's like, "What are you doing?" And he goes after this guy. So Khalif from Steve's Pizza. So he had headphones on, he's walking, all of a sudden he hears shouts behind him near these tents. And don't forget, he does this walk a lot because Steve's Pizza is right there, right? So he makes this walk from Steve's Pizza to his house. And trust me, if I was walking home by myself, or I was walking and at 11 o'clock at night, or 9 o'clock at night, and it's kind of dark and somebody's, yelling at me, I'd be like, and that, these people, I don't know, I might be, well, depends. If I knew these people and I don't know, I guess I wouldn't be so freaked out. I might be freaked out. I don't know. Anyway, I might want to run too. So he said he didn't hide in the trees. And after he heard the shouts, he turned to look. He said he heard, "Hey, you, stop right there." He saw people, but he didn't know them. Although he saw the one guy, he knew Isaac from walking past these tents. He got frightened and he sped from a walk to a jog. Somebody got on a bike and chased him and then stopped to talk to him, and we saw that video. He said he was frightened by the loud noises, people shouting at him. Yeah, I would be too. He had on black shorts, black t-shirt, black hat, black backpack. That's his outfit. That's what he wears for Steve. So they show. Okay, so there's this dispensary on his route home. So he stopped there, and they show that video of this guy. And we saw that video before. I forget when, but we had seen that video before. And it's some guy on a bike stopping, and so basically the guy said, "Hey, there's somebody stabbing people. You should be careful." And I'd be like, "Yeah, is it you? Are you the one that's stabbing people?" So Khalif said, "Thank you," went on his way. He still has his backpack, and he has it with him. He said he's going to work right afterwards, after testimony. So he has his work shirt and hat with him. He plans to go on work after testifying. He said he wore Adidas track pants when he was a kid, but not while working at Steve's. And then he ended up talking to Detective Russell, Derek Russell. We heard from him a little bit later. No cross. And then Corporal Lee was on. It was basically Karim, his stabbing, and then Dr. Massey and the body cam. Then Sergeant Stephen Ramos, again, he was with Karim. He interviewed Dr. Massey. Let's see, the assailant. Okay, so Dr. Massey's recounting his what happened, and he says the assailant. He says there was this person on the ground with a backpack, and the assailant was over him. And he goes up to him, and the assailant says, "What do you want? Just leave me alone." Right? I mean, it's just like, I don't know, man. I think Carlos. I just wonder if he just blacked out, disassociated, wasn't there, and then would come back. I don't know. I just don't understand. I just don't think he's all there, first and foremost. To do this, first and foremost, I don't think he's all there. And then from what we were hearing about his friends and family, he just doesn't seem like, I don't know. I just don't even know if he knows what he was doing. And then he was like, now he's coming to, and he's like, wow, what the hell happened? I don't know. I'm just don't know. Then they show this white van driving back and forth, and it was suggested that was campus security. I don't know. I'm not quite sure where he went with that. That they didn't catch Carlos at that point in time. I don't know. It's weird because a white van was driving back and forth, and there's Carlos on his bike, or somebody on his bicycle. And Sergeant Ramos, at the time of the interview, which we will see tomorrow and into Friday, he had heard of schizophrenia, but he didn't know what the positive and negative symptoms were. Then we hear from Linda Schwen. She's the police specialist. We heard from her on the state's case. She extracted the Kimberlee's cell phone. She used Celebrite. There was a call log of Kimberlee's phone on May 1st. There was no calls to 911 before that. There were 2 calls after, 11:42 and 11:49. Now this goes against Isaac's statement, because Isaac said he called 911. Let's go with Isaac. I think that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to say, hold on, let me get to Christine Barros. Okay, so Christine, who was the wife of Isaac, talks about 911. Let me get to Isaac. So Isaac says, Isaac said he called 911 earlier. Hold on. Kimberlee wasn't there. He told them. Let's see. Yeah, so he was saying that he called 911 before this happened. So I think maybe that's what he was trying to show, that Isaac maybe stretched the truth a little bit there. Hold on. Maybe not. Well, I'm pretty sure Isaac said that he called law enforcement twice that night. He definitely called law enforcement after Kimberlee got stabbed. I'm All right, I guess I didn't write that down. So it was Alberto was on the bike. Maybe it was Alberto that went after him. So they went to bed around 8:30. Yeah. All right. I thought maybe he was trying to impeach Isaac there, or just trying to, question his, question the fact that he thought he called 911 maybe at like 9 o'clock or something, or yeah. All right. So there was no cross either. And then, so then the judge, we just went over what the judge said. So just kind of going through, they're going to have full days tomorrow and Friday. They're off Monday. Then next week, full days. And then when June starts, afternoon of the 4th, there's no session on the afternoon. They're off on the morning of June 12th. And then there's a court holiday on the 19th. So, all right. So there we go. I hope that, did that answer your questions? Let's see. All right, Shirley, thank you for appreciating that. Definitely thank you for that. Juneteenth, yep, they're going to be celebrating that. He came to the U.S., he was 9 years old. We found out from his dad, he was 9 years old when he came. He hadn't seen his parents since he was like a year and a half. Took him 3 to 4 months to go from El Salvador to Texas. So, yep. Cuckoo-cuckoo. Cuckoo-cuckoo, yep. Very much so, yes. All right. Pammy, thank you. All right, guys. Cool. Thank you for joining us. If anybody has any questions, drop them in the chat, and I'll hang out for another minute or two. Trial Channel, did I answer all your questions? Let me know if I answered all your questions. That there were 59 state, and we're up to 11 on defense. So if you have any other questions, let me know. OnlyFan, off to bed. Have a good sleep. I'd say have a good night, but have a good sleep. Golden Girl, thank you. Thank you to Aaron, mods, and chat. Have a good night. See everyone tomorrow. Please throw up the Amazon link again. Sure. Let's see. I need to know what I forget. I'm so bad at remembering those things. Sorry. Aaron, if you don't mind, please throw up the Amazon link again. Nomad, good night to you. Have a good one. Oh, good. You did? Okay, thank you. Sure, I'll have more tomorrow. There you go. Therapist, thank you so much. So it's at Polly, and then here is the link. For those who've asked, we put together a wish list for Polly and her babies. We're so grateful for all the love and support. Thank you, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. Ruby saying thank you to everybody, and I will as well. Thank you to Aaron. Thank you to our fantastic mod squad. Thank you to Superball, who unfortunately attacked Polly. I'm sure you guys saw that, but there's Superball. Rafa's chilling back there. So, and we named where? We named little guy back there. Oh my gosh, where is he? This dude. I'll get it right. Here, how about this? That guy. we named Ember. So have a great night. We will see you guys. I'll come over here. We'll see you guys tomorrow at 12:15. Full day tomorrow, Thursday. Full day on Friday. And then all next week. Yeah, we have all next week as well. So love you guys. Have a great night. Do something to make yourselves feel good about life and humanity, because we see a lot of depravity while we watch these courts. And there is good life. There is good people out there. So we'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a wonderful evening, guys, and we'll see you. Bye.
Yeah.